YouTube'u başlattım. YouTube'un kontrolünü yapabilir misiniz?
Yani hocam kapat. Ben de önceki programlarında söyledim. Şu an
Ha.
Yani hocam YouTube tamam, kontrol ettim. Aktif şu an canlı yayında.
Yes.
Süleyman Hocam merhaba. Yaşar Hocam,
Nihan hocam.
Ramazan Hocamız burada.
Merhaba Ramazan Hocam.
Ben şimdi Ramazan Hocam'ın ses iznini verdim. Ses
Tamam.
görüntü iznini şimdi verdim Ramazan Hocamıza.
Merhaba Ramazan Hocam, günaydın.
Merhaba Sayın Hocam, günaydın. Kolay gelsin, başarılar diliyorum.
Sağ olun, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Heyecanlıyız bugün.
Evet hocam. Yani şöyle hani bizler de konferans yapıyoruz. Tabii ki arka planda çok büyük çalışmalar yürütülüyor biliyorum. Yani gerçekten de tebrik ediyorum. Yani bu işler kolay işler değil. Bir emek gerektiren iş. Yani kolay işler de değil yani.
Ya bir taraftan
Sizler,
tabii uluslararası arenadan çok yetkin insanları toplayabildik konferansımıza.
Evet,
Bu bakımdan hem onları dinlemekle heyecanlıyız, hem
evet.
üniversitemizde onlara sanal da olsa misafirlik yapmaktan dolayı mutluyuz. Öyle bir heyecanımız var.
Hı hı.
Çok yoğun bir program, 3 gün. Son gün akşam 9.30'da bitecek bir program.
Evet.
Ee, Umarım hem üniversitemiz adına hem bilim camiası adına verimli bir toplantı olacak diye ümit ediyorum.
Hocam yani gözden geçirdiğim gerçekten çok değerli konuşmacılar var. Bir de böyle uluslararası konferansları bir yere getirmek, insanların işte organizasyonu yapmak kolay işler değil yani.
Doğru.
Allah kolaylık versin yani.
Sağ olun hocam.
Tebrik
Çok
ediyorum
teşekkür
gerçekten.
ediyorum. Sizlerin desteği bizim için çok önemli. Hem bizim heyecanımızı artırırken sizleri ekranımızda görmek bir taraftan da bizi gururlandırıyor, mutlu ediyor ve motive ediyor. Onu bilmenizi isterim.
Sağ olun hocam. Hep beraber. Hocam biz ekibiz, her zaman söylüyoruz. Yani bizim burada Musa hocam da her zaman söylüyor. Bizim yani sonuçta buranın bir öğretim üyesiyiz yani temel olarak baktığımızda. Bize bir görev verildi. Layıkıyla elimizden geldiği kadar. Dedim buraya gönderdim. Ben cep telefonundan baktığım için şeyi göremedim aslında ben öncelikle. Sizin isminizin olduğunu göremedim aslında ben. Projenin sizin olduğunu biliyorum da.
Evet. Ee, Ayrıca çok teşekkür ediyorum duyarlılığınıza Ramazan Hocam. Sizin talimatınızda 2 birimimiz projemizin istikbaliyle ilgilendi. O bizi de ayrıca çok mutlu etti. Dediğiniz gibi amacımız hep birlikte bir ekip ruhuyla üniversitemize katkı sağlamak, Türk bilim camiasına, endüstriye, sektöre katkı sağlamak. Ondan hiç şüphemiz yok.
Evet. Sabah da bir kampüse dolaştım aslında ışıklarınız yanıyordu. Çıkacaktım dedim geç kalmayayım tekrar odaya geçeyim de sonra uğrarım hocam ya.
Bizim tabii ekibimiz heyecanlı bir şekilde e, tabii Fotonik Araştırma Merkezi 24 saat çalıştığı için hocam
Evet.
bizde kristal büyütme çalışmaları kesintisiz 24 saat vardiya usulü yapılıyor.
Hı hı.
O yüzden kampüste biz her zaman ışığımızla, gücümüzle varız.
İnşallah hocam.
Süleyman Hocam, Öcal Hocamız da burada. Şimdi hostluk veriyorum Öcal Hoca'ya kamerası ve görüntüsünü açabilmesi için.
Teşekkür ederim.
Evet, buyurun Öcal Hocam.
Öcal Hocam hoş geldin.
Merhabalar hocam, hoş bulduk.
Değerli dost, çok teşekkür ediyorum nezaketinize ve
Şimdi kameramı da açabildim.
evet,
Estağfurullah. Ben teşekkür ediyorum hem şahsen hem de kurumumuz adına. Sağ olun.
sağ olun. UNESCO bize 2018'de de ışık temelli teknolojiler çalıştayımızda o zaman yüz yüze yapabilme şansımız olmuştu. Hem şahsınız katılarak destek vermiştiniz hem de kurumunuz sponsorluk yapmıştı. Bu bakımdan ve bu sefer de bu desteğinizin devam etmesi dolayısıyla sizlere canı gönülden teşekkür ediyorum. Şükranlarımı sunuyorum.
Estağfurullah.
Sevgili Öcal Hocam. Bugün Sayın Rektörümüz Bakü'de, iki devlet arasında bilim ve teknoloji işbirliği ile ilgili protokoller imzalıyor. Birkaç tanesini de YouTube üzerinden izleme şansını yakaladık. Ümit ediyorum ki güzel işler olacak. Bugün bize üniversite yönetiminden rektör vekilimiz Sayın Ramazan Bayındır hocamız eşlik edecek, o bize destek verecek. Bu vesileyle sizleri de ekranda birbirinizi görüyorsunuz.
Evet.
Tanıştırmış olayım. Öcal Oğuz Hoca aynı zamanda Hacı Bayram Veli Üniversitesi Türk Halk Bilimi bölümünün başkanı. Bizim yitiğimiz daha evvel Gazi Üniversitesi'ndeydi. Öte yandan Öcal Hoca çok iyi bir bilim insanı. Bu ayrı bir şey ama benim de çok iyi bir dostum. Onu da tanıtmak isterim size Ramazan Hocam. Aynı zamanda UNESCO Türk Milli Komitesi'nin de eksik söylüyorsam bağışlasın 2 dönemdir, belki 3. dönem oldu, başkanlığını yürütüyor.
Çok güzel.
Teşekkür ediyorum.
Öcal Hocam hoş geldiniz öncelikle.
Hoş bulduk Sayın Rektör Vekilim. Sağ olunuz. Hoş bulduk.
Nasılsınız
Eksik
Sayın
olmayın.
Hocam? İyisiniz inşallah.
İyisiniz hocam.
Çok şükür hocam. Yaramazlık yok dediğim gibi.
Allah
Hocalarımızla
sağlık,
beraberiz.
afiyet versin.
Hepimize inşallah hocam. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Hoş geldiniz.
Böyle bu şekilde de olsa görüşmüş olduğumuza memnun oldum. İnşallah ruh be ruh de olur ve çayımızı kahvemizi içerek sohbet etme şansı fırsatı buluruz.
Tabii kesinlikle inşallah hocam.
Sağ
İnşallah.
olun. Sağ olun hocam.
Şimdi değerli hocalarım, saat 9 oldu. Ben ekranlarınızı kapatmanızı rica ediyorum. İçeriye şimdi herkesi kabul edip programımıza başlayacağız. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Okay, hello everyone. A very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all over the world. And it is my great pleasure to welcome all participants, distinguished professors, and guests today for 3 days second international conference on light and light-based technologies. I welcome all the eminent plenary invited speakers and guests from all over the world to share their knowledge and vast experience in this conference. We have an exciting agenda in store. We will start today's proceeding with welcome and opening remark from the chair of the Photonics Research Center and also the chair of the conference, Professor Süleyman Özçelik. Firstly, I would like to give a short introduction about Professor Süleyman Özçelik. Professor Süleyman Özçelik was graduated from Gazi University in 1991 in physics. He is the founder of Gazi Photonics Research Center from 2000. So now I invite Professor Özçelik to give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yaşar, for introducing me. Dear Rector, dear President of Turkish National Commission of UNESCO, distinguished participants, dear researchers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome you to opening ceremony for the second Light and Light-Based Technologies at Gazi University, Turkey, held online due to coronavirus pandemic. As you know, International Day of Light has been declared on 16 May by UNESCO in 2017. The goal of sharing knowledge and increasing cooperation of R&D studies on the photonics, nanotechnology, microtechnology, and semiconductor technology of Gazi University Photonic Application and Research Center in the line with UNESCO's goal of creating light science awareness. With this aim, we organized this event at Gazi University. For about a year, as you know, conferences, education, and many meetings in the world have been held as virtually. Now we are starting the conference in this situation. The coronavirus pandemic has created a new normal for us. We will live together for a while. However, researchers and students have become familiar to new practice and have achieved great results. At this conference, we aim to discuss this important research result for 3 days. In this event, we brought together leading optical and photonic researchers in the world to discuss how new scientific output will illuminate our future. Under this viewpoint, aim of the conference, developing collaboration among researchers and institutions, motivation of young scientists and students, developing a common mind to solve new problems in light-based technologies. As known, light-based technologies provide solutions to the goal challenges of our time, including production, transmission, and use of light. It is the main purpose of this conference to provide the introduction of important research area within the scope of light science and related technologies. It is targeted that to be open to share their knowledge and experience by bringing together academicians who are researching in light and expert in other institutions. Now, I want to briefly introduce optics, photonics research and education at Gazi University. There are 2 formations or institutions in Gazi University within scope of optical and photonic technologies. One of them is Photonic Research Center, and the other is Photonics Department. Photonics education is carried out in both undergraduate and graduate education program. While the research center has a 20-year history, photonics training has just begun. The Photonics Research Center of Gazi University was established to develop science and technology of photonics and semiconductor fields. The main mission of this research center are development of high value added and high quality products and technologies in the field of photonics, semiconductors, and applied optics, conducting research to meet national and international needs in the field of optics and photonics. Among the important issues mentioned above, another important task at the center is to ensure that young students get the right education and training them as young researchers. In this context, the Photonics Research Center has supported the research of 80 doctoral students so far. Over the past year, our university has worked hard, even in the middle of the coronavirus, to promote new research, opening, and quality of teaching. I warmly thank all of the staff for this. Our hard work together has achieved results that we are happy and proud of. We are very pleased with participation of distinguished scientists from 26 different countries to this event, and we wish them 3 happy days. We look forward to listening to them. As a final word, hope 3 great days for all of you, and hope for a face-to-face conference for next year. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Süleyman Özçelik, for your attractive opening remark and complete information and warm welcome. So here we have the President of Turkish National Commission for UNESCO, Professor Öcal Oğuz. Firstly, I would like to give a short introduction about Professor Öcal Oğuz. Professor Öcal Oğuz is the chairman of the Department of Turkish Folklore and of the Faculty of Literature at Ankara Hacı Bayram Veli University, the director of the Turkish Folklore Research and Application Center, the chairman of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Expertise Committee of the Turkish National Commission for UNESCO, and the president of the Turkish National Commission for UNESCO in Turkey. Professor Oğuz was carried out the establishment of many museums, institutions, and centers in the field of intangible cultural heritage in Turkey, and he is the editor of the Journal of National Folklore, a publication series of intangible cultural heritage for 30 years. So I'm going to give the stage to Professor Oğuz for welcome words. Please, Professor Oğuz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Azizia. Gazi Üniversitesi'nin Sayın Rektör Vekili, değerli katılımcılar. UNESCO Türkiye Milli Komisyonu olarak logo vererek katkı sağladığımız Gazi Üniversitesi Fotonik Uygulama ve Araştırma Merkezi tarafından bu yıl ikincisi düzenlenen Işık ve Işık Tabanlı Teknolojiler Uluslararası Toplantısı'nın siz değerli katılımcılarını selamlamaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyduğumu öncelikle ve özellikle belirtmek isterim. Bilindiği üzere sizler tarafından 2017 yılı Kasım ayında Paris'te gerçekleştirilen UNESCO 39. Genel Konferansı'nda 16 Mayıs günü Uluslararası Işık Günü olarak ilan edilmişti. Bu uluslararası gün ilanının gerekçesini kısaca sizinle paylaşacak olursam, ışık bilimi ve ışık tabanlı teknolojilerin sürdürülebilir kalkınma, enerji ve toplum sağlığı gibi alanlarda karşılaşılan güçlükleri gidermek ve ülkelerde yaşam kalitesini arttırmak için hayati önem taşıdığı dikkate alındığında, diğer yandan ışık kirliliğinin doğaya ve insan hayatına olumsuz etkileri göz önüne alındığında önemli bir gerekçe oluşturduğu bugün ilanının kendiliğinden ortaya çıkar. Işık bilimi ve teknolojisi uygulamalarının tıp, iletişim, eğlence ve kültürdeki ilerlemeler için gerekliliği yanında ışık temelli teknolojilerin bilgiye erişimi sağlayarak toplumsal refahı artırdığı, insanlığın ihtiyaçlarına karşılık verdiği ve iletişimi ilerlettiği vurgulanmalıdır. Bu alanda sürdürülebilirlik açısından son derece memnuniyet verici bir husus olarak Uluslararası Işık Yılı ve Işık Tabanlı Teknolojiler Birliği'nin UNESCO ile çalışmaya devam etme kararlılığı vurgulanmalıdır. 16 Mayıs gününü Uluslararası Işık Günü ilanıyla UNESCO üye devletleri, hükümetler arası ve ulusal sivil toplum kuruluşlarını, üniversiteleri, araştırma merkezlerini ve diğer paydaşları etkinliklere aktif bir şekilde katılmaya davet etmektedir. Hatırlanacağı üzere 2013 yılında UNESCO'nun 37. Genel Konferansı'nda alınan karar doğrultusunda 2015 yılı Uluslararası Işık Yılı olarak ilan edilmiş ve kutlanmıştır. Uluslararası Işık Yılı ilanı 16 Mayıs Uluslararası Işık Günü ilanı için önemli bir başlangıç olmuştur. Eğitim, bilim ve iletişimle birlikte kültürden ve bilimden sorumlu tek Birleşmiş Milletler Kurumu olan UNESCO'nun öncülüğündeki Işık Yılı ve ardından Işık Günü ilanıyla görme teknolojilerinin insan hayatı ve toplumun kalkınmasındaki öneminin farkına varılması, ışık bilim ve teknolojisinde eğitimin artırılması ile sürdürülebilir kalkınma, enerji ve toplum sağlığı gibi önemli sorunlara daha güçlü bir şekilde dikkat çekilmesi mümkün olabilmiştir. Işık bilim ve teknolojilerine dair uygulamalara yönelik küresel farkındalığın artması, insanlığın topyekün sürdürülebilir kalkınmasını, sosyal sağlık ve refahını desteklemektedir. Sözlerime son verirken, 3 gün boyunca devam edecek olan bu toplantıya ev sahipliği yapan Gazi Üniversitesi ve Sayın Rektörü Profesör Doktor Musa Yıldız'a teşekkür ederim. Bugüne kadar yapmış olduğu başarılı çalışma ve toplantılarla UNESCO'nun bu önemli gününde sizlerle buluşmamızı sağlayan Fotonik Uygulama ve Araştırma Merkezi'ni ve onun değerli müdürü Profesör Doktor Süleyman Özçelik'i kutlar. Bu alanın uzmanları olarak siz değerli katılımcılara bilim adına minnettarlığımızı ifade etmek isterim. UNESCO Türkiye Milli Komisyonu adına başarılı ve verimli bir toplantı diler. En içten selam ve saygılarımı sunarım. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much for your warm and sincere speech in Turkish, Professor Hocalos. I hope I can remember the speech, the welcome remark of Professor Hocalos, and translate some parts of his speech in English. Professor Oğuz, after welcoming the audiences, spoke about the history of light and light-based technologies and the relation between light and light-based technology with culture and UNESCO on 16 May. He mentioned light and light-based technology applications are essential for advances in medicine, communication, entertainment, and culture. It is also emphasizes that these technologies increase social welfare by providing access to information, respond to the need of humanity, and improve communication. And at the end of his speech, he wished a successful and productive meeting and presented his sincere greeting to Professor Musa Yıldız, the rector of the Gazi University, and also Professor Süleyman Özçelik, the chair of the Photonics Research Center. So thank you very much again, Professor Oğuz, for your warm welcome. Thank you. So now I'm going to ask here to Professor Ramazan Bayındır to conclude the opening ceremony of the conference. But first, I need to introduce Professor Ramazan Bayındır. He completed his PhD at Gazi University in the Electric and Electrical Education Department in 1992. Professor Ramazan Bayındır has more than 215 journal papers, 4 national published books, and 2 international books written in his field of work. He is currently the Vice Rector of Gazi University. I'm going to give the stage to Professor Ramazan Bayındır for the welcome message. Please, Professor Ramazan Bayındır.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students and valuable guests, I greet all of you with respect and love. Welcome to Second International Light and Light-Based Technologies Conference, ICLLT-2021, organized by the Faculty of Applied Science, Department of Photonics, and the Center of Photonics Research and Application, hosted by the Gazi University. This event is among the most important events of Gazi University, which is one of the best universities in Turkey in research and development. We work hard to increase the quality and quantity of our education and research. I believe that today, photonics and optics, which will be spoken at this conference with your esteemed participants, will shed a light on the requirements of the 21st century. Light-based technologies are very important in our daily lives. The focus of the conference is very wide, and we hope that the scientists participating in the field of optics and photonics will establish useful and effective scientific communication thanks to the existing infrastructure in Gazi University. I am sure this will be an exciting conference for everyone. We will have the chance to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and expand our networks. I wish you an enjoyable and successful conference, packed with new ideas for your future research. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ramazan Bayındır, for your nice and warm speech. I wish you have a good time, and thank you again. It is our great honor to have you in this event. Now, at the end of the opening ceremony, we will share you a video clip of the beautiful campus of the university. I'm going to ask my colleague to share the video. Andrew gelmedi.
1926, the new objective of the young republic, which rose on the moorlands of Anatolia following the great independence epic, was to lay the foundation of institutions that would carry the country to the level of modern civilizations. One of the institutions founded upon the directive of Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk was Secondary Education Teacher Training College and Training Institute. Having been called Gazi in a short period of time after its foundation, the institute will be known by this name. The institute, which started educational activities in the historical building designed by the architect Kemalettin, was followed by many other training institutions founded in the region. Having played a leading role in training modern teachers, which was one of the priority needs of the young republic, Gazi continued to fulfill its role by enlarging with the affiliated schools carrying out educational activities in various scientific fields. change made in 1982 gave the university its current identity. Gazi University, which carried the rapid development process ongoing in the capital city to the neighboring cities, undertook a significant role due to its historical mission and enable foundation of new universities. Gazi University, the plane tree of education rising with the Republic, with its deep-rooted history and vision open to global competition, is a love of science and ambition for progress in the hearts of the millions. A flaming torch of science and education in the Republic of Turkey.
So I would like to thank to all our colleagues for preparing and sharing this video from the Gazi University. And I wish you to have in post-corona days physically in our beautiful campus for the next spring in the beautiful Gazi University and the beautiful city of Ankara. So it is the time to start the first session, but before I start, I need to make some few technical points about this session. So all of you know this is a live webinar, and of course we may have some difficulty in connecting people from all over the world, maybe some difficulties and so on. But during these 3 days, our colleagues will try to provide the best possible communication with the people. Of course, the conference program is clear. Just know I would like to share the program conference if possible. Then the program of the first session, as you see on the screen of your computers, the first day schedule is at the first session, we will have 3 talks in this session. As you see, we will not have any other events during these 3 talks here. The first plenary speaker is Professor Andrew Forbes, the second one, Professor Kostas Ballas, and the third one is Professor Yu Fai Chao. Then after this, we have the second session after the coffee break. This second session is divided into 2 halls, and for each hall we have a separate link in the Zoom platform, where the ID details and password of each pair are sent to you. You can select the hall and enter. If you have any questions or difficulties, you can send an email to our conference immediately. Our colleagues will help you as soon as possible. As you know, on the second day, we will not have a parallel session here in the second day, where I am showing you the program of the second day. We will not have any parallel session, but in the last day, the third day of the conference, we will have 2 parallel sessions called the third and fifth. It is the third session and also fifth session. Okay. The connection for the last days will be the same as I said, but just know you are in the first hall. If you want to attend the talk in the second hall for the session 2, you have the links for both of them, and you just the second hall and enter to the second hall. As you know, this conference is being broadcast live in both Zoom and YouTube and platform. So YouTube is another way to follow the event. But for people who want to ask questions or give some comments, we recommend following this conference through the Zoom all participants can ask their questions in the chat box of the Zoom, and we will collect the questions and comments and ask the presenter at the end of the talk. So our first speaker is Professor Andrew Forbes. I don't know, Andrew, are you here or not? No, yeah, but so I cannot. The second speaker is Professor Kostas Ballas. He is from Greece and from the electrical and computer engineering. Ballas, are you here? Yes, yes, I'm seeing your charming face here, and we will start with Professor Ballas Kostas. At first, I would like to give some information about the Professor Ballas Kostas. First of all, I thank you for accepting our invitation and coming to our second ICLLT conference. Professor Ballas Kostas is a full professor in the School of Electric and Computer Engineering at the Technical University of Crete, Chania, Greece, where he has been since 2002. He is the director of the ECE School of Electronics Lab and the founder and the leader of Lab of Photonics Group. He is also the director of the Biomedical Engineering MSc program jointly organized by the Academic Institution of Crete, Greece, researcher in the Institute of Electronic Structure and Laser Foundation for Research and Technology Health, where he has founded and led the Biomedical Imaging and Spectroscopy Lab. He has many honorable prizes, and I see we have many things here, but just I would like to thank again Professor Ballas Kostas and I invite you to give your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you so much, dear Yasser, for your kind invitation. I also thank our the organizers for this invitation. I'm honored. I'm delighted to be here with you to share our research this morning. My talk today will address the imaging technologies, and especially hyperspectral imaging technologies that we are developing. And we are also emphasize on the use of these new technologies on the biomedical sector, and especially in developing a concept that it is under the name of optical biopsy. So please forgive me for getting to this talk. It will be a very diverse the content. I will try to make it simple without heavy physics or engineering, because I believe that the audience is diverse. And my purpose is mainly to inspire students and postgraduate students to get involved in this fascinating field. So the motivation of what we are doing is to develop spectral vision technologies. I will give you details as I go through my presentation. We want to see the chemistry behind the colors, because there are many pathologies that when they are developed, there are several biochemical and microstructural alterations that are occurring during the progression of the disease. And we want to probe them in vivo without getting samples, non-invasively. So we want to have these systems to detect the pathologist instantly and non-invasively. And so based on these new imaging photonic technologies, we want to develop further in a variety of fields the optical biopsy concept. So getting into the reality, I am starting with addressing the unmet need. What is the demand that we're trying to go after? So you are familiar that when you go to the doctor, we first visit a physician. The physician is examining you with his eyes or her eyes, or even using a color camera. So what they see colors. They see they have been trained to identify patterns of colors. However, as I said before, there are several biochemical microstructural alterations that can, if they interact with light, they would eventually give a reflection or a fluorescence signal that has several features that are very informative for the pathology, like, for example, this sigmoidal spectrum here and this line spectrum here. Okay, these are different spectra. However, if you look with your eyes, the eye has three bands, just three broad bands to detect the light. And so you will be amazed that these two different spectra will be perceived exactly as the same color, because the light energy that goes to the photosensors of the eye or of the camera is exactly the same. Okay, so the problem is now with this pathology, which is associated with the sigmoidal hypothetical spectrum, will be perceived exactly with the same contrast with the surrounding tissue, so there will be no information. So that is the reason, the weakness of the human optical system, which is limited in terms of both range and resolution. That is one basic limitation that cannot be overpassed, because the other weapon of the doctor is the training, is the education, is the experience, but they can do nothing with the eyes. So it's limited, 3 bands in the visible part of the spectrum. And that's why the clinical diagnosis is limited in performance. It goes just 55 to 70%. And there are several pathologies that are escaping the attention of the doctors, and they give metastasis. For sometimes they don't know whether there's a problem. They used to get random biopsies. And so the biopsy is taking a tissue sample, examining in a microscope the tissue slides, which has been stained with several stains that highlight the issues of diagnostic importance. However, histology has several problems. There are several sampling and reading errors, meaning that you can sample the wrong place. And there is also, and you can also read erroneously the slide. So there are publications saying that there is a high inter-observer disagreement ranging between 20 to 40% sometimes. And this is considered as the golden standard in diagnosis, meaning that throughout the entire diagnostic chain, there is always subjectivity and human eye involved. And it is also costly and labor intensive. There is a lot of waiting time and can also split cancerous cells. So these are the status today in terms of the diagnostic procedures dominated by the human eye. And if we look at the cancer progress, we can see clearly that there is a rise of cancer incidence, 66% rise in 17 years. Okay, and somebody could ask what we're doing with cancer. I mean, there's a lot of funds, a lot of research is going. What's going on? Why this is always rising and rising? In fact, we have progressed. If we normalize this to the population age and the population growth, which is one of the major reasons that we have this rise, we see a decline of cancer for 15%. But 15% is a moderate progress. It's not something that we are very close in sorting out the problem. The other problem is that the expenses for cancer treatment is exponential growing and is far ahead the GDPs per capita in the nations, in countries. And for this reason, the healthcare systems are always under the threat of collapsing if we don't find solutions to improve the situation. And if you look at my table here below, you can see that the survival, if you detect the pathology in the early stage, is fantastic. It's 93% or 100%, and also the expenditure is low. So that gives us a signal to go for something that does early non-invasive detection, and that will reduce the morbidity and the mortality and save enormous amount of costs. So this is, for us as engineers and physicists, a challenge on whether we can come up with solutions that sorting out this problem. And we as a team working for several years in having identified the most important cancers to attack. And we have identified the epithelial cancers, which are the skin, of course, and the line of all the internal bodies, like the cavity and the cavities. So all the organs are covered with epithelial, the cavities, our skin. So this is 85% of cancers are developed with these tissues. And the good thing is that almost all the epithelial tissues can be reached through the endoscopes and the microscopes that are used in the clinical diagnosis. So we can see them. So that is the strategy that we follow. Actually, we want, instead of capturing 3 bands, we're having poor contrast, we want to do dense sampling of the frequencies of the light that are reflecting or emitted from the tissue. So seeking for contrast based on the biochemical and structural alterations. We also use agents that are stain tissues on the basis of their pathology. In general, what we do, we are seeking for spectral signatures of pathologies in a variety of cases. So let's now look on the technology a little bit, and let's see how we can do dense sampling of the frequencies in an imaging device. So this is hyperspectral imaging. Actually, what hyperspectral imaging does, it captures a series of images, an image stack, which is called as hyperspectral cube. And then in each particular pixel, you have the density, and every image has been captured in different wavelengths. That means that you have a full spectrum per pixel. So this is spatially resolved spectroscopy. There are several techniques to achieve this. One is the light scan systems, the push broom systems used in satellite technology, where you have a system that scans line by line and reconstructs the images after putting together all these lines and the spectra. There is another technology which is related to tuning filters in front of a sensor. These are the starring systems. And these are also the snapshot systems that capture all the imaging wavelengths in one shot. But however, these technologies suffer from the limitation that they lose. This is happening on the cost of the spatial resolution. And in the medical applications, we do need the special information. This is very essential. So although it's well developed, we are seeking for a hyperspectral imager that can do simultaneously, can capture simultaneously all the wavelengths and in real time. And to have this information available in a video rate, because imagine that you have an endoscope and you search the esophagus, and you need everybody to stay still and to hold the endoscope still and the patient not to breathe, and in order for you to capture a 2-minute scanning for the spectrum. That's impossible, and that's why hyperspectral imaging has not been managed to get implemented in the medical field, although is very well implemented in a variety of other fields. So the problem of requiring scanning with hyperspectral imaging is the barrier to entry today to the medical clinical applications, because in microscopy is a different story. So the next step is, after you are having the spectral cube, suppose, and hopefully you have it in real time, the physician is completely unable to analyze 6 million spectra, one spectrum per pixel. That's impossible. So you need to have a classifier, a spectral classifier, to group the pixels having the same spectral profiles in groups. So you end up with a pseudo-color map where different colors represent different spectral profiles. And then if you correlate these spectral profiles with a biopsy or histology or a gold standard technique, then you can end up to a pathology map in vivo and in real time. So this is what we are actually developing. And first, I will start with this hybrid hyperspectral reconfigurable system that we have patents in the United States and world patents. This is actually a system that the critical point is this pentaprism type system that has the ability, when it makes a rotation, to split and project 6 spectral images in 2 sensors. And then you can do this with, this can be integrated into MEMS. We are discussing with mobile phone companies like Huawei to miniaturize this technology even further. So what it does, when you slightly rotate this pentaprism, then you have images added to the spectral cube, and in 15 milliseconds you have the whole spectrum scanned. However, 50 milliseconds, it's even a long time. So what is the next step is that we identify the critical spectral bands because there are many data in the spectral cube that are redundant. So we want to capture the critical spectral bands in real time and then estimate the rest of the points based on training of the data set that we're collecting for a scene. For example, if you deal with tissues, you have a great deal of knowledge on the spectral characteristics of the tissue that you are addressing. So it's relatively easy for systems to predict the spectra based on this scanning technique. Now, once we have this, this system is snapshot. Okay, you have what we have now. We have always full resolution, 6 megapixel, full spectral cube available in video rates. The next step is the classification. So here we represent the spectrum as a vector. Okay, in a multidimensional color spectral space, because you may recall that in the color science, you can represent the color in a 3-dimensional space. The 3 dimensions is the red, green, blue channels. Here we talk about several dozens of channels. Then we can represent the spectrum as a vector in a multidimensional spectral space. And then we can compare spectra in the form of vectors as an angle, the angle that is formed between the spectra in this multi-dimensional spectral space. And then we can develop unsupervised classifiers that classify the spectra on the basis of their similarity. So these algorithms are working extremely fast, and we do have this information in real time. So the next step then is to train the spectra with clinical data. And I will start with these clinical applications now. I have 10 minutes, I believe, so I will manage to be in time. So I start first with melanoma. Melanoma is a very dangerous cancer of skin. I don't want to give you details now. It's very important to come up with early diagnosis, because if you delay getting capturing the melanoma, then the prognosis is rather bad. So, however, there's another aspect also, the cost related to treating melanoma. We talk about $3.3 billion in the United States, and it captures and gets about 1/3 or half of the total expenditure for the skin pathologist. So here, before getting into trying to identify cancers, we do a lot of work in the field that it is known biophotonics. So we look at the spectral signatures and what changes when it is transformed from normal to abnormal to dysplastic to melanoma. We have done a great deal of experiments with mice, with humans, and we have identified that there are 2 melanins, the pheomelanin and the eumelanin, that in melanoma change. So we expect that there will be spectral shifts once we want to discriminate between a dysplastic and a melanoma lesion. There are spectra that can differentiate. We can use them as an assay to differentiate. So the next point is that the in-depth infiltration. So these melanocytes are going deeper into the skin, and so with the visible techniques, it's impossible to get deeper information. We do this through the infrared imaging, because there are optical windows in the infrared, so you can easily see this. So one spin-off company of my university that I'm the founder of this company, the QCell, came up with developing a system, the Dermascope, that actually does exactly this. It captures simultaneously images across the spectrum, and it calculates the spectral maps, and it displays in real time Let me show you how it works. You can see that this hyperspectral imaging and the mapping is done absolutely in real time and window rate. Here we have the color image. On the right side, we have the spectral map, and the colors represent different pathologies, and the red spots here represent dysplastic, not melanoma lesions. This list here gives you an idea on what is the outcome of this technology. You have a normal and benign nevi below, and the upper one you have a melanoma. You see that the spectral maps are quite different. Going now to another field, we apply this technology to infertility. There are several problems on the endometrium that are related to the endometrium. So developing an endoscope that has these capabilities will help the physician to do the prenatal check for a woman who wants to get pregnant before trying all this hormone treatment process that probably is not well aimed. So first, doing a scan of the endometrium gives you information on whether there is a pathology that prevents the pregnancy. So in a short clinical trial that we conducted recently, we figured out that there are several interesting spectral patterns of the endometrium, and actually there are different pathologies. And now we have these maps as a guide to figure out whether there is a problem or not. And then it's not only diagnostic, but also guides the implantation of FEG to the right optical window, and reduces, of course, the risk by doing this of multiple ectopic pregnancies. Now, I want to go to the treatment and how can you use this technology for treatment, and I will go to the cervical cancer. The second company that I have built, Dices Medical, deals with this technology. And actually, what is the situation here is that we use this technology, the snapshot hyperspectral imager, to capture the dynamics of various agents that enhance the contrast. And especially, we have been working for many years to weak electrolytes that have the ability to go into the dysplastic cells, epithelial cells, selectively to pass into them, and they change the ions are disassociated where they go into the cell and cause denaturation of proteins, which change the index of refraction locally, and this has a result of changing the scattering properties as a function of time. This is a dynamic process. It's impossible to capture the dynamic process if you don't have a real-time hyperspectral imager. So this device is actually has FDA approval now, and it is also accepted by the NHS in London. And what it is shown here, it is the information which is dynamic, time, spectrum, and intensity. So we now know what is the spectral band, the optimum spectral bands to monitor this pharmacokinetic development. And we have identified that the kinetics in specific spectral bands of the uptake of the contrast agents is very informative on, it can help you to discriminate whether this is low-grade neoplasia or it is high-grade neoplasia. So now this map now do not represent spectral classes, but it represents temporal time-lapse spectral information. It's more complicated, and it is more, so there are a great deal of clinical trials that have been conducted around the world. There are 1,000 women that have been enrolled with sensitivities reaching 97%, 100% specificities in a variety of application fields. And that is actually the patterns, the temporal, spectral temporal patterns of the cervical pathology. You see low-grade, focal, high-grade, and microinvasive high-grade lesion. And now this one shows you how you can use this technology. This circle here shows a small focal lesion, and then if this corresponds to this, then you can use this circle to guide the biopsy sampling or the treatment treatment precisely. This is sub-millimeter size, and then you see and you treat, and that is something that gives fantastic outcomes to the health systems. I'm coming now to the conclusions, saying that this see and treat concept that we are committed to develop offers the best option for the health systems worldwide, including the developing and the developed world. We have developed a technology that pops up as a replacement of color imaging systems. This spectral vision is an open to training platform, so you can train it either with chemical data and come up with a chemical mapper, or a pathology data, you come up with a pathology imager. You can adapt these systems to any endoscope or microscope, so that is easy for you to have access to a variety of tissues. And then it has the promise, as I said, to be the see and treat, to implement the see and treat project in a concept in a variety of applications. I am from Chania, Crete, and this is my university and this is my city. These are the spin-off, the offices of the spin-off companies, and this is the biomedical engineering graduate program. It's an international one that I am the director of it, and it is a joint venture of many universities, and it is in English. So we invite, the applications are open, and we invite people to apply and come and join us in this program. Thank you so much for your attention and your patience in all this diverse information. And I would like to wish success to your fantastic conference. Thank you so much.
Professor Kostas Pallas, for your nice talk. And any question, please, people? I have just one question here. Can you ask Professor Kostas which applications or software do you use in image processing or data analysis to biomedical imaging? Somebody asked about the some apps and software about image processing. Which applications you used?
No, we develop our own software because there is a need for that, because there are not generic software that you can do this thing. And what we develop also, we develop the algorithms to do either the supervised or the unsupervised classification. We use regular program developing platforms, but this is not a commercial software.
Yes, it's not a commercial software, just the algorithm was written by the group of Professor Kostas. Yes. So any other question? And thank you very much. Here people ask something. So I especially thank Professor Kostas again for your coming, for accepting our invitation. And I'm seeing just the beautiful city of your city. We also hope after post-corona days come to your city and have some events in your city also. Thank you again.
Yeah, you are all welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. So, hi, Andrew. Can you hear me?
Hello, Yasha. Yes, I can hear you. Apologies from my side for the confusion at the time.
From my side, 1 hour differences between Turkey and South Africa, but I forget this 1 hour difference is +1 or -1. So thank you for your coming. It's no problem. Everything is okay. So no, it's the time for us to introduce our speaker, plenary speaker. We are very delighted to have Professor Andrew Forbes with us remotely. Thank you, Andrew, for accepting our invitation. Before starting the talk, let me introduce a little more about Professor Andrew Forbes. Andrew is presently a distinguished professor within the School of Physics at the University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. He is where he established a structured light laboratory in 2015. In structured light, his research and scientific honors are many, and you can refer to the conference page or his web page to find something about his bio. I know Andrew well; he is my friend. He prefers to focus on scientific issues instead of the formal introductions and compliments, and he will probably interrupt me if I continue further. In addition to all the honors he has, Andrew is the good friend and our colleague for us, the best college for us. In holding this conference, we have always used his constructive guidance and consultant, and we sincerely thank him for his cooperation. I would like to kindly invite Professor Andrew Ford to deliver his talk. Of course, everybody can write the question by typing in the public chat box. Again, I mentioned if the question is very urgent, we will ask Professor Forbes. Otherwise, we will postpone the questions toward the end of the talk. Thank you very much, Professor Andrew Forbes. Please.
Great. Yasha, can you see my screen?
Yes, I see
Wonderful.
your screen well, and your voice is excellent.
Fantastic. So thank you very much for the invitation, and Yasha and the co-organizers for putting together this great event. My talk is on structured lights, and I'm from Wits University in South Africa. So let me just say where I am. So here's the bottom of Africa. Actually, I grew up in Durban. It's a coastal town, but you have to come into the middle of the country to find where I live. It's near Pretoria. And a little bit south of Pretoria is Johannesburg. It's not the capital actually, but it's the financial center of the country. And Johannesburg is in fact the largest man-made forest in the world. So it's quite a pretty city if you go outside the city center, but you need to come back into the city center to find the university. And here it is. So it's pronounced Wits with a V because it's originally a Dutch name. So the Wits, the University of Witwatersrand, and next year it will be 100 years old. And if you come a little bit to the left of this great hall, you find the School of Physics. Actually, it looks very similar to that building, but just a bit smaller. And inside the School of Physics is my lab, and we work in structured lights. So what do we mean by structured lights? And when I say by a variety of approaches, I mean that there are many ways to structure your light. But before I go to light, let me just mention that you can actually structure waves in general with everything I'm going to show you today. And we have done this by shaping quantum wave functions and also shaping sound. So as long as you have a wave, you can use these approaches, which means you can do it from picometer wavelengths all the way to meters. You can do it for fundamental science, all the way to physics education. But we're going to talk about light today. And I have a simple cartoon to explain what I mean by structured lights. So here it is. Let me use my cursor to show you. Imagine that you have some blob of light. It might be a Gaussian beam, but it doesn't matter actually what the starting field is. And say you want to convert it into something else, a smiley face. All we do in structured light is we say, okay, how do I have to hear in order to execute this transformation? What is the solution to this problem? And having found the solution, how do I implement that solution? Well, usually the implementation and the solution are somehow coupled. For example, if you took a glass plate and a black pen, you could block out everywhere you didn't want light. That would be amplitude masking. We don't typically do that because it's very lossy, but that would work. Alternatively, what we could do is we could use concepts of interference. So we could say, look, everywhere on the smiley face that we have light, we want constructive interference. And everywhere we don't have light, we want destructive interference. So now the question is, what is the phase map here that will give me this type of interference pattern? And once I calculate it, I can implement it as a meta surface, a diffractive optic, a hologram, and so on. And in fact, you can do this for all degrees of freedom of light. You can do it in the time frequency, you can do it in phase, you can even do it in polarization. So not just the amplitude of light as I showed you in the smiley face example. Now, I would say that the first person who did this, a form of structured light, was Thomas Young. That was about 200 years ago already. And what did he do? He passed light through two slits, and he showed that you got fringes on the other side on a screen. That is a form of structured light. Now, we can do the same experiment, but we can generalize it to other degrees of freedom. And to see that, let me ask you a simple question for the students in the audience. We know that the way Young's experiment works is that we take some light, we add more light to it, and we can get darkness. We can get a dark fringe. Why is that? It's because we can add the two electric fields to point in opposite directions. So this means that if the polarization of the light is the same of the two slits, because then they can point either in the same direction or opposite, then if they're opposite, we can cancel. Okay, is it possible to see interference fringes with orthogonally polarized light at 90 degrees? Well, we would say from Pythagoras that it's not possible because the resultant is the hypotenuse, and the only way this could be zero is if both components are zero, but that means you've got no light at all. So if you have light, then it's not possible to make this zero. So it seems that you cannot see fringes, but that's not true. In fact, you can see fringes, you just need to know where to look. And that is the message around structured light. So here I show you that there are fringes in such an example where orthogonal light passes through the two slits, but the fringes are not in intensity. They're in the polarization structure of the light. And here you see a polarization structured beam by a simple two-slit experiment. And we can generalize this idea of two slits to arbitrary phase structures to create whatever light structure we want. Now in my lab, historically, we would, once we have the answer, so we have the phase function we want, we would typically have implemented it with a spatial light modulator. This is one example of spatial light modulators. The screen is about the size of my thumb. It's just a liquid crystal device. And we can tune the voltage so that each pixel rotates the liquid crystals. And as they rotate, you change the phase. And so we can go from, if we give a black color to the device, we calibrate it to say that's 0 phase. And if we give a white color, we calibrate 2 pi. And then everywhere in between, whatever color of gray you have, that represents a relative phase shift. And by using some clever tricks, some Fourier tricks, we can make this device change not only the phase, but also the amplitude. So here you see actually the hologram. You see it's a grayscale image. It's just a picture. And this beam, this hologram converts the Gaussian beam I showed you before into the smiley face. This is an experimental image, actually. And quite surprisingly is that you can make this work across a range of colors. Very often people think that spatial light modulators and phase modulation only works at particular wavelengths. Well, that's not true. You can make it work across a whole range of wavelengths. And if you'd like to know more about that and how it works, we've put together a tutorial book that gives you all the MATLAB code to do it yourself. And it shows you exactly how to go about making these holograms. These days, we tend not to use spatial light modulators as often as before. We still use them, but not quite as often. And we've moved towards digital micromirror devices. And the idea is that these are just cheap little micromirrors that you find in any projector system. So essentially they're free if you just pick up an old projector. And now you have an amplitude device, but you can also make it do amplitude and phase control. So they're much faster, they're much, much cheaper, maybe $100 if you were to buy one new versus $10,000 for a spatial light modulator. And here you see an experimental image of a video, of different structured light beams all being created on these devices. And again, we have a little tutorial article on how to get going with DMDs so that you can create the structured light yourself in the lab. And so if you do it all properly, you can go to the lab, and here you see Angela in the lab, actually this time with a spatial light modulator, and she's creating a beam that's got a donut-like pattern over here. And I'm going to discuss that in a second, because that in fact is our favorite pattern of light. Okay, so here's our blob of light that I mentioned before. And now I'm going to discuss our favorite pattern, which is light that carries orbital angular momentum. Now, the Gaussian beam has got no orbital angular momentum, and its wavefront is like a textbook case. It's flat near the waist. So obviously if it diverges, it gets curvature, but near the waist, the wavefront is flat. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this wavefront and I'm going to twist it. I'm going to give it one twist per unit wavelength. So now it starts to look like a spiral staircase. And when I do this, something happens to the amplitude of the light as well. You can see here that I have a ring of light and nothing in the middle. So it's like a donut beam, and it has a phase singularity in the middle, which is why there's no light. And instead of twisting it once per unit wavelength, I can twist it twice. You see that the ring got a bit bigger, and I can twist it 3 times and the ring got even bigger. And so I can go all the way to infinity. And if you've been paying attention, you would have noticed that I twisted only in one particular direction. Well, I can twist in the opposite direction as well. So instead of going clockwise, I can twist anti-clockwise. Now the orbital angular momentum, instead of going up 1, 2, 3, and so on, it goes minus. And so with this pattern, I can get orbital angular momentum in principle from minus infinity to plus infinity. So how would you create this spiraling lights in the lab? Well, it's quite easy. You could pass it through a spiral staircase made of glass. So as your blob of light goes through, it gets the spiral. Or as a digital hologram, the holograms I've been talking about a little earlier, it would be a phase structure that varies from white to black once around the circle. And when it does that, I have a spiral in the azimuth, and so I get a vortex beam coming out. Actually, if you have a very tight spiral, the beam looks quite messy, but there are ways to fix that up by doing a bit of amplitude control as well. So usually if you want a really good beam, a phase transformation alone is actually not quite good enough. Now you may say, okay, well, how high can you go? Well, on the devices that I showed you, SLMs and DMDs, with our favorite pattern of light, we can show that you can get up to about 600 in orbital angular momentum with no problem at all. And here you see that confirmed experimentally. Now, what I can also do is I can take 2 beams of different orbital angular momentum, let's say plus and minus 1, and I can combine them to have 2 different polarizations. One can be left and one can be right-handed, or could be horizontal and vertical. So what have I done now? I've combined 2 degrees of freedom. One of them is polarization, and we know that we can describe polarization on a Poincare sphere, where the poles, let's say, are the left and the right-handed states, and then the equator would be the linear states. This is the spin angular momentum of light. I can use a similar geometric construct, and I think Michael Alonso will probably speak about geometric constructs a bit later in the week. I can do a similar geometric construct for the patterns of light. So for example, I could put the +1 beam at the top of this sphere and the -1 beam at the bottom here. So these would be 2 orbital angular momentum beams. And what would the equator be? It would be the sum of the 2. And these are just the Hermite Gauss beams. So we can describe structured light, the spatial structure of light, on an equivalent sphere. This would be the orbital angular momentum of light. So here we have the spin angular momentum, and the other sphere is the orbital angular momentum. And what I can do is I can combine the 2 together to make a hybrid sphere that describes the total angular momentum of light. So here the poles would be scalar OAM beams, and anywhere off the poles, for example, on the equator, I would have vectorial light, and these would be the cylindrical vector vortex beams. Cylindrical vector vortex beams are the type of beams you see in optical fibers. very useful. Cool stuff. Okay. How could we make these types of beams? Well, in such a short talk, I cannot cover everything. So I point you to some of my favorite ways of doing it. And there are many, many ways. They include glass cones and metasurfaces, liquid crystal droplets, cool stuff out there that you can do to create this exotic forms of structured light. And why would you want to create it? Well, one good reason is that you can push the limits in what you can do by structuring your light. For example, I can use these vectorial patterns in fibers to increase the bandwidth. Instead of a single mode fiber with just one pattern, the Gaussian, I can have many patterns. And the more patterns I have, the bigger the bandwidth. I can use vectorially structured light to focus much smaller. Radially polarized light focuses much tighter than other lights. And so I can drill better. I can process materials better. I can also extend the range, for example, by changing it to a Bessel structure or an airy beam. I can make the range in microscopy much, much larger, bigger fields of view, or light sheet microscopy to go through things very finely. And then I can do something quite exotic. I can actually start to image with structured lights. So rather than use pixels as where I look for the lights, I can look in the patterns. And people have shown that if you do this, you can beat the diffraction resolution in imaging systems. So structuring lights opens up new possibilities and applications. It also does some cool things with fundamental science. I can bend the rules of physics, as you see in some of these animations, which I will explain in a second. How does it work? Well, we can't break Maxwell's equations, but very often interested in a region of the beam, not the whole beam. For example, in this airy pattern, we don't care what the whole beam is doing. We only care what the central lobe, the bright lobe, is doing. Maxwell's equations say that if you look at the whole field, it must obey those equations. But if you look at a sub-region of the field, well, there's no reason why that must obey Maxwell's equations. And so we can have accelerating light on curved paths. We can have non-diffracting and self-healing lights. We can change the orbital angular momentum while light propagates. We can break the transverse limit of waves. We can do lots of things by simply looking at regions of the field. And then we can take all of this into the real world. And I think probably everyone in the audience has heard of STED microscopy. It won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2014. That uses structured light to image single molecules. We can do nanoscale control of matter in optical trapping and tweezing systems by using structured lights. And we can use it in materials processing. So, you know, in the car manufacturing or very precise manufacturing of materials by using structured lights. And here's some cool examples from a collaborator of mine actually in industry who does this. Let me show you one example of how you could change the rules a little bit. So here is a flat top beam. If you look at the Z equals to 0 plane, you see it's 0, the field is 0, the intensity, then it goes up and it's flat and it comes down again. Now I'm going to propagate this beam in the Z direction, which is shown as I go away over here. And you see it becomes very complicated. So flat top beams, which are very useful for many applications, don't propagate very nicely. So could we change the rules by using our structured lights? And we can make a flat top beam look like it's going to propagate without ever changing. So here's another simulation. The same flat top beam is now propagating. It diverges a bit, but it doesn't change its shape. So how do I go from this complicated structure to this one? Well, I say, look, in the first one, I didn't control any degrees of freedom other than the intensity. So let me change that. Let me control the polarization. So what I'll do is I'll take a Gaussian beam and add it to a vortex beam. And the idea is that the Gaussian is going to fill in the hole to make the beam look flattish. But I'm going to do it with two different orthogonal polarizations so that they don't interfere. I don't get fringes, but I just fill in the hole. And this then gives you this propagation invariant field. Why? Because now the Gaussian and the vortex beam are both eigenmodes of free space. So therefore, the sum of them will also be an eigenmode of free space. What do you lose in doing this? Well, if I look at the polarization structure of the new beam, it's very complicated. So I have a very simple amplitude structure, but I have a very complicated phase structure. And so when you structure lights and you use degrees of freedom to get what you want, you often have to sacrifice another property that you perhaps don't want. But the idea still is that you can change the rules and break your paradigms by playing with your control of these degrees of freedom. Now, everything I showed you here so far has been linear. I think an exciting field going forward is nonlinear structured light interactions, where you bring two different patterns into crystals and you change them, or you use them to control the process, or you use them to detect structured lights. And this is an emerging field. If you want to get into structured light, and I was a student, I would get into this. Now, a particular example of a nonlinear system that we have looked at over many years now is a laser. And if you don't know what a laser is, let me give you a one-slide tutorial on it. So to make a laser, I just need three things. I need a medium. If I give it a bit of light, it gives me more light back, so it has the potential for optical gain. We know that mediums don't do that under equilibrium, so I need a way to excite the medium. And we know from Einstein's equations that stimulated emission dominates if there are lots of photons around. So what do? I put this little medium inside a box made of mirrors so that the light bounces between the mirrors. And now I have a laser. And what we'd like to do is we'd like to say, look, everything we did before was structuring light outside the source. The DMD and the SLM and the liquid crystals, that was all outside the source, but could we structure our light inside the laser so that the laser gives us what we want, at the click of a button? So we have a review article that explains everything we understand about structured light lasers, but now I'm going to give you a few examples. So in this cartoon, you see that I have a spiraling light coming out. And so I'm going to use as my topical example, I'll go back to the orbital angular momentum of light. So how can you create orbital angular momentum directly from a laser? Well, it turns out that it's not so easy. And the reason it's not so easy is that nature can't tell the difference between this left-handed spiral and the right-handed spiral. And it can't tell the difference because if you look at the size of those beams, they're the same. If you look at their radius of curvature, they're the same. They don't depend on L. So nature struggles to see the helicity. And so when you try to build a laser that would give it to you, what you typically see are these little petal modes. And the reason is that the petal modes actually is the sum of the two. So nature gives you both handednesses with equal weighting. But of course, we don't want that. So you can try to break the symmetry. And we've tried to do it in the past. So one thing that we did was we built a laser where in the back of the laser, we replaced the physical mirror with a holographic mirror. So we actually put a spatial light modulator inside the laser. So now what it meant was that as we changed the picture on the spatial light modulator, we could change the properties of the laser. And to change a picture, you just need, well, whatever your favorite picture program is on your computer. And as you change the button and you change the picture, so the mode that comes out of the laser changes. And here you see all sorts of exotic structured light patterns from exactly the same laser without any realignment. It looks like there's some orbital angular momentum modes here, but when you analyze them, you find that they've got no orbital angular momentum. And so with a simple hologram, you can't break the symmetry. So you have to break the symmetry. And again, there are many ways to do that. And here are some of my favorite methods in solid state lasers in the top row, in fiber lasers in the middle, and on chip lasers at the bottom. But let me pull out one example to illustrate the idea. So this is some work by a group in South Korea. It's pretty cool work. And what they did was they realized that, look, if you have a spiraling wavefront, the Poynting vector will also be spiraling. And if the Poynting vector if you look at the pointing vector for the left-handed and the right-handed spiral, they will point in slightly different directions. So by just putting a glass plate inside the cavity, you can angle the plate to have a low reflection loss for the one pointing vector and a high one for the other. So that's what they're showing here. The one pointing vector is in a different direction to the other, very slightly, and you can rotate this glass plate to make the reflection losses different. And here you see that they get spiraling light coming out of their cavity because they've broken the handedness symmetry of nature. We have also done something like this, but we have used geometric phase to break the symmetry. So we have put a Q plate inside our cavity, and the Q plate maps spin angular momentum to orbital angular momentum. Now, the way it works is that depending on the polarization state you come in with, you get a different phase change. So if you came in with left-handed light, you'd get an OAM of, say, +1. And if you came with right-handed light, you get an OAM of -1. So you can control the handedness of the orbital components with the handedness of the spin component. So that's why there's a wave plate together with the Q plates. And for some technical reasons, we have to have the laser go through these elements twice. But here you see an OAM of 1 and an OAM of 10 coming out of the laser by changing this Q plate. And you know, if you have two elements that you can rotate, that gives you the degrees of freedom you need to move around this Poincare sphere. So you remember the high order Poincare sphere I spoke about earlier? Well, here it is again, only this time I have experimental images on it. And so you see at the pole, I have my orbital angular momentum mode. And here on the equator, I claim to have the cylindrical vector vortex beams. Now they're coming out of the same laser. I'm just rotating these two elements relative to one another to decide where am I on the sphere. And to confirm that I have vectorial lights here on the equator, I can do a very simple test. So if the beam was radially polarized, it means that the polarization vectors are all pointing outwards, or inwards actually. And if I pass this beam through a polarizer, I should see two levels and this petal should rotate. And so these are experimental images that confirm that that is indeed the case. So we can generate all these spiral types of light from a simple laser. But you know, the very interesting thing is that although I have a combination of spin and orbital components, the total angular momentum in all those beams I've shown you is 0. And the reason is this. Look, let's say we say that the left-handed component is -1, then the right will be +1. And now I've got a combination of a -L and a +L for the orbital components. So let's say that was -5, well then this will be +5. And you can see that the sum adds to 0. So to change the light to carry angular momentum in total, we again have to break a type of symmetry. We have to break this left-right symmetry, and we have to break this plus-minus symmetry. And that was shown very recently, actually, in 2017 by Federico Capasso's group. He showed that you could generate metasurfaces that would break the symmetry, so that you could map an arbitrary polarization state, here is shown elliptically, to an arbitrary orbital angular momentum, here shown with M, and here's a different elliptical state, and the OAM is N. So you see the OAM values are not the same, and they don't have to be plus and minus, and the polarizations don't have to be left and right. So they very kindly made an element to our design, and it's shown here. You see beautiful nanostructured features. In my university, in our School of Physics, we don't have such facilities for fabrication. So we collaborate. And we put it into a laser. So now we have a metasurface laser. And you see it's the same concept as before. I have a box of 2 mirrors. And inside the box, I place this element that's going to do something. In this case, it's going to break all the symmetries. And to confirm that it does that, I can model what the laser will do. So I can simulate that it will converge to an OAM mode. And that's what you see on the right. And now I can do an experiment, and I can show you that as I move around this very strange sphere now, I can go from an OAM of 10 that's horizontally polarized on the top pole, all the way down to 100 that's vertically polarized at the bottom pole. So 10 and 100 are highly asymmetric. So now it doesn't add to 0, it adds to 110, and horizontal and vertical no longer have this plus minus that cancel. And so I have now super chiral lights from this laser. All right. Now I've spoken a lot about orbital angular momentum in the lasers, and some of the students in the audience may think, well, it looks like you need very fancy stuff to make a structured light laser. You need these metasurfaces or geometric phase elements. So I want to show you that you can build a very simple laser and get a different type of structured light, because structured light is much more than just orbital angular momentum. So let me go back to a textbook laser. And here it is. So this textbook laser has got two mirrors. They're both curved. There's a curved mirror on this side, and there's a curved mirror on that side. And inside the laser, I'm just going to put a little aperture, okay? And now what? Well, if you look at your textbook laser theory, it says that you can choose the curvatures of these mirrors so that if you look at a particular plane inside the laser, this dotted plane here, then every time the light goes once around and comes back to it, it has a net magnification. So imagine I start here and I go once around, all the way around and back here, one round trip. I've either magnified up by m or I've demagnified, depending on the curvatures. And so every time I go around, I magnify and magnify and magnify. What does that do? Well, then I'm going to get structure within structure within structure on every round trip. And we have a name for something that has structure within structure within structure at infinite dimensions. We call it diffractors, and we managed to show it experimentally. So you see, this is a very simple structured light laser without any special elements. And I'll take this notion one step further. I'll take away the aperture. Now I just have a cavity with two mirrors, and something else I can use from laser theory tells me that as I change the separation of the mirrors, there are very special places where the laser bounces into ray trajectories. So for example, say at this distance, it looks like there's a W-shaped trajectory inside the laser. And this means that the light will come out in like rays. Even though it looks like rays, they're actually a coherent wave. So this is what I would expect to come out of such a laser. Depending on the distance, I would have all these rays of light. And here they are experimentally. You see the 4 blobs of light coming out of the box. So what do you need to build such a laser? Nothing. You just need 2 mirrors and a little microchip as the gain medium. This costs you only like $10, really, really cheap. And now what can I do with such a laser? Well, I can take a trick from quantum mechanics. You know, in the quantum world, we often path mark a state. So so when we want to say what quantum state do we have, we mark it whether it went to the left or the right. So now I can do the same thing. I can path mark the states coming out of this laser. So here is the back mirror shown semi-transparent. Here is the front mirror. And we've measured inside the laser, and you can see the blobs of light following very well-defined trajectories. And I can mark the output of these trajectories, which is what I show you at the bottom here, so that the light starts to look like quantum light. It's not quantum light, it's classical, but it has quantum-like properties. And this is an incredibly simple laser, but gives you multi-dimensional structured light. And I don't have time to discuss it, but if you read this article in Light Science and Applications that came out just recently, we've shown how you can use this multi-dimensional structured light to simulate quantum processes. But simulation is not the same as actually doing it. And so I want to come to the very last part of my talk, which is to describe to you how you can enter the quantum world with structured light. And because we are limited in time, I'm going to keep it at a very simple tutorial level, but you can ask me questions throughout the course of the next few days if you want to know more about it. So to go to the quantum level, we go back to our nonlinear crystal. So we are doing nonlinear optics now with lights. And what do? We bring in a UV photon onto the crystal, and if we engineer the phase matching correctly, we can generate 2 entangled photons going out. So these 2 red photons you see going out, we hope are entangled. So how do we see that they're going to be entangled? So let's use orbital angular momentum as our example. So imagine that we go into the crystal with L equals to 0, so no orbital angular momentum. Well, we know that orbital angular momentum must be conserved. And so whatever comes out, A and B, they must add up to what we started with. But we started with 0. And so what quantum mechanics comes down to when you're using orbital angular momentum is to say, how many different ways can I add 2 numbers to 0? Well, I could make photon A plus 1 and photon B minus 1. That would add to 0. And also the other way around. Or I could make photon A2 and photon B minus 2. That also adds to 0. And so on. You get the idea. And so the quantum state is actually a superposition of all these possibilities. 1 minus 1 and the opposite, minus 1, 1, and 2 minus 2, and so on. And so this is an infinitely big state. And so the idea is that quantum mechanics with structured light lets you access high-dimensional Hilbert spaces to do cool things. So how do I make this work? Well, I need to detect the 2 photons as being these particular orbital angular momentums. So to make a quantum experiment with structured light, it comes down to the detection, not the creation, which is what I showed you in all the slides before. So how do we make a detector for structured light? That's what the question is. Well, let's go back to the cartoon I showed you right at the beginning of the talk. I said I could take a Gaussian beam, I could pass it through some hologram, and it would create some form of structured light. My first example was a smiley face, but here I'm showing you a Bessel beam, because as I told you, it doesn't matter what you're trying to create. All right, so I can convert a Gaussian to any shape I want. But then from the reciprocity of lights, if I take this backwards, so I start with my structured field and I come backwards through the hologram, then it must come back to a Gaussian beam. And now what we can do is we can add a single mode fiber, because a Gaussian beam is the only beam that will fit into the single mode fiber. And so you see that the combination of the hologram and the single mode fiber make what I call a pattern sensitive detector. It's a detector sensitive only to this pattern. Any other pattern will not give a Gaussian, and so it will not fit into here. And so that means I can do quantum mechanics with pictures, because instead of creating my light with my spatial light modulators, and here they are, I instead detect the structured light with my spatial light modulators. So I direct one photon to this spatial light modulator and the other photon to this one. They now form a pattern sensitive detector, and now I can do detection. Because in the quantum world, we only have what we choose to measure. And I can choose to measure now in any pattern I like. So it could be the Hermite modes or the Legear modes or whatever I want. And the first people to do this was Anton Zeilinger's group about 20 years ago. And he did it with orbital angular momentum. He didn't have spatial light modulators, so he used diffractive optics. And he showed that, yes, you know, if the pump is 0, then the 2 photons add to 0. I'm going to show you this in a modern way. So in our lab, we would direct our photons to 2 holograms, and we would change the patterns on the holograms. So if it was orbital angular momentum, we would change the spiral that we're looking for. So here we're saying, are you a +3 spiral, and are you a +1 spiral? And the quantum experiment will say yes or no. And to get the yes or no answer, we measure in coincidence. So we look for a click over here, and we look for a click over there. And if we get 2 clicks at the same time, we say, yes, you were +1 and you were +3. So what does the result look like? it looks like this. Here is the orbital angular momentum on photon A, and here is the orbital angular momentum on photon B as measured with these pattern-sensitive detectors. And you can see that when OAM of A is 10, then B is -10. And so we have a very strong anti-diagonal. Now, remember I told you can get to an infinite space. Well, if you didn't know before, then I can confirm that infinity is 20. Now, you might say to me, well, 20 is very far from infinity, and I would agree with you, that's true. But it's also an order of magnitude bigger than 2, which is what you get with polarization. And so you see, going to patterns of light gives you access to high dimensional encoding, because you have much more resources available than just with polarization. And we use that and many other groups, and here's some of the cool work from other groups, for packing more information into lights, for increasing the security across the quantum channel, and for making quantum systems robust to noise. It turns out that if you want to do all of this, you need high dimensions, and structured light is a way to get there. So my very last slide is to wrap up the story and tell you that although I've given you a lot of the answers, so it looks like everything's done and dusted, that's not true. We only know how to detect up to 4 dimensions. We can hardly teleport anything. Our quantum bit rates are as close to 0 as you care to be. So the pieces of the puzzle that we need to make a quantum network with structured light are still mostly empty. So there's a lot of work to do. And in fact, although we can push to very high dimensions, we can only do it with 2 photons. Or we can use many photons, but we can only do it in 2 dimensions. And so this gap in the middle here, where you control lots of lights, lots of photons in high dimensions, is virtually empty. And again, I see this as an exciting area for young people to go and study in. So the talk has been a little bit fast because I wanted to give you an overview to prepare you for the rest of the talks in this lovely workshop. If it was a bit too fast for you, go and have a look at our popular and review articles on quantum, lasers, and general structured light. You should find a lot of reading material there to cool stuff. If you go to last month's issue of Nature Photonics, we have a nice review article that summarizes what I understand about quantum lights and structured light in general. And then, of course, some of the work you've seen is done with our collaborators. We love to collaborate with people around the world. You know, I think it's the most exciting thing to do in science, and so we do it regularly. And of course, all the cool results you've seen are from my students. This photograph is a little bit outdated because we haven't been able to take a new one with COVID, but we are a young, vibrant group, and we think we're doing quite cool stuff. And if you'd like to know more about us and what we're doing, or come and visit us or collaborate, then pop into our webpage and you should find us again for the confusion with the time difference, and thank the organizers very much for this invitation.
Thank you again, Professor Andrew Forbes, for your very nice talk. And here in the chat box, we have 3 questions. Is it true light is formed by the combination of different types of structured light? It is a very basic question.
Well, you can take any form of light that you might have, and you can decompose it into a basis. That means you just describe it in terms of a combination of structured lights. And often that can be very useful. For example, if you have some complicated pattern and you describe it in terms of orbital angular momentum, you might have a better understanding of what it's going to do when it interacts with matter. So yes, structured light forms not only how the light looks, but a basis for describing all forms of light.
Yes. Mr. Javid Farazin again asked another question. What are the benefits of quantum teleportation of structured laser beams?
It's a very good question. So in fact, we are busy with some teleportation work in our lab. The idea is that if you want to have a quantum repeater, which is a very important element of a quantum network, you need the notions of entanglement, swapping, and teleportation. This allows you to bring in photons that are from independent sources and then get them correlated to transmit the information further away. So that's the hallmark of teleportation. And the reason that you'd want to do it with structured light is to access high dimensional states, because the higher the dimensions, so the more patterns you can use, the more information every photon can carry. Now, let me just say that there are many other ways to get to high dimensions. You could use time binning, for example, but we choose to do it in discrete basis of patterns of light.
We have many questions here, I see, but we have times for the question for 5 minutes. The next question by Mr. Halil Ibrahim: how we can measure orbital angular momentum, and how about orbital spin angular momentum? Yeah.
So the orbital angular momentum, if you remember one of the early slides I showed, if you pass a beam through a spiral plate, you generate orbital angular momentum. And from the reciprocity of light, if you come backwards through the same spiral plates with the single mode fiber, that will be a detector for orbital angular momentum. We have a lot of tutorial articles, if you just go and look at our webpage, that explain how to do all of this. So have a look and see how it works. But it's basically running the creation process backwards. And in the case of spin angular momentum, since it's only polarization, well, then you just need polarization optics like wave plates and polarizers to see whether you have a left or right-handed circularly polarized light.
Okay. The last question is, what is the motivation for building a laser with a structured cavity?
Yeah, good question. So ultimately, my view is that if we want to see structured light really used by other people, and I mean people outside the structured light community, they don't want to become structured light experts to do it. And so we have to give them compact solutions to create what they want. And a compact solution would be a laser. You can think of it like this: if you want to do some microscopy, you don't want to design your own microscope. You want to buy the microscope so that you can do what you want to do with it. And it must be the same for structured light. And what's the easiest thing to give somebody? Here's a laser, you set it for what you want it to give you, and it gives you the output.
Okay, so the question is that we can change the orbital angular momentum of light in our laboratories, yeah? Then what's the difference? What's the advantage of the making the structured light inside the laser cavity and outside of the laser cavity?
So there's several advantages. The one advantage is the purity of the light. So laser cavities are natural filters of noise. And so you can generate higher purity directly at the source. The second advantage is that lasers allow you to balance gain and loss. Outside the laser, once you have loss, there's nothing you can really do about it unless you start to build amplifiers. But inside the laser, you can balance the gain and loss so that you get the power that you want. And then, of course, there's the compact solution, so that you can put it on a chip, for example, or you can make it into a big high power system. So there are good reasons for doing it. But I mean, in our lab, we do inside lasers and outside lasers. In English, we have the expression horses for courses. It means that you must do what is best for what you are trying to achieve.
Mm-hmm. Okay, again, another question. Is Bose-Einstein condensation structured with its momentum? Professor Mustafa Kemal asked this question.
Bose-Einstein condensation is not directly related to structured light or orbital angular momentum. Having said that, if you look at work by Helena Rubinstein-Dunlop and Sonia Frank-Arnold, they've done some fantastic work in atom optics, so controlling and imprinting into atomic systems the structure of light to make quantum atomic structures. So it's what I call this nonlinear structured light. It's a blowing up field that's hardly been touched. So no, it's not directly related, but there's a lot of possibilities to make it related.
Okay. It's the time for the next speaker, and thanks again, Professor Andrew Forbes, for your coming again, and I hope you healthy days, and for your group successful scientific achievements in future. So the next speaker is Professor Yu-Fai Chao. Professor Yu-Fai Chao is a retired honorary professor at the Department of Photonics, National Chiao Tung University of Taiwan. She received her BSc degree in physics from National Taiwan Normal University, Master in Physics in Wisconsin State University in United States of America, and PhD also in the Department of Physics from the United States of America. Her research expertise is polarization measurement, ellipsometry, and polarimetry. The title of her talk is Zeros in Polarimetry and Ellipsometry. Can you hear me, Professor Yu-Fai Chao? Yes, please. I can hear you. Yes, you can start.
Okay, I think if what you play it will automatically have some explanation. Can you play it? It runs automatically, is it?
National Chiao Tung University in Taiwan. Because I was honored in Women in Science by Dr. Wang for my work in polarimetry and ellipsometry, the chair of the conference asked me to give a talk on my recent research. Since I
It's not moving. I'm sorry. It gets stuck, right?
Yes, we have your voice. We have your voice.
Oh, okay. But I can't hear it.
Okay, just a minute, please.
have retired more than 10 years, I think people should be more interested in my research in general. My PhD thesis was a pure theoretical one, since I like to switch from theoretical to experimental. In 1984, I took 1 year sabbatical leave in the United States in a lab of millimeter wave interferometry in New Jersey. After working in the lab, the interferometer has improved because my question on the beam splitter, so I gained a great confidence to start some experiments. Since I was far behind in the field of interferometry, but at that time ellipsometer was a standard instrument in the semiconductor industry, I can start polarimetry and ellipsometry from zero without being too far behind. Of course, I notice in ellipsometry the precision requirement of any angular measurement is less than 0.02 degree, and thickness has to be within 2 angstrom. This is really big for me, so I started from modeling and numerical analysis, which I am good at. Light is a transverse wave. Its electromagnetic field oscillates perpendicular to the direction of propagation. Natural light is usually unpolarized. When it passes through the polarizer, the output light is a linear polarized light. The following 2 pictures are taken from the reflection of pond with 2 linear polarizer perpendicular to each other. The reflection difference between 2 polarizations can be the key for obtaining the physical parameter of water, such as complex refractive index. The basic setup of ellipsometry and polarimetry is the PSA type. The detector can be changed to be CCD for imaging system. Polarizer and analyzer are mounted on the rotator. Some systems put a wave plate or PEM for speeding up and measuring the anisotropic medium. The important zeros are the azimuth angle of polarizer and analyzer to be aligned to the incident plane. If there is a wave plate, the optic axis of phase retarder has to be aligned too. Its phase retardation has to be well calibrated too. The operating mechanism of ellipsometry contains 2 parts. One is the measurement, the other is the model. If one matching the model to the measurement, one can deduce the physical parameters such as refractive index, film thickness, roughness, and uniformity, and so on. There are 2 techniques in ellipsometer. One called NOR technique and the other one is called photometric technique. We can use 2 important experiments to explain these 2 techniques. Use booster angle to NOR technique and Mylar law to photometric technique. The experiment of looking for booster angle of a BK7 is on the left side of the page. One can see the resolution of incident angle is a little bit more than it is in the requirement of ellipsometer. But when you're making intensity distribution between an analyzer and a polarizer, we can get a resolution much higher than the NOR technique. Let's magnify the booster angle experiment. One can see the resolution of incident angle is about 0.03 degree, a little bit higher than what is needed in ellipsometric requirement. The mathematical representation of EM wave can be separated by 2 different methods. One is called Jones vector, and the other one is called Stokes parameter. The one that one can measure the intensity. So the Stokes parameter is used in our experiment. the ellipsometric parameters sine and delta are defined in the following relation. Tangent psi e to the I delta equals to the reflection coefficient of P polarized to the S polarized. The Stokes parameter of SI is 1 cosine 2p sine 2p 0, and the material is homogeneous isotropic and written as Mueller matrix. The intensity measured at A is listed in the following equation. PSA ellipsometry. Assume A and P are well aligned. Taking P at 45 degrees, the reflected light can be written as the following intensities. There are three unknowns, I0, psi, and delta, can be deduced by three intensity measurements when A equal to 0, 60, and 120. This A will give you a rational value for its cosine and sine. Using the Brewster angle of glass to locate the reference zero of polarizer. After then, locate the zero of analyzer through crossing technique. The deviation are alpha and beta for polarizer and analyzer respectively. Taking P equal to 45 degrees, then take three intensity at A equal to 0, 60, and 120. Then rotate the P to be minus 45 degrees. Take another three intensity at A equal to 0, 60, and 120. This 6 intensity can deduce the deviation of polarizer and analyzer analytically. Let's compare the roughly alignment technique and 6 intensity measurement technique. One can see in the roughly alignment, the alpha and beta both obtained by eyes and is close to 1 degrees. So the measured sine and delta is completely different when P equal to plus 45 degrees and minus 45 degrees. When we use this 6 intensity measurement to deduce the alpha and beta and adjust the polarizer and the analyzer close to 0, one can see the sine and delta are flattened out when P equal to 45 degrees and minus 45 degrees. By measure the 6th intensity, one also can obtain the value of alpha and beta. In the roughly alignment technique, alpha equal to 0.998 plus minus 0.011 degree, and beta equal to minus 1.233 plus minus 0.005 degrees. But after adjustment, we can see that alpha is equal to 0.015 plus 0.009 degrees, and beta equal to minus 0.006 plus minus 0.003 degrees. All of them are better than 0.02 degrees. Since there are only 3 intensities need to be measured, so we change the detector to be CCD, forming an imaging ellipsometry. The ellipsometric parameters psi and delta can be measured by the 3 intensity, and its refractive index can be obtained by using Fresnel reflection coefficient formula. We performed the measurement through an incident angle of 70 degrees. We did this measurement on a glass plate and a fiber. So the glass was measured as 1.52 and is flat. But when you measure the fiber, its refractive index distribution is in radial wise. So we only display it on the diameter. The measured value on X and Y matches to each other and matches the spec value provided by vendor. We also use the same measurement to measure a curved surface. Before measure the curved surface, we like to know how to measure the normal line of a surface by using a plate to tilt it from -2 degrees to 2 degrees step by 1. We find the normal line tilting is the same as the deviation of alpha. That's the polarizer. So we use the technique to measure a plano-convex surface. The refractive index is curved on the plano's convex surface. By correct its incident angle through the deviation of polarizer, one can flatten out the curve and have a flat surface. Its refractive index is 1.52, the same as BK7. In 1999, a student from Tsinghua came to my lab, asked us to install an ellipsometer on their aging chamber. So I went to see the aging chamber. There are only 2 holes with the incident angle of 60 degrees. At that time, we only can align the P and A through 2 incident angle. The challenge will be how to in situ align the P and A. In addition, we need 3 sequential rotation to measure the intensity. It is a time-consuming process. Real-time measurement is a big problem then. So we went back to our lab and find there is a photoelastic modulator. So we tried to investigate its possibility. Put the P equal to 45 and write down the Stokes parameter for the setup as from P through PM reflected from the sample and on analyzer. There are 2 new parameters need to be calibrated: the optical axis and the phase modulation of PEM. So let's talk about the photoelastic modulator in PSA system. The intensity measured at A is in function of sine and delta P. Delta P is the modulated phase of PEM. One can Fourier expand the harmonic phase into its basal component, sine delta P and cosine delta P, for the odd and even combination of Bessel function. The reduction on the intensity of the DC and 1F, 2F will give us the azimuth angle of optical axis and ellipsometric parameter. So when taking Bessel 0, delta 0 equal to 0, where delta 0 is equal to 0.383 lambda, then I at 0 will be equal to 0.5 I0 tangent psi square and function of delta P and sine 4 theta, where theta is the azimuth angle of PEM. And under the following equation, we can deduce the azimuth angle of PEM, and we plotted the experimental result with the calculated result. It matches very well. The measure of the theta 0 is at 0.2764 plus minus 0.0003 degree, which is better than 0.02 degrees. Taking the 1F and 2F intensity ratio, we can obtain the tangent delta, and 1F over DC, we can have psi. Plotting out the real-time histogram of sine and delta in the first 2 minutes action, we can see the graph display. So by deducing the thickness of SiO2 on Si, we can see the aging process. By using the same concept, we measure the photo-induced effect on a PQ-doped PMMA plate. The induced beam was taken off argon krypton laser at 4AA nanometer and probed by a heating young laser. The photo-induced effect is displayed on the graph for its 3,000 seconds. It decreasing clearly in the induced beam. Let's introduce the stroboscopic imaging ellipsometry. The data transfer of CCD is 3 seconds per frame, but the modulation frequency of PEM is 50K. So it is not possible to take a picture under PEM. For understanding how to use the PEM to be imaging type, we have to fix P and A and understand the intensity distribution in time. If we have a half-wave modulator, we can see in the distribution there 4 phases can be used to deduce it. Instead of using frequency, we use phase log technique. One can see the circle is circling around the edge If you want to fix it, you have to use a flashlight, have the same frequency, and lock it on the special place you like. The pulse generator can do the job by flashing 4 special places. One can lock the interesting intensity to deduce the ellipsometric parameters. If one uses a half-wave modulation plate, one can use 4 special phases to deduce the ellipsometric parameter. These 4 phases are when omega t equal to 0, 90, and 30 and 210 degrees. The combination of 0, 90 will give us sine 2 psi cosine delta. The combination of 30 and 210 degrees can give us the sine 2 psi sine delta. Taking the ratio of both, we'll have tangent delta and half psi afterwards. This is the 2-dimensional thickness profile of L-shaped SiO2 layer. This image is obtained by stroboscopic technique instead of 3-intensity technique. We can show the ability of stroboscopic method. Most interesting is the oil drop on the plate. We take the delta distribution to indicate its motion. The oil drop from top of the plate to the end of the scope. One can see this droplet clearly on the plate. On every 30 seconds, in the end of the motion, the residual left on the plate is clearly observable. In the end, we like to find the application of this PEM ellipsometer on an isotropic medium. The uniaxial bulk medium are used to test this technique. By combination of genetic algorithm technique, we obtain the complex refractive index and the inclination angle of optical axis. Using 2 beams to test the system, we can speed it up by 5 times. The only complication of the system is the Mueller matrices of beam splitter and mirror. The results are listed in this table. The quartz crystal YOV4 leasing niobium, all of them have the result comparable to what was provided. And the reduced chi-square of each calculation is presented on the table. We also matches the measured result with the theoretical production, and it matches very well. The 3 of them are carried out within 20 microseconds. In conclusion, in our lab, we can align the azimuth angle of polarizer, analyzer, incident plane, and the optical axis of PEM. We also can calibrate the phase retardation of the anisotropic medium. Because there are only finite number are needed in both systems, the imaging ellipsometry are established. Using the deviation of polarizer to estimate the incident angle, we can measure the thin film on curved surface, such as lens coating. The post-flight technique we measure the refractive indices for uniaxial crystal within 20 microseconds through 2 incident angles. In the end, I like to thank all my students. The only numerical analysis I did is the aging problem, which is just nobody understand in the beginning. So I did a numerical analysis, and they were really surprised to see the similarity. After that, I only stand by and do no experiment.
So thank you very much, Professor Yufei Chow. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
I can.
Thank you very much for your accepting our invitation, and also I thank especially for preparation of PowerPoint slides. I know it was very difficult for you. There are no questions, and if you have any other comments, I'm at your service.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your coming. So, in this section, we have a coffee break for approximately 10 minutes. And after coffee break, we will start the parallel 2 halls. And as I mentioned in my first,
we have to log in again or what?
Yeah.
If I stay on this one,
then you can choose. Everybody can choose which hall they desire to connect. It is our great pleasure to have 2 people as chair, Professor Dr. Şemsettin Altından and also Professor Canan Barlıklı. Just now, I asked my colleague to share some videos in the coffee break. I would like to say all the stream will be open all the day in these 3 days to 9 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
the meeting point of the roads between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and a perfect interweave of cultures, Ankara, a culture paradise of 5,000 years. These lands, which hosted many Western and Eastern civilizations, became the center of the Turkish War of Liberation, launched with the downfall of the Ottoman Empire, and became the capital of the Republic of Turkey. You can find the opportunity of treading the path of history by visiting the year-round open museums and open-air museums in Ankara, which serve as a bridge between past and present, remaining intact, defying thousands of years. There are many historical and modern mosques in Ankara. The roof of Hacı Bayram Mosque was built in such a way as to embrace the wall of the Temple of Augustus, as if to prove the centuries-old coexistence of religions in fraternity. You should never depart from Ankara without seeing the traditional Ankara houses. Ankara is also one of the most important stops on the historical Silk Road. The inns, caravansarais, and traditional bazaars of that period provide a safe transport, easy access, and a wealth of purchasing opportunities. Historically important Turkish baths and spas are the health and tourism sources of Ankara. Ankara is also a university city, boasting 5 big state and 10 private universities. Ankara is also a city of art, life, and entertainment. The state opera and ballet performances, the plays staged by the state and private theaters, the concerts by the Presidential Symphony Orchestra, as well as national and international festivals keep its people occupied for a whole year. Seymens, the swashbuckling heroes and traditional dancers from central Anatolia, may show up in all corners of Ankara. All institutions and organizations complying with Atatürk's motto, sound mind, sound body, have spearheaded the construction of many sport halls in Ankara. Ankara also draws attention with its parks and recreation areas. It is located at the heart of many of Turkey's tourism riches. Ankara is the easiest city in terms of transport. Ankara is also easily accessible by air, land, and rail from any country in the world. The Turkish cuisine is one of the world's most famous cuisines. The Ankara specialties constitute the select examples of Turkey's culinary marvels. Ankara is the homeland of the Ankara goat, the source of clothes vying with silk for quality, the Ankara rabbit, whose wool is as light as Angora wool, the world-renowned Ankara cat, and the flower of love, also dubbed the flower of the prophet. Its shopkeepers, the carriers of a tradition of 1,000 years ago known as Ahilik, the Guild of Turkish Craftsmen, are sincere and hospitable. They are generous, alms givers, and like guests, with their tables open for everyone. They are, in short, humanists. Ankara, of which Atatürk voluntarily became a fellow townsman, is a monument of peace, with its cultural foundation and a center of tolerance. With its history and natural riches, eating culture and tourism, agriculture and animal husbandry, its politics, sports people, art, and its residents is a leader capital breathing life into Turkey. A culture of paradise of 5,000 years. Ankara, the heart of Turkey.
Şu anda beni görüyorlar. Mikrofon.
Evet, baktım.
Yok. Ha, tamam. I am Professor Şemsettin Altunda at Gazi University in Physics Department. I am also a chairman of this second section in first hall. The first speaker, our first speaker is Prof. Rasim Mamadov. Do you see me? Yeah. Hello, my Professor Rasim
Hello,
Mamadov.
my dear college.
Yes. You have two presentation. You have also two 15 minutes. The first 10 minutes is related to presentation. The second 5 minutes is related for question.
Yes.
Yes. You can start. Are you ready? Share. Can you share your screen?
Açılmadı.
Screen yapamıyor orada. Ha. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. It is ready.
Thank you very much. Hello, my dear colleagues.
Thank you.
Rasim
Answer.
Mamadov
And you?
from Bakü State University. Titles of my reports: 1. Photoelectric effect in shock diodes with an additional electric field.
Yes.
Second, dimensional dependence of IV characteristic of elimination diode Schottky and with an additional electric field. It is well known that metal semiconductor has either only
Yes. Kullanıyor
it is
ama.
well known that
Screen
a
kullanıyor.
metal semiconductor contact has either ohmic or rectifier properties, Schottky diodes, which are determined by difference of their work function by Schottky model. The features show Schottky model for ideal toys, homogeneous and unlimited contact metal with n-type semiconductors. Metal semiconductor contact has rectifier properties when the difference of their work function is greater than 0. And ohmic properties is less 0. As seen in the as known, the current flow in the forward and reverse bias in Schottky diodes with a potential barrier height Fp is basically described by thermionic emission theory. IV characteristic is defined by the known forms. In the formula, all designations are commonly accepted. The results of the experimental studies of the electrophysical properties of numerous Schottky diodes with various metals and semiconductors were difficult to explain using well-known physical models, and the theory for ideal Schottky diodes. To interpret the results of experimental studies of the properties of the Schottky diodes, were took into account the influence of such most probable factors as the presence of intermediate thin film and high density of sulfide energy levels, solid fast interaction, structure inhomogeneity, etc. In this case, certain successful were obtained in improving the quality of Schottky diodes. Various construction solution of high quality Schottky diodes were being developed, which are shown in the figure. With unfortunately, no attention has been paid to the formation of the additional electric field in their Schottky diodes, which arise due to two inevitable features, inhomogeneous and limited interface surface of real metal conductors, metal semiconductor contacts. After images of the surface of the thin metal, the aurum films are shown in the figures. As can be seen from the figures, the surface of the Schottky metal electrode, which consists of electrically interaction phases of small particles with different work function, is practically always emission inhomogeneous. The difference between the work function of small particles is several tens of millielectronvolts. The figures schematically showing and the figure schematically shows a metal surface on which particles along or x-axis have different local work functions. Due to the electric interaction of particles on the surface, spot electric fields arise. The intensity of the work which are directed parallel for some particles and opposite for other particles. In real Schottky diodes, usually a metal electrode with an inhomogeneous surface is in direct contact with a homogeneous semiconductor surface. There are a spot field penetrates into the near contact region and additional electric field arises in real diode. It is out of force microscopy, relief and potential images of the surface of a semiconductor wafer. The main stage in the manufacture of the diode Schottky is to create close contact between certain surface of the metal and the semiconductor. As schematically shown in the figures, when a metal with work function Fr is in direct contact, this semiconductor with the work function of S, a potential barrier height is formed on the interface, where Fr have different work functions, metal and semiconductor. Due to appearance of the potential difference between the interface surface and the adjoint free surface of the metal and semiconductor, an additional electric field is formed around the contact pair, which completely cover the near contact region of narrow contacts. Just results of a measurement of the surface shock dies with a diameter of 15 micrometers are shown in figures GD. There is relief image and potential image. From this, we'll see. There figures show atom force microscope relief, phase, and potential image of the application appearance of additional electric field on the surface of iron, gallium arsenide with different diameters. And aerial white. The figures show atom first microscope relief and potential image of the appearance of additional field on the surface of iron in regular contact with diameter. It's shown here. According to the appearance of the additional electric field, a real shock dies can be represented as a contact consisting of two parts. The first inner part without an additional electric field, and the second part with an additional electric field. The potential barrier height, the first part, the peripheral part, F2 of the peripheral part become less than the barrier height of the inner parts of the diode shock by the value potential of the additional electric field. And the real shock diodes describe it as the energy structure of two barrier real contact metal semiconductor, as seen from there shows energy structure of two barrier real contact metal semiconductor with a value US for forward and reverse bias application. The figures show IV characteristic of real shock diodes, the forward bias application. Equation for the forward bias application. It is seen that total current equal to some two carriers, peripheral and inner part of the contact.
You are right.
Where
Dear professor, you have only 2 minutes for first presentation. Huh? 12. Ama toplamda. Total. Yes.
the figures show that aggression in the characters of the shotgun orders for reverse the characters. The figures three-dimensional. The figures show two-dimensional and one-dimensional STM image of the current density distribution along the peripheral and inner part of the contact surface of shotgun diader with the diameter of 50 micrometers in the forward and reverse direction. It can be seen from the figure that the current density in the forward direction in uniformly described along the contact surface. However, in the opposite direction, the current density in the peripheral becomes much greater than the inner part of the contact. The figure shows temperature dependence in the range 100 and 320 of the IV characteristic of shock diader and the voltage of the additional electric field. The present IV characteristic of shock dioders in the forward and reverse direction and the temperature dependence are well described by above formulas for real shock dioders. The figure shows dimensional dependence in the range 50 micrometer diameter of the diameter IV characteristics of unlighted and lighted alkali arsenide shock diodes. It can be seen from the figure that under the action of light, the reverse current and initial section of the forward side ST increased greatly. However, light on the forward branch of IV characteristics of shock diode is almost unaffected. The figure showed dimensional dependence in the range 500 shock diodes of voltage of additional electric field. It can be seen from the figure that under the action of light, the voltage of additional electric field, all shock diodes with different diameter increases by the same amount, by about 200 microvolt. The figure shows dimensional dependence in the range 500 of the potential barrier height for what IV characteristic, for reverse IV characteristic, for peripheral characteristic, and the difference between the potential barrier height for forward bias and potential additional electric field. It is can be seen from the figures that light doesn't affect the value of the potential barrier height for forward IV characteristics of all Schottky diodes with different diameters. And the action of light for the characteristic and periphery with different diameters decreases by about 200 millielectron volt. The figure show IV characteristic of acetylcholine shock dividers with same contact area and different peripheral lengths in the forward and reverse direction. It can be seen from the figures that with a decrease in the contact width, the forward branch of IV characteristic doesn't change. The reverse current increases by
5 dakikayla ilave edelim.
times.
5 dakika geriden
10 times. And the
oradan
additional electric field voltage increases by 2 times.
Dear professor, you have only 10 minutes for 2 presentations.
The figure shows that the effect of the white light on the forward and reverse the IV characteristics of narrow Schottky acetylcholine Schottky diodes, where the saturation current of the reverse IV characteristic increases by about 4 orders of magnitude, as seen from the figure. The forward IV characteristic remains unchanged. And the voltage, additional electric field, increases by more 2 times.
Yani normal süresi 5 dakika.
The figure shows forward bias, IV characteristics and effective potential barrier, ideality factor, and specific resistance of nickel and silicon Schottky diodes with different diameters, 6,000 micrometers. They are seen electrophysical parameters and geometric parameters of the peripheral part of the contact, nickel and Schottky diodes at forward bias. The figures show reverse IV characteristics and effective potential barrier height and slope factor of silicon Schottky diodes with different diameters. As seen from the figures, additional electric field influence the current in the voltage about 10 volts. Here, the figures show acting role of voltage, additional electric field, information of potential barriers, and current passes in the trench most barrier Schottky rectifier, as seen in the figures. as the figure shows some features of the electric field intensity and the breakdown voltage at silicon carbide trench most barrier Schottky rectifier caused by additional electric field. Here, from there, seen new types alternative current source based on the metal semiconductor contact with an additional electric field, which converts conventional thermal energy into electric energy. Thank you for your attention.
You can continue the second presentation, but you have only 5 minutes because there are the other presentation speakers. Please, can you shorten it?
Yes. I ready to answer the question.
Yes. Kesin hazırım dedi ama. Bir profesör başlıyor herhalde şey yapacak. Sonra şimdi tamam dedi ama hazır. Bir profesör Rasim Mamadov. Kapatıyor. Duruyorsa. Thank you for a good presentation, dear professor. The second speaker is Yusuf Badali. Sistemden çıktı galiba yerim. Yusuf Kiyar. Evet. The second speaker is to Yusuf Badali. Yusuf Badali, are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
You can presentation. Your presentation. You have only 15 minutes. The first 10 minutes for presentation. The second 5 minutes is for question session.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Yusuf Badali. I am currently a postdoctoral fellow at the Antalya Bilim University. Today I am going to present my research on electrical characteristics and photoconduction behavior of the Au aluminium oxide, so PVC and silicon structure. The reduced oxide materials like albium oxide used in electronics devices has a high dielectric constant, high band gap, high photon absorption, and low leakage current density. Therefore, these materials have the capability to replace to the traditional and insulated layer and can play an important role in photodetector applications. In this work, we have been prepared the AU albium oxide to PVC and silicon Schottky junction, and the IV characteristics have been measured in wide illumination range between dark to 300 watts to investigate the main diode parameters such as saturation current, ideal factor, zero bias, barrier height, and series and shunt resistance. In this work, the albium oxide nanostructure was obtained using ultrasonic assistant method. Then these nanostructures were completely dispersed homogeneously in the polymer. After RTA cleaning processes, albium oxide PVC thin film were deposited on N-silicon substrate as 50 nanometer using spin coating technique. A solar simulator light source was used to illuminate the sample, and electrical behavior was measured under various illumination power from dark to 300 watt with steps of 50 watt and wavelength between 400 to 700 nanometers. The IV measurement were carried out by using Chaitley source method at room temperature. Figure 2 displays the IV curves of the diode for both dark and under various illumination power. For dark and all illumination levels, the diode exhibit a good rectifying behavior, and its semi-logarithmic IV curve revealed a wide linear region between 0.07 to 0.37 with different slopes, but deviate from linearity after this region owing to the effect of series resistance and polymer interlayer. According to the thermionic emission theory, the current expression as this equation. The first terms of these equations is saturation current, and the saturation current obtained from the forward bias LNI, LNAD curve, Y-axis intersects at zero bias. Also, ideal factor and barrier height is an important electrical parameters which can be obtained using these equations. Table 1 shows some electrical parameters obtained using previous equations, and also Chang's function in dark and under varying illumination level. This table clearly shows that the I0 values increase with increasing illumination power, and also illumination power. This situation can be ascribed to the illumination that activates the combination of photo-generated carriers in the interface. Also, the M values increase, and the barrier high values decrease with increase in illumination power, and this behavior also shown in figure 3. Such a change in the values of N and TB0 with illumination can be ascribed to the generation and separation electron hole phase and restructuring and reordering of surface state under various illumination power. The values of series and shunt resistance can be easily obtained using the Ohm law. It's seen in figure 4. The resistance becomes saturated and take minimum values at sufficiently high forward bias for both dark and various illumination conditions, such that the real values of series resistance corresponding to the minimum values of minimum values of resistance. Also, the shunt resistance corresponding to sufficiently high reverse bias. The series and shunt resistance also shown in table 1. These values. To determine the effect of series resistance, it is also obtained by using ID data in change functions which are given as follow operations. The plots of DV/DLNI versus I and SI versus I for dark and illumination conditions were drawn by using these equations and are given in figure 5. In this plot, a linear region appears, and slope of this linear region directly yields series resistance, whereas y-axis intercept of DZ/DLNI I plot yields ideal factor. Later, a barrier high can be obtained using this n value in y-axis intercept of SI I plots. The values of these parameters are also shown in table 1.
Dr. Yusuf, you have only 3 minutes.
Okay. As shown in this table, the illumination have prominent effect on series resistance of samples. It is seen that the values of ideal factor and barrier height calculated from the IV plots are slightly different from those in change function. This is because its method uses different region of IV data. Series resistance was also calculated using the modified Nordes function. Bohlin reported a modified version of the Nordes functions to determine series resistance and barrier height as these equations. Here, FD minimum is the minimum value of FD plots, and I minimum and V minimum is the current and voltage corresponding to FD minimum. Gamma is an arbitrary constant greater than the value of n. Figure 6 shows FPV plots of saturation in dark and various illumination levels, and the values of barrier height and series resistance to calculated by using these equations, and given in table 2. As shown in this table, the values of series resistance and barrier height obtained from the modified Nordes function are agreement with the case of change functions. Another important parameter for the photodiode and other similar structures is the interface state. The values of interface state calculated by using this equation. In this equation, WD is the deflection layer width, and this values calculated using CV characteristics at 500 kilohertz using this equation. For N-type semiconductor, the energy of surface state with respect the bottom of the conduction band at surface of the semiconductor can be expressed as this equation. In this equation, PA is the effective barrier height. As seen in this figure, for various illumination levels, the values of surface state increase almost exponentially from the near of mid-gap toward the bottom of conduction band energy. In addition, the values of surface state increase with increasing illumination power.
Dr. Yusuf, time is over. Please,
Okay,
1 minute
or
two.
As seen in set figure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for good presentation, Dr. Yusuf Padali. The next speaker, Mehmet Fidan.
Okay, hello.
Welcome, Dr. Mehmet Fidan. The second speaker is, his presentation is about junction area dependent performance of graphene N-type silicium based near-infrared Schottky photodiodes.
Okay, thank you Şemsettin Hocam. Hello everyone. I am Mehmet Fidan from İzmir Institute of Technology. I guess there was a mistake. Actually, I am a PhD candidate at physics department in ISTEC. Okay, I'm a member of Quantum Device Laboratory in ISTEC. My advisor is Dr. Cem Çelebi from the same university. This study is a joint project with Dr. Özhan Ünverdi from Yaşar University. My title is about junction area dependent performance of graphene and silicon-based near-infrared Schottky photodetector. Graphene is a semi-metal material. It has excellent electrical and optical properties, like its optical transmittance is about 97% for monolayer graphene. This makes graphene a perfect transparent conductive electrode compared to indium tin oxide. Also, for example, its electrical conductivity is higher than silver. So today, graphene is one of the most attractive material, both academic and industrial fields. Because of their ease of fabrication, broadband photodetection capability, in these days, this diode is being studied for using in applications like solar cell and photodetector. But graphene silicon photodiodes studied in literature have some restrictions related to low responsivity and high responsivity. In order to enhance the diode performance, some researchers showed that the improved diode behavior can be succeeded by external doping of graphene and interface modification. In our study, we investigated the impact of junction area on the device performance parameters for self-powered graphene and silicon photodiodes. So we would like to design and demonstrate an improved graphene and silicon photodiode for near-infrared sensing at photovoltaic mode with high responsivity and low responsivity. When graphene is transferred onto the surface of N-type silicon, we get a graphene silicon Schottky junction photodiode. In such devices, silicon absorbs photon to generate electron hole pairs. Graphene acts as a transparent conductive electrode, which is collecting photogenerated charge carriers. When we look energy band diagram, after graphene and N-silicon get in contact, in order to reach thermal equilibrium in dark, as you see from the figure, Fermi levels align and become the formation of Schottky barrier. Then when the diode is put under light illumination, most of photon penetrates graphene, and silicon absorb the light and generate electron hole pairs in depletion region. Excessive holes moves the graphene and electron moves silicon side. As a result, we obtain a photocurrent. One of the advantages of using graphene on silicon for Schottky diode is tunable Fermi level of graphene or Schottky barrier height. When we look some performance parameters of a photodetector in this table, responsivity is one of the most important parameters to characterize the properties of light sensing in a unit of ampere per watt. Detectivity can be interpreted as the weakest level of light detected by a photodetector. Noise equivalent power gives information about the minimum detectable signal of a photodetector. Last parameter is response speed. Here, rise time is defined as the time that the photocurrent increased from 10% to 90% of its maximum. Decay time is also defined similarly. As an example, there are typical performance values for the graphene and silicon Schottky junction photodiode studied in literature, whereas its responsivity is 0.73 ampere per watt. Its response speed is very low. Device fabrication consists of three main steps. As for the first step, we grow the graphene on copper foil by chemical vapor deposition technique. Then photoresist is used as a supporting layer to graphene. By using iron chloride solution, copper is completely etched, and photoresist graphene structure is ready to transfer on silicon substrate. In second step, silicon dioxide dielectric layer and chromium gold metal contact pads were partially deposited on silicon substrate by using thermal evaporation system. Then a photoresist graphene structure was transferred onto the device structure on a hot plate. After removing photoresist with acetone, graphene silicon heterojackson structure was obtained. In the last step, for two-terminal IV measurements, device's metallic electrodes were bonded with the copper-plated pads on PCB card, as in this image. After finished device fabrication, electronic and optoelectronic characterizations of our devices were done using a Kitley source meter, picoampere meter, and nanovoltmeter in this rack unit. In this system, a tungsten halogen lamp is used to generate light. A specific wavelength is separated with the help of monochromator. Flame spectrometer is used to calibrate full without maximum of light. And a commercial silicon photodetector was used to define the incoming light power. So IV characteristic and responsivity measurement were carried out with this experimental setup. This image shows the time-resolved photoresponse measurements setup in our laboratory. In order to measure rise time and decay time of our samples, In this setup, a LED which has the peak intensity of 940 nanometer was used to a light source. The light pulses incoming on the sample were controlled by a LED controller. A specific wavelength of 905 nanometer was provided with a laser filter. Transimpedance amplifier convert the photocurrent to voltage and amplify the signal, so we get the data from oscilloscope. Here I would like to summarize the obtained experimental results. In our samples, the junction area was changed by transferring graphene with different dimensions on 3 individual and silicon substrates. This figure shows dark IV behavior of the fabricated samples in semi-logarithmic scale. The results clearly show that all devices exhibit good rectifying Schottky character, and it was found from this IV graph, dark current of our samples is in the range of 0.3 nanoampere. This figure shows spectral responsivity of our devices at zero bias voltage. As seen from the figure, the responsivity of all devices goes to the maximum value at about 905 nanometer. After that, it exhibits a downward trend towards the 1050 nanometer. This decrease is due to incident light energy is below the silicon band gap energy. When we plot maximum responsivity values of the devices at 905 nanometer as a function of device area, the responsivity is seen to be linearly increased. This figure shows the calculated detectivity and noise equivalent power values as a function of active area. As seen here, the most sensitive device belongs to graphene and silicon photodiode with the area of 20 millimeter square. Obviously, the increase in the junction area improved the detection limit of our devices. Time result photoresponse measurement of our devices were done over several on-off switching cycles under 905 nanometer light at zero bias voltage. Here, all devices exhibit excellent reversible photocurrent behavior. Furthermore, a considerable increase in photocurrent of the devices was achieved with increasing the junction area. Here, in order to get response speeds of the devices, one cycle time result photoresponse measurements were done under 900.
Dr. Fidan, you have only 5 minutes.
Okay. The calculated response speeds values were plotted as a function of device area. As seen from the figure, unfortunately, the fabricated graphene silicon photodiode with the area of 20 millimeter square showed lower response speeds. This situation could be remarkably improved by optimizing the device structure as well as enhancing less defect-free monolayer graphene. Okay, when we summarize the performance parameters of our devices, we have investigated device performance depending on increasing active area. The results showed that as a conclusion of increasing active area, responsivity, detectivity, and NEP are seen to be improved. On the other hand, the device exhibited lower responsivity. The experimental results demonstrated that the device performance of graphene and silicon Schottky photodiodes can be modified simply by changing the size of graphene electrode on N-silicon without need of external doping of graphene layer or engineering graphene N-silicon interface. Okay, I finish my presentation. Thank you for your
Thank you very much
listening.
for good presentation. I have only one question. Are there a limitation for area?
Sorry, Şemsettin Hocam.
Are there a limitation for depend of area?
Yes, we have limitation. Actually, in our laboratory, Our maximum area, we reach 20 millimeters square.
Thank you. Again, thank you for good
Thank you for your
presentation.
question. Okay.
The next speaker, Esra Erbil'e. Welcome, Dr. Esra. Dr. Esra presentation is negative, talk about investigation of negative capacitance in the gold, zinc oxide and type gallium arsenide structure for 1 megahertz at room temperature. Are you ready?
Can you open your microphone?
Open microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Microphone is open. Yes.
Okay, I'm starting then.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Esra Erbil. I'm a research assistant at the Gazi University, and I study on electrical and dielectric characteristics of Schottky barrier type structures. And I'm going to today present this study about the negative capacitance of the gold, zinc oxide, and N-type gallium arsenide structures at room temperature. And here is the outline of my speech. First, I'm going to talk about the motivation of this study. Then I'm going to give a couple of details about experimental process. In the results section, I'm going to show the experimental observed results. And finally, I'm going to conclude my study. Inserting an insulator or oxide or organic layer between metal and semiconductor converts to these structures into the MIS, MOS, and MPS type structures and can improve the performance of these structures. There are also lots of factors that can strongly affect the properties of these structures. For example, the homogeneity and thickness of interfacial layer, surface states, the concentration of doping atoms, series resistance, and so on. Also, experimental conditions such as surface processing, temperature, frequency have impact on the properties of these structures. In this study, the structure is based on the gallium arsenide. Gallium arsenide-based structures have been extensively used in a wide variety of applications, such as solar cells, LEDs, and so on, due to its technical importance and advantages coming from its high carrier mobility and the large band gap of energy. For these reasons, gallium arsenide is preferred as a semiconductor in this study. Zinc oxide is another semiconductor material with a wide band gap, but in this study it is used as an interfacial layer between gold and the gallium arsenide. And now take a look at negative capacitance behavior. This behavior can be explained by the decrease in the number of the charges on the electrode with increase in voltage, and actually it means that material displays an inductive behavior. The physical mechanism of NC behavior for different materials is obviously different, but in general, NC behavior can be attributed to the injection of minority carriers, contacts of interface effect, surface states, and series resistance. In the literature, there are lots of studies that observed NC behavior for different materials, and some of them are listed here. For example, Lee and co-workers observed the NC behavior for light-emitting diodes experimentally. And John, in another study, Biscourt observed it for nanostructured solar cells. In this study by Arslan, it is observed for heterostructures. And these other studies are about the NC behavior observed for Schottky barrier type structures for different semiconductor materials. For example, In this study, it is observed for n-type gallium arsenide-based structures. In here, it is observed for n-type indium phosphate, and respectively, n-type silicium and p-type silicium-based structures also shown this behavior. As I mentioned, in the study, the structure is based on the n-type gallium arsenide, and these are the properties of wafer by the manufacturer. And these steps were followed in the fabrication process. First of all, the wafer was chemically cleaned, and the backside of the wafer, high purity of gold particles were evaporated, thermally evaporated. On the other side of the wafer, zinc oxide film was ground by RF sputter technique. And finally, rectifier gold contacts, again, thermally evaporated onto the zinc oxide film. Thus, the fabrication process of the structure were completed. And the impedance measurements were carried out at room temperature and 4 megahertz. And here are the results of the measurement. We can see a typical inversion, depletion, and accumulation regions in this plot. But at about 1.5 volts, capacitance starts to decline rapidly, and as can be seen here, it takes negative values. The general consensus on NC, is surface states, existence of surface states, and their relaxation time, series resistance, and minority carrier injection. Also related with this behavior, also inductive behavior observed. To see this behavior clearly, with this plot were drawn. As can be seen in here, where the voltage region where C takes its minimum value, conductance takes its maximum value. This opposite behavior of conductance and capacitance to each other is defined as an inductive behavior in the literature. To determine some basic properties, we draw this graph. As can be seen that it's form a straight line in the white voltage region. The relation between the depletion layer capacitance and applied electric field can be examined with this formula. Consider the plot and the formula together. It can be seen that concentration of donor atoms and intercept voltage can be calculated the slope and intercept of the plot. And you are calculated and write it down here. The Fermi energy level, the barrier height, and the depletion layer width are calculated with these formulas, and again tabulated in the table. As can be seen that when we examine the values, they are also good. They are compatible with the literature, with the similar studies. To eliminate the series resistance effect in the measurements, both capacitance and conductance values were corrected with the correction factor A, which is related to the series resistance directly. And in the plots, the red circles represent the corrected values, and the the black represents the measured values of them. As can be seen, both the graphs, series resistance is effective in the accumulation region. And also when we examine these plots, RES has an important effect on observing the NC behavior. And also when we examine this graph, we can see that corrected conductance values decrease in respect to the measured values. And as a result, as I mentioned before, we observed NC behavior in the forward bias region of this structure. And related with the NC behavior, the inductive behavior is also observed in the same voltage region. And when we take a look at the series resistant effect on these behaviors, it's dominant. It's one of the main reason of the observing NC behavior. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much for this good presentation. Are there any questions? No, any question? Again, thanks you this good presentation. The next speaker is Murat Ulusoy. Thank you. You can you close? Esat çıktı. Erken biter dersi var. Ben onu arayayım. Burada mı?
Can you open your camera, dear Murat?
Murat, yes. Kamera var mı?
And also your voice, please.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Kamera açık mı? Evet.
Can you hear me?
Please share your screen. Okay. Welcome, Murat Ulusoy. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Hello to everyone.
Hello.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to introduce myself by your permission before starting my presentation. My name is Murat Ulusoy. I'm a Master of Science student, and at the same time, I am a research assistant at Gazi University Department of Physics. We working with Mr. Altındal and Mr. Azizian, and hence I'm very lucky about that. On Shakti we working, and in this study we investigated the capacitance and conductance behavior of these structures depending on illumination. Just a second. Okay. As it is well known, metal semiconductor contacts, namely Schottky contacts or Schottky diodes, are widely used in the world of electronic and optoelectronic technology, especially their ability to operate at high frequencies and fast transitions between conductivity and insulation states, namely their fast switching capability and their ability to operate at lower biases compared to PN junctions highlight these structures. And due to their widespread use, Schottky contacts or Schottky diodes are structures that are still being studied with interest by researchers. These structures can be made even more efficient by coating a polymer nanocomposite film layer as an insulator to the metal and semiconductor interface. And generally, an optic layer is formed on the silicon crystal unavoidably, but it is advantageous in many respects to form polymer layers with high insulation and high dielectric properties. Unlike inorganic insulators, organic or polymer dielectrics are generally preferred due to advantages such as simpler fabrication procedures, flexibility, and high strength, low molecular weight, and lower cost. And therefore, using polymer or its composite as the interface layer is rapidly becoming the preferred method compared to conventional methods. Organic polymers are semi-crystal compounds and can be easily applied in thin film layers. Some important properties of these structures include important mechanical, electrical, and optical properties such as low thermal conductivity, high energy density, and low dielectric loss. In addition, some polymers that are transparent in both visible and near infrared range are successfully used in various optoelectronic devices, as in this study. In addition to all these, polymers such as PVA, PVC, and PVP have other important properties such as adjustable conductivity, good solubility and dispersion, and controllable surface properties. Now I want to talk a little about an important structure, the erbium oxide, which is a metal oxide structure. The application area of this structure are quite diverse due to its electrical, optical, and photoluminescence properties. And erbium oxide doped nanoparticle materials can be also dispersed in glass or plastic for imaging technologies. It is characterized by its thermal and chemical stability, high electric constant, high bulk refractive index, and wide bandgap. Especially having a structure with high electric coefficient at the interface on the metal semiconductor surface means a capacitor with high load storage capacity. This is an important result of a capacitance voltage measurement. For this purpose, polymer structures are doped with some metal or metal oxide compounds to obtain an interface with high dielectric coefficient and minimize the leakage currents between the metal and semiconductor in order to provide good insulation. On the other hand, it's very important to determine the interface state or surface state and the change of the state that inefficiently affect the performance of these structures. The use and research of such polymer metal oxide structures continue today in order to minimize these interface conditions affecting the structure performance as much as possible, and thus to obtain a more efficient and reliable structures. Here is the experimental procedure summary, but I want to summarize the summary. The prepared composite was coated on the front surface of the crystal by the spin coating, and then ohmic, back ohmic, and rectified contacts were performed by using a thermal evaporation system, and capacitance, conductance versus voltage measurements were made with the help of the HP impedance meter at room temperature. Okay, now I can talk about the experimental results. First, I want to explain the results of capacitance voltage measurements and then talk about conductance and voltage measurements. As can be seen in the figure, the measured capacitance strongly depends on bias voltage and elimination effect. The capacitance of the diode increases after the elimination effect with respect to dark values. The reason of the increase in the capacitance is the generation of more carriers created by the elimination effect in the diode interface. In this way, it can be said that the properties of interface state density have a significant effect on the electrical parameters of the diode. Furthermore, it can be seen in that figure, the conductivity values also increase with elimination effect. This shows that the diode exhibits photocapacitance behavior, and in addition, conductivity values are almost independent of the elimination due to series resistance in the accumulation region, in the region of about 6-8 volts. I want to talk a little bit more detail about the formation of interface states and series resistance. Existence of the surface state and series resistance leads to the weighting from the ideal case of the structure, metal semiconductor or metal polymer semiconductor structure. Surface states are usually result from surface structure, lattice, disorder, surface preparation, and impurities in semiconductors, but series resistance results from the ohmic and fake contact, probe bias to the gate and baud resistivity, or baud resistivity and neutral region of the semiconductor. Therefore, it's really important to investigate the effect of series resistance and surface states when considering capacitance and conductance elimination distribution. And consequently, they should be taken into account in the calculations. The existence of series resistance can cause the weighting in the ideal capacitance voltage and conductance voltage plots, especially at the accumulation region of the structure. And thereby the voltage-dependent profile of the structure resistance was extracted from the accurate capacitance and conductance data for the elimination. Then the resistance and voltage plots of the structure were generated by using Nicolet-Ambrère method as described in equation 1. Here is the equation. Here, first of all, resistance values in black obtained from this method are seen. Then the elimination effects can be seen. The peak behavior of the resistance versus voltage and shifting its position towards negative voltage result from spatial density distribution of surface states and their reordering and restructuring under elimination effect. But the real value of resistance, which is series resistance, is corresponding to strong accumulation region at about 8 volts. It's very important to determine some parameters in capacitance conductance voltage measurements as such as current voltage measurements. For this, we utilize the linear part of the 1/c square versus voltage plot in reverse bias region, or call it the immersion region. And the plots have good linearity at this region. The obtained parameters which are extracted from the 1/c square versus voltage plot can be seen in the table, and it's clearly seen here that some parameters change because of the restructuring and reordering of surface states under the elimination effect. The doping concentration of the donor atoms value increases, the barrier height value increases slightly, the depletion layer width value decreases, and the maximum electric field value increases accordingly. On the other hand, the series resistance at the 8 volts decreases. All the chains show that the structure has photocapacitance behavior well. As I said, the importance of determining the interface state and that the situations affect the performance of the structure. Here we use the high-low frequency capacitance methods to determine the interface state and their behavior. Where A is the rectifier contact area and CI is the insulating layer capacitance. C back and C elimination are the capacitance value interface, in back and in elimination respectively. It can be seen the intensity of the interface state increases up to about 6 volts, and then it does not change much. And the observed 2 peaks here are the result of the 2 elimination induced surface state region. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murat, your good presentation. Are there any questions? No any question. Again, thanks you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Şey çağıralım o zaman. Öteki hazır mı? Hı. Wiser diye değil mi? Prof mu bu? Prof mu? Öyle mi? Ha. Welcome, dear Philip Wisher. Are you ready to presentation?
Yes. One moment. I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes. Can you start?
Yes. Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. So my name is Philipp Wieser. I'm a PhD student at the Institute of Inorganic Chemistry at the Graz University of Technology. And today I would like to briefly introduce you to my current work, which is about templated electrodeposition of nanostructured platinum films and how we were able to reveal reorientation of the porosity inside these platinum films by during the electrodeposition process by means of in operando grazing incidence small angle X-ray scattering. So I'm a PhD student of the Institute of Technology of Graz, but actually I am spending most of the time at the Austrian Sachs beamline, which is situated at the Elettra synchrotron in Trieste in Italy, and where we do small and wide angle X-ray scattering experiments in various fields such as biology, chemistry, or material science. So X-ray scattering is a non-destructive electron-sensitive technique to investigate structures from interatomic distances up to about 100 nanometers in size. And due to its large illuminated sample volume in combination with the high flux brilliant synchrotron radiation, X-ray scattering is a very powerful technique to study the structural changes under various circumstances in operando. My specific task is to study structural changes during electrochemical processes. So in our current work, we are studying the templated electrodeposition of platinum films under a constant potential of 0.1 volt versus saturated calomel electrode. The platinum films are deposited from a liquid crystalline template with a hexagonal structure. And the idea of this templated electrodeposition process is that the metal should be deposited in between these templates, and therefore it is possible to control the resulting porosity of these platinum films. And it was already shown in previous publications that actually they were able to attain platinum films with hexagonal pores, as you can see here on the bottom left, with this exact technique. And it was also shown that you can attain control over the pore orientation with a technique that is called shear alignment. So you apply shear stress to your liquid crystal, and that way it's aligned parallel to the sample surface, and they actually were also able to deposit then a platinum film that had pores with preferential alignment parallel to the sample surface. To get a better understanding of this, we wanted to make in situ measurements, and as this is And for this, we used grazing incidence small angle X-ray scattering, which is a surface sensitive technique. On the bottom left, you see the schematic representation of the experiment. So you have your incoming monochromatic X-ray beam that is hitting the sample at grazing, so at grazing angle, at a very small angle. Then you have the scattering experiment, and the scattered light is then recorded by a two-dimensional detector. And on the right side, you see the surface structures and the corresponding GSAX patterns. So on the top left, you see the scattering pattern of laminar structures that are parallel to the sample surface. Then you have on the top right, you have samples that are structured perpendicular to the sample surface. On the bottom left, you see a random orientation, and on the bottom right, you see the scattering pattern of a hexagonal two-dimensional crystal, which is aligned parallel to the sample surface. So here you have the results. So we did measurements of deposited platinum, both on gold and platinum substrates. On the left, and here you see the scattering patterns before and after the deposition process of platinum, and also you see the scattering pattern after the removal of the electrolyte. And what we can see here is that actually there is a change from the preferential alignment before and after the deposition process. So you see before, you see these spots indicating parallel alignment of the liquid crystal template, and afterwards you see these vertical streaks that actually indicate a vertical alignment of the structures. So this could also be reproduced by GSAX measurements after the template removal, so ex situ measurements. And to get a better understanding of the structural changes, we did time resolved. We measured the scattering patterns during the electrodeposition process with a temporal resolution of 7 seconds. And with advanced data analysis techniques such as multiple curve fitting or fitting into D, we were actually able to extract data about the evolution of the structure via GSAX. So here on the left, you see these spots that indicate the parallel, so the horizontal alignment of the pores. These were fitted with a two-dimensional Gaussian, and here on the right side you see these streaks that indicate the vertical alignment, and these were fitted with these were actually analyzed by making a linear cut through the scattering pattern and then with curve fitting. So here you see the resulting signal over time curves, and you see that it's done both for platinum and gold, and you see that in all cases the horizontal the horizontally aligned structures, they were lost almost immediately after starting the electrodeposition process. Where this can be shown both on platinum and gold, whereas the vertical structures, they were actually formed after from 10 seconds to about 6 minutes. And on gold, we were actually able to make scans over different positions. So you see here that actually the starting times vary between the different different positions, and this actually indicates a progressive nucleation of the porous platinum films. Also, in some cases, you see that actually there is after some time, there's a decrease in the signal, which actually indicates a loss in long-range order. So yeah, to conclude, we were able to show that actually the preferential alignment changed from before to the electrodeposition to the actual deposited structure. We were able to extract information about the structural changes during the electrodeposition process by GSACs. The alignment parallel to the sample surface was lost immediately after starting the deposition, and the vertical structures, they actually came after 10 seconds to 6 minutes, and this different starting times actually indicates, they indicate progressive nucleation of the porous films. And in several cases, we also saw that the signal from the vertically aligned structure decreased again after some time, which is then an indication of a loss in long-range order. With this, I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor Heinz Amenich, also Professor Golas for advices on the electrochemistry, David Moser. Also, I would like to thank my colleagues at Elettra. And last but not least, I would like to thank you for the attention and for this opportunity to present my work.
Thank you very much for this good presentation. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? No any question? Thanks again.
Thank you.
Dear Michel. Lunch break.
Thank you, Philip, again. And thank you, everybody, for the second session finished just now. And we will be waiting for the third session after the lunch break at 2 o'clock. The stream will be online, and we can open some video clips here, and we are here. And if you have any question, you can ask using email. At 2 o'clock, 2 p.m., we will continue our sessions. Just know I close the session formally, and we have lunch break just now. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we would like to start the third session with the chair of the Professor Mehmet Çakmak from Gazi University. Please, Professor Çakmak.
Okay, thank you very much, Yaşar. And I am very pleased to be chairing the third session here. And also I would like to give my thanks to the conference organization and hosting the Gazi University. Today, this afternoon, we will have 4 speakers. First speakers is plenary speakers, Professor Ekmel Özbay. And I want to give a bit brief information about his CV. He's currently a full professor in physics and Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering Department in Bilkent University. And so also in 2003, he founded Bilkent University Nanotechnology Research Center, which is called Nanotom. And now he's leading their research group working on nanophotonics, nanomaterials, nanoelectronics, and gallium nitride-based devices. And I want to give a few things about him. First one is very important things about his awards, Adolf Long medals, and in 2005, he also awarded European Union Descartes Science Award. So he has more than 500 publications, many citations, many talks. So I'm very pleased to hear his talk about strong light-matter interaction in lithographic-free perfect absorbers for photoconversion, photodetection, light emission, sensing, and filtering. Before I leave the microphone to Professor Ekmel Özbay, I want to give to him 50 minutes, tell about his talk time is 50 minutes, including question and discussion period. Please go for it.
Thank you, Professor Çakmak. Yeah. Again, I'd like to thank to the organizing committee and also the chair for the nice introduction and organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk. So in this talk, let me share my, you can see it, right, Mehmet?
Yes, right. I can.
So I'll be talking about what we are doing on the research side, but in the meantime, I'd like to share our experience. You know, we are in universities, most of our academicians, but we are also connected to the life. So there is a big expectation from the academy in terms of getting the research results into real devices. That's, of course, not all of us has to do it, but someone has to do it. And it will give us, I think, more encouragement for the young scientists or engineers to provide this passion. And I presume the newly founded photonics department will also be a good example. So I'd like to congratulate Professor Özçelik Süleyman Hoca for founding this new department, which I think will be an excellent connection between the industry and the university. So I will be repeating my title of talk. Again, I will be using, showing you how we can use nanophotonics ideas for various applications. Okay, of course, I first like to introduce my people. That's what I do. You know, the research group, I would say maybe the research center members are getting larger and larger every day. Here are a few of them, I would say. But if you look for the details, this is, we have around 60 people. We have about 10 of them have PhDs, so they are PIs in a way. We also have around 30 research engineers. As you will see, we have a lot of applied works. We have technicians. Of course, we also have people working there, doing the research, like research assistants, both working on their masters and PhDs. But we also, because we have quite a number of projects, we have also people working on project management, quality management, human resources, personally, etc. So where we are is we have actually quite some room. Besides our first building, we also have a second building, and let me tell you what's in there. We have, I would say, close to, in that 2 buildings, around $30 million investment over the years. Investment in the sense that we got it from the projects, of course. I have been a professor here more than 26 years now. And let me show you some of the infrastructure. We have a couple of electron beam lithography systems. We have the nanophotonics lab with various instruments. Okay, so expectation of funding agencies. We have to get, of course, projects to keep the, especially experimental research going on, but they have expectations. First of all, we have to have a good education. We have to provide them highly qualified graduate students for new workforce, for new academicians. In that one, I had the pleasure to work with many talented, I would say, young students when they joined my group, but now they are quite senior because I've been around too long. So these, I show this, I call it Özbay Group Hall of Fame. So these are my PhD students who have published more than 15 Science Index papers in their PhD. Let me tell you, I just had 5 papers for my PhD in Stanford, so I will not make to this list if I were in my own group. So now, as you can see, they're all around the world. Burak is in Imperial College, Serkan is Northwestern University. If you move to the top, actually, Hümeyra, who is currently the top one, she's a professor in Finland, and Koray is a professor in Northwestern University, and some of the group members also return back to Turkey. And there are more to come. Actually, I have 2 very good students who will get into this list in the next few months. Okay. Now, so we provide them with good workforce. So they also ask, are we making good science? You have to show them. I know that we are, I don't want to be a bean counter, but at the end, when you want to compare the universities, even the, I would say, different countries in terms of their success in sciences, we look for how many papers they have, I mean, the top country, how many citations, are they in good places? So for that one, we have been quite productive over the years because I had good students and good postdocs. I was able to publish close to 550 papers. So we keep this performance over the years and try to keep it. And we try to publish in good places, as all of us do, including Science, Nature, PRR, ACS, Nanoscale, etc., different places. But of course, you can publish, but are we making an impact in the world? At least the numbers say that we are making an impact. We are receiving more than 1,000 citations per year, and in the past 10 years. So it was a consistent, I will say. So we are getting the attention of researchers in the world. By the way, our self citation is less than 5%. So, and the H index recently increased to 63. We had published a paper in Science. It was an invited review paper. That was in 2006. And since then, it has received more than 3,500 citations, which makes it our country's most cited paper in our history. So I think it will stay at that level because the closest one is, I think, is half of it. So in a way, we are trying to be I would say, window to the whole world in terms of science. But how about the applications? I mean, because you can publish, you can get all these citations, papers. How about the application? How about the products? Where are the jobs? Because eventually, if you want to be a first world country, I would say economically developed country, you have to use these science and technology into real products so that you have good paying jobs. So for that one, we were working quite hard to patent our, I would say, inventions. So I will not go through all the list, but it is now more than close to 90, 89 to be specific. And especially in the last few years, we have been quite active in patent application and issuing. So actually, we have a technopark here, and we are the #1. And if you look at the Turkish statistics, also we have a significant place in terms of patents. But patents is not enough. But through the years, I have been in Bilkent. We have been working on different technologies that's very close to commercialization. So there came a moment about 6-7 years ago, to be exact, 6.5 years ago, where we decided to commercialize our activities. For that one, we work with Aselsan. So Aselsan and Bilkent came together, and we decided to have a spin-off company. This is not a company owned by any of us. I have no shares. It is 50% owned by the Bilkent University, 50% owned by the Aselsan. This shows our foundation was November 14, 2014. So that was actually still Turkey's largest spin-off company in that sense, in terms of investment. And I became the CEO of this company in the meantime. So how we decided to make an initial investment of $30 million, which is a lot of money. We cannot raise this money to persons, etc. But because our owners are Bilkent and Aselsan, of course, we can apply for credits to make this. So, of course, both Bilkent and Aselsan put $3 million, so $6 million was the capital, and then on top of it, we applied for credit to the banks, actually to the development banks, Türkiye Kalkınma Bankası at the time, and we got $24 million. And in the meantime, actually, we get $10 million so currently we have about $40 million investment. So this is how we finance the investment. Again, the founders put some money, but most of the money came from as credits, which we are still paying because now we have products. That was the groundbreaking ceremony where the defense minister at this time also attended. And 1 year we had a new building. That was our third building. That's the company building where we are commercializing our technologies. And this is our organization. We have different branches, etc., for technologies. And so we have a close relation between the Nanotam. So Nanotam is in a way where we develop the technology, while this ABM, Aselsan Bilkent Micro Nanotechnologies is the company where we commercialize the technology. So we have the, I would say, textbook example of university industry working together. So this is some of the people, again, working in both institutions. Currently, we are around actually close to 130 people, half, I would say. On the company side, second numbers refer to the company. We have more technicians because we have a lot of products we work on, which I will show. And in the meantime, we have more, of course, administrative people needed to run the company and the projects. So we have 5 activities. Actually, some of them are actually photonic or the light-based technologies, you see. On the one, we work with gallium nitride technologies. Gallium nitride has a lot of application, but we are mostly interested in the defense application because one of the founders is Aselsan, which is a defense company. But you can also, we have an eye on high power electronics, space application, and also communication applications. Why gallium nitride? Because this material can handle very high powers without burning. So it is the best RF transistor for high power RF application. So it's a new material. It was actually, of course, since the foundation, gallium nitride has been all the time around, but the growth technology, MOCVD, has been developed only in late 1990s. So, and in Turkey, we have a lot of application, I would say large-scale application that Aselsan is working on. So this early avoidance radar system is one of them. So we are developing the transistor for this application. That was S-band, 3 GHz. For the X-band, 10 GHz, we are developing the MMICs, RF chips needed to be used in these large-scale radar systems. And also we work with the National Fighter Project, where we are developing a very unique chip only for this, I would say, aircraft. So this is shows our process cycle. We have everything in-house: epitaxial growth, micro nanofabrication, electrical characterization, packaging, and eventually coming to the MMIC design, etc. So this is a cycle that continually repeats, and of course, each time you have to get better and better. So this shows our MOCVD system where we can grow 3-inch wafer, or 1 6-inch wafer, or 7 2-inch wafer at the same time. It's a medium scale MOCVD system, and I'm also glad to hear that Gazi University is buying a 3.5 system. This is a nitride system, so it will be a complementary to the new system, will be complementary to our efforts. And this shows part of the factory where we have 4 different plasma systems. You can think of it like a automotive factory where each step has to make in different stages. So we have different processes for these systems. This is the most expensive part of the company, I would say, infrastructure. This is the electron beam pattern generator, which costs 2.3 million euro, but it can write down to 5 nanometer patterns at very fast rates. So this shows some of our gallium nitride RF MMICs, and we have a now line of products from 30 megahertz all the way to millimeter wave frequencies. So that's on the gallium nitride part. On the photonic part, which is again, I'm showing this because I'm showing that the research has actually ended up as real application and we are real products. On the we are working on quadrant photodetectors, silicon photodetectors. This is used for various applications shown here. So we of course have to start by simulations and design. So we have to design the process and also the device. It is essentially a PIN photodetector, but with very low dark currents at very high bias voltages. So we have over the years, actually took us 10 years to come to that point. It takes a lot of time to get research into real products. So I'm not going to do it, but we have all these steps optimized, and this is our product, which we sold more than 4,500 times. So it is one of the mainstream products of the company. On the navigation side, actually, which is another optical application, we are developing fiber optic-based navigation sensors. So all of these platforms need to know where they are without getting any signal from outside. That's especially true for military applications. So to achieve this, you can make a fiber optic-based gyroscope, which is the best gyroscope. So essentially, we are trying to find how much the system is rotating. So if you know the acceleration and the angular acceleration, you can know where you are moving in time. So we have this, I would say, optical unit, which is the sensor part of the, we start with the light source, then we have the optical guidance, and we also have the coils. But the heart of it is actually a photonic integrated chip. We call MIOC, multifunction integrated optic chip, which we also design, fabricate, test, package in our center and the company now. You see, it has three different parts. We have a Y splitter, then we have the phase modulator, and we have the combiners. So these three functionalities, it also polarizes the incoming lights. So we combine these to make to be used. So these are all the products that we develop with Aselsan, and currently they are on the field. So they are at TRL level 9. So it has been tested even in work conditions. On the semiconductor and sensor technologies, another photonics application, we work on, actually, we started to work on this with Professor Özçelik about, I would say, 7-8 years ago. And now we came to the point of making a camera out of it. So we use InGaAs as the detector, and then we use a flip chip process to make connection to the alloy IC without integrated circuit. And we developed the material and the process such a level that actually it's almost at world record performance. We have each of these pixels have around 2 femtoamperes, 10 to minus 15 at 10 Celsius. And if you look for our performance, again, we are at the, I would say, frontier in this research. If you look for the quantum efficiency, we optimize the process so that we have all, it's not internal, it's the external quantum efficiency. We are close to 100% external quantum efficiency. And all of this has been actually published. So this is our paper. This was led by Dr. Flores, who is working as a PI in our center. And we also made a camera. So we made the mechanical design. We made all the electronics. Notice that we have 7 different cards. We also have an electronic design team, and we have mechanical engineers. So I will show you. This is a picture we have taken from our center. Notice that that pixel count is very, very low, 99.8. It's a very clear picture. To show the performance level, it shows, you know, on a hazy day, you cannot see what is up there in the Ankara because of but because you can see through the clouds, you can have much better visibility on the foggy condition. And this shows let me see if it will work. This was a video, but okay, you can see it now. As you can see, we made a it's a 30 frame per second video. Okay, let me move. And we also package these and even start selling these to other camera developers. We have our own camera, but we also give it to others as FPA or as a module, etc. And finally, electro-optic systems. Here we are working on fiber optic based, another photonics based technology, sensing systems. So the idea here is, first idea was pipeline security, because Turkey is crossroads of these pipelines. We have more than 15,000 kilometers of pipeline in our country, and they are prone to both thief, these are some news from the newspapers, and also terrorism. So you have to protect them, but you cannot put a soldier or you cannot put a video in all of them. So what you do is you protect these, I would say, infrastructures by using fiber optic based sensing. So what you do is there is always a fiber optic cable next to these infrastructures. You send a pulse, and whenever someone is walking or digging something, this results in an acoustic wave that changes the refractive index at this point, and then you end up getting so it's kind of an OTDR, but we are doing a phase-based optical time refractor. It's not a refractometry actually, because we are looking for changes in beryllium scattering, and there is no all part of the fiber is sensing, and we have 5,000 channels. We listen continuously. We separate them into 5,000 channels, and the resolution is 10 meters. So we have 5,000 microphones. Each microphone is like 10 meters of fiber sensing element, and we developed this technology. So this shows the optical part. It has a laser. It has a couple of L-window fiber amplifier, a lot of fiber optic components, photodetector, and its circuitry. We use actually a couple of acousto-optical modulators to define our parts. And of course, you have to design a lot of electronics. This is all of our design. And it has a power card, communication card, FPGA card, ADC DAC card, LED card, etc. And this shows the performance. So this is a system we developed for Aselsan. So we sell it to Aselsan in that sense. It has a 50 kilometer range, 10 meter sensitivity, and applications are besides pipeline. There is also border railroads, smart highways, infrastructures, and currently they are installed in Turkey. We also sold systems to USA, and more is on the way, Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Actually, the first installation was done in Syrian border. We have actually systems both in the Syrian border and also Armenian border, and it is currently under usage. So this is to basically to see if anyone is trying to cross our border. The pipeline protection is also now under control. So BOTAŞ is very happy with the performance. Actually, they already detected like 10 to 20 thief, and they already had, I would say, used the system enough to get their money back. What else? It can also be used to protect this infrastructure in cities, like pipeline. I mean, gas pipes in the city. If someone is digging, you can understand that there's a digging. So these are some of the, I would say, applications we are working with Istanbul city. And you can also use the infrastructure, fiber optic line infrastructure. This was a demonstration we have done in Saudi Arabia. And it was actually, there were 5 companies and we were the best one, but since then our relation with Saudi Arabia became a little bit sour. So we are waiting. I hope we can get better relations with them, I would say. And you can also use it for, I would say, road highway protection, because if there's a bomb, they have to put it usually into the ditches, and you can sense it over 50 kilometers. So you can protect. Actually, we currently working with the Defense Department to protect our soldiers fighting for us in the eastern part and the southeastern part of our country. So I will come now back to the science where everything starts from, to get these applications. So we use strong light metal interaction for various applications. Now, for nanofabrication, there are 2 approaches, as you may know. You can do a top-down approaches, so you can basically start from bulk and then use lithography, other means to put it into nanoscale, or you can start from atoms, clusters, and come to it. This is the bottom-up approach. So lithography is normally used for many applications, like in electronics. Of course, we need the lithography to make transistors, interconnect layers, wires, etc. In optics, it is also used for many other applications, also in biology, along with storage, optics, etc. So for this application, you have to use lithography. But if you come to the light metal interaction, there is a catch. Which one is better, periodic or aperiodic? Because unlike non-electronic optoelectronic designs that require fine patterns to realize the design and functionality, when you look for the light metal interaction, you need more surfaces. Actually, the random and aperiodic media, we found that is a better choice. So let me show you why is the case. So over the years, we developed various, I would say, innovative designs, I would say fabrication routes to realize these nanostructures, as you can see here, and use them in various applications that I will be talking today. And we show that it is possible to achieve strong light localization in these structures by choosing, of course, the right material. So let's start by sensing, how we can use this for sensing application. So for sensing application, you have to have an access to surrounding environment. It can be biosensing or other sensing. So you need a large surface area. And you can only achieve this by this, I would say, you cannot do it by layer by structures. So we develop oblique angle deposition to obtain these structures. So again, we control the growth parameters to get these nanorods, as you can see, at various shapes and also various lengths. And we also use bismuth as the right plasmonic material to get perfect absorption. I will later talk about why bismuth is the right material. So what we do is we take this, actually take the image and then make simulations. So you can get hotspots in which light is concentrated. So we are effectively making nanocavities, but these are random nanocavities, and we are not using any fabrication. And if you we look for a mid-infrared, around 6-7 micron. So we design a structure which has a reflection depth. We essentially choose the thickness of the bismuth nanorod for that purpose. So we excite a certain resonance. And notice that for bare, it has a dip around 6.5 micron, but when you coat it with PMA, resonance shifts. Again, no lithography, everything just deposition. And it has an ultra high sensitivity, which is high actually compared to the other methods based on lithography. And we can make it on 1 by 1 centimeter piece, even on 4-inch. Now, if you try to make any, I would say, nanoscale lithography using electron beam lithography, it will take 1 year to write on a 4-inch wafer. I mean, on a typical machine. So, but here we do it in 10 seconds. So it has a big advantage in terms of throughput. Now, how we can use this? You can come up with different, again, we can grow these nanorods also in direct form, but we can also make a nano antenna out of it. Actually, it's a nano antenna in the sense that we have a dielectric and metal on top, so we can control the resonance of these structures, which means that we can control the absorption resonances and/or the wavelengths. So that's what we have done. And then we can coat it because it has a large surface with bioagents for biodetection. So that shows our process, how we grow these structures. We start with bismuth, and then we grow lithium fluorine nanorods, and then we cap them with bismuth. And let me show you the results. As you can see, there will be a change in the color. So we are doing colorimetric sensing. So whenever the material is coated, color is changing. These are real pictures. These are not our, these are photos. So from the bare to the coated, you can see, you can make these colorimetric sensing. This was actually published late last year, these results. And how can you use this for filtering purposes? Now, there are two kinds of filters. You can either have a refractive or transmission filtering. But if you have a refractive type filtering, because and I'm talking about MIM type filter here, because you are passing from the metal twice, it is very hard to achieve a good throughput or transmission. So typically they are limited to fabric parallel designs are limited to 56%. So instead we decide to make it using a refractive type of, instead of transmission mirror here. And then we design these structures. Notice that they are based on gallium, aluminum oxide, and aluminum. So they are MIM or MIMI type structures. And then by changing the cavity design, we can change the absorption, and essentially we are changing the color of the system. Actually, notice that we can have all these wonderful color by changing the design of our structures. And it's quite efficient. We have reflection up to 90%. So this is a much better color filter that I'm talking about than the transmission types. How about photo detection? Now, if we want to harvest the loss by hot electron-based photo detection, so idea is to you shine the light, and then you like to get the most of these into electron hole pairs or into a photocurrent. So now there are two approaches. You can either use semiconductors or metals for this approach. Both of them advantages and disadvantages. Semiconductors, they are quite efficient, but you are limited usually by the band gap. But in a metal, absorption is not limited by band gap because you have continuous distribution. Problem with the metal is whenever a photon is absorbed, you excite a hot electron, but the lifetime of this electron is very short, especially in, I would say, novel materials like gold, etc. They are in the order of femtosecond, typically, I would say 100 femtosecond. But if you look for bismuth, which is a rare, say, rare of material, but it's not as rare, actually. It's not one of them. So bismuth is relatively cheap. These are the rarest material. So bismuth is actually, I think, works. If you look to the list, this is number 40 in terms of distribution in Earth, on the Earth. So it has, you can, because bismuth have the right optical properties, especially for both IR and visible application, it has the right material. We call it the refractory material. So they are not perfect reflector, they are not perfect absorber. Their N and K values are in the ranges that you want. Their permittivity is negative, and their permittivity imaginary part is positive. So this is the kind of N and K you expect these materials. And if you look for the bismuth, this is our experiment. Its electron lifetime is bismuth is about 10,000 to 100,000 times longer than the gold. So you can use bismuth as an efficient, I would say, way of photo detection. So this is what we have done. So this shows the resonant light absorption we have designed. We can make it almost perfect absorption in bismuth and then transfer the electrons into to another semiconductor. So this is what we have done. So we have designed spectrally selective photodetectors using bismuth-based nanocavities. And by changing the dimensions, you can change the resonances. And in turn, you can get responsivities, quite high responsivities, these are photo responsivities, as a function of wavelength. You can even make a photon circle design. So by changing the design of these unique structures at different points, A, B, C, D, we can have different responsivities on the same, I would say, substrate, which you cannot do by, simply do by, I would say, semiconductors. How about emission? How you can do this? Now for that one, we are looking for quantum emitters. Actually, if you know or you don't know, defect centers in HBN, hexagonal boron nitride, can act as a quantum emitter. Actually, that's the most famous material for quantum, I would say, single photon source, etc. So this empty space in HBN can act as a quantum emitter, one photon each time. And it's in various ranges, as you can see. Now, so the idea is, although you have this, you have to somehow have a couple. You have to couple the, in a way, the electromagnetic field to this one. So there is a catch. Now, so essentially, we are trying to increase the Purcell factor. So what we did was, we again use oblique angular deposition to realize these densely packed gold nanoions and nanorods, as you can see in these pictures. And then we simulated these structures to see if we are having hotspots. Notice that this is an SEM picture, then we take this digital image, convert it into here, make a simulation, and notice that we have a lot of hotspots. So if we can put our HPN in one of these hotspots, we should be able to enhance the Purcell factor quite a lot. But there's another problem. If you are very close to these metallic surfaces, you have quenching effect. So if you just put your HPN on top of the quartz, these deposited materials, you don't get any emission because you are quenching the system. So what we did was we looked for an optimum direct layer in between them. So using atomic layer deposition, we deposited these materials to find the perfect, I would say, spacing between the HPN and the gold structures. And we were able to see this on increased photoluminescence efficiency. So these are quantum emitters in that sense. They come from quantum structures which are close to these hotspots. And this was just published actually earlier this year in Optics Letters. What else you can do? You can also talk about quantum dots and enhancing their properties. So for quantum dots, we are using cadmium selenide, as you can see. And we are again using this aluminum oxide between them so that they don't touch each other, they don't quench each other. But in the meantime, you have enough increase in the electromagnetic field, so you have enhanced emission from these quantum dot structures. So this shows what happens if you just put the quantum dot on quarks. Nothing happens. If you just put it on gold nanoislands, again, you don't get too much. But if you separate them, like this one with a aluminum oxide layer, you have enhanced photoluminescence. And 20 nanometer, we found out that, as you can see, 20 nanometer is the ideal separation between the gold and the quantum dots. And this is very new results. It's under review currently. What more, we can also use this for energy applications, which called photochemical water splitting. Let's see how it works. I'm sure that you may remember water splitting from high school experiments, chemistry. You have to put two electrodes, and then if you apply a bias, you can get the water splitting. So what happens is the electrons and holes on the surface essentially gets into a chemical reaction, and on using holes, you are getting the oxygen. So you have notice that you are water splitting. So holes react with water on the surface, and you get oxygen, and electrons react with the hydrogen, and you get the remaining hydrogen, and you get the hydrogen. So you can split the water. Now, normally you cannot do it with, I will say, metals like gold, etc., because they don't have enough lifetime, even if you excite some. So what we are doing is we are shining lights. Of course, we are talking about solar light here on our material, and then trying to get this to for water splitting. So this shows. So we have, of course, you again need a lot of surface area. That's why the nanorods are quite useful here. So the nanorods are going to these bismuth surfaces, and you can get oxygen on this on the bismuth side and hydrogen on the platinum side. So this shows our experiment. The holes in the that are generated on the bismuth side, because they have a long lifetime, gets into the reaction with the water molecule, and you have oxygen getting into that one, because bismuth has a very long lifetime when you generate these electron hole pairs in the system. So this shows our experiment. So we can split the water much more efficiently just using bismuth nanorods. It's again, the idea is for energy applications for this one. And finally, I'll be talking about secure labeling and thermal camouflage. So the idea here is first spacecraft cooling. If you are in a space, you have a big problem. There's a lot of radiation coming from the sun. So what you want to do is you want to block all the radiation coming from the sun. That's why you see these aluminum mirrors on whenever if you go to any spacecraft or a satellite. But in the meantime, you don't want it to get hot. You want to, the only way you can give the thermal energies radiation, and that happens in the infrared region. So you want a coating that essentially acts like a reflector at visible frequencies, while you want something that emits, which means that you, because of the Kirchhoff's law, we have to have a strong thermal emission, or we have to have strong absorption in the mid-infrared of the electromagnetic spectrum. So we decided to design such a structure, again, using these coating methods that I have discussed. But this time we used ITO, indium oxide, for this purpose. So we designed a structure which has low reflectance, as you can see, at these wavelengths. And then, so it's suitable while it has good absorption in the infrared. So we were able to make this on large scale areas. We also found that it can also be used for security labeling application. So this shows the optical image where you cannot see anything, but because we have written this image using ITO in there, you can read it by a thermal camera. So again, we are able to come up with a method in which we can have a high solar reflectivity in the visible range, while we have high thermal resistivity in the infrared range. So in conclusion, we use strong light metal interaction for various applications, as I have talked, went through the application, including perfect absorbers, photochemical water splitting, photovoltaics, etc. But I like to continue what we are doing. Again, we are doing science, I will say, good science, and then we try to develop the technology around this. And some of these technologies become real products. And the added value, you know, if you work on agriculture, is important. We all need food, but the added value is quite low and the price is low. If you go to industrial products, you know, Turkey is manufacturing, I think, close to 3 million cars per year, but most of the parts come from outside, and the price is so $10 per kilogram, and the added value is relatively less than 50%. But if you look for photonics technologies, micro nanotechnologies, the price is around $10 million per kilogram, and the added value is more than 1,000. So we use $1 million of, I will say, material to generate a technology at $10 million. Okay, so to summarize, we have this Nanotam and the company where we are starting from basic research all the way to the technology products. And of course, I like to thank to the all these agencies that helped us over the years to come to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Özbay. I'm very pleased to hear your recent studies, and I am sure some question would be, where can we see the question? Is there any question, please? You can write in chat session. We have, we can take a few questions.
I'm on time, right?
Yeah, you have time, 2 or 3 minutes. Any question? I cannot see. Everybody's writing. Thank you very much. Okay. If there is no question, I think everything is understood very well.
All right. Okay then.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Özbay. We are very happy to see you.
Thanks for the invitation again.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next talk. Today we have invited speaker, Professor Martin Booth. And before I leave the microphone to him, I would like to give brief information about him. And he's working in the Department of Engineering Science, University of Oxford in the United Kingdom. And also he's holding a college lectureship at Lincoln College. And he got many awards and some prize. And I want to give example, for example, Young Research Award in Optical Technology from the School of Advanced Optical Technology at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in 2012. And also he got a prize, International Commission for Optic Prize in 2014. And he has many publications. He has a very good citations. So I'm very pleased to hear talk about three-dimensional super resolution, microscope deeper inspection using adaptive optics. Professor, please, I leave the microphone to you. Please go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, that invitation. Can you just confirm you can see my screen and hear me?
Yes, I can see it.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be able to talk to you about this, and thank you very much to the organisers for inviting me. For those of you who are less familiar with the topic of adaptive optics in microscopy, I will explain in the first few slides the background to my talk here. Now, in my research group, we cover a whole area of different research, which I term as dynamic optics and photonics, which covers a lot of things from bioimaging through to quantum photonics and laser manufacturing. In this particular talk, we'll be concentrating on the part of the work involving bioimaging, particularly high resolution and super resolution microscopy, and the use of adaptive optics technology in order to overcome problems of aberrations in these microscopes. And it will be illustrated particularly using some examples of super resolution microscopes. Now, over the years, we've developed a range of different methods which we've applied to different types of optical microscope, where we've used adaptive optics to compensate for the problems caused by refractive index variations in specimens. So we're talking here about microscopes which provide volumetric images from inside cell and tissue-based specimens. And as you focus inside these specimens, there are variations in refractive index. And as the light waves propagate through those variations in refractive index, then the light suffers from aberrations. The wavefronts of the light get distorted, and those distortions mean that the focus in the microscope is no longer tight, and the contrast and resolution of the microscopes is affected. And the examples I've shown here are just 6 of the many examples where we've developed these technologies. The ones at the top you might consider as being conventional resolution microscopes. These are the ones where the resolution of the microscope is limited by the diffraction limit of the light, typically to around 200 or 300 nanometers. And the lower ones are methods of super resolution microscopy, which of course in recent years have become a lot more famous, particularly since the Nobel Prize was awarded for some of the methods in 2014. And these methods tend to be more sensitive because they have very different ways of doing image formation. They tend to be a lot more sensitive to aberrations. And so we've also been working on those particular areas, and I will use those as the illustration later in the talk. So if we move on to the next talk, I can explain to you the principle of adaptive optics in microscopes. Now, when we take light, imagine we've got a laser scanning microscope. So this is where we create a laser focus in the specimen and we scan the laser spot around in order to gradually build up an image from the emitted light. Then when we think of the laser being focused through the specimen, then the light becomes distorted because different parts of the wavefront travel at different speeds through the refractive index structures in the specimen. What we do in order to compensate for these problems caused by this is we use an adaptive optical element placed in the system in order to pre-aberrate the laser illumination so that the aberration we've introduced cancels out the distortion introduced by the specimen, so that we can dynamically control the focus in order to compensate for these phase aberrations. And in doing that, we can ensure we maintain the diffraction limited operation of the microscope and its resolution and contrast. In order to do this, we use usually one of 2 elements. The first one would be a deformable mirror, which is some form of reflective membrane structure whose shape can be controlled by applying forces using an actuator arrangement. Could be electromagnetic, could be piezoelectric, could be electrostatic. There's various different types, but they all work in a similar principle that by changing the shape of the mirror, we can impose a distortion onto a wavefront which is reflected off the mirror, or of course we can remove a distortion in a similar way. Alternatively, we would use a liquid crystal spatial light modulator, which of course works on a different principle, in this case switching the states of the liquid crystal materials above each pixel, but serves a similar purposes of allowing us to control the phase of the wavefronts reflected off the device. And we would use either or both of these methods depending on the particular context in the microscope. For example, if we're using a fluorescence microscope, then a deformable mirror is very useful because it is wavelength independent and polarization independent, which fits with the nature of the light, fluorescence light. The spatial light modulator is best suited for use in laser illumination, where we have a well-defined polarization and narrowband spectrum. So once we've installed the adaptive element, the difficult part really is in learning how to control it in order to compensate for the aberrations. Now, the concept of adaptive optics was originally used in astronomical telescopes, such as these examples here. And in these cases, these systems use a wavefront sensor, which is able to measure the distortions in the wavefront in order to use that information to control the correction element, which removes those distortions. Now, whilst these have been very effective in compensating for the effects of atmospheric turbulence in telescopes, it's not always straightforward to just simply translate that technology into microscopes. So what we've done is we've developed a whole range of what we call image-based indirect or wavefront sensorless adaptive optics systems, which use a sequence of images we obtain with a microscope, where we've changed the adaptive element in order to intentionally introduce a chosen aberration. We take a sequence of images, and from that sequence of images, using a model of the image formation process of the microscope, we can predict what the aberration correction should be. And that's what's illustrated in the bottom graph, where we show an illustration of how we would take a sequence of images in order to try and find the maximum of an optimization metric. And this would be some kind of metric related to the image properties that we know will be maximized when the aberrations are corrected. So for example, in some microscopes, then it's perfectly sensible to use a metric based upon image intensity. In other microscopes, it may be based upon image sharpness, and we choose that based upon our knowledge of the image formation process. And so we derive efficient correction procedures which allow us to do this with a minimum number of measurements. And we would then measure a particular aberration mode, such as coma. We would move to another aberration mode, such as astigmatism or spherical aberration, and then sequentially or simultaneously correct those different modes. And there's a whole range of algorithms we can use to do that. In general, you might be interested in, well, how long does this take? Well, often in most of these systems, we can get this correction procedure down to a matter of a couple of seconds if we really optimize it for speed. So it's in a way which does not really disrupt the overall say imaging process or a long-term imaging experiment, particularly because the aberrations we're correcting tend to be relatively static within a particular imaging exercise. So I'm going to use this rest of this talk to show you the illustrations of how we've been implementing this in super resolution microscopes. And these microscopes, as their name implies, allow us to get resolution below the conventional physical diffraction limit of the microscope. And these methods they all work in different ways. They tend to use different combinations of photophysical methods alongside optical and computational methods in order to allow us to extract further information. And I will briefly explain each one of them to you as we go through each section, the principle of how it operates and how that affects the way in which we have to approach adaptive optics aberration correction. So the three different microscopes we'll look at are single molecule localization microscopy, stimulated emission depletion or STED microscopy, and structured illumination microscopy. So let's move on to the first single molecule methods here. Now the principle here is that we take a wide field microscope, which normally we would look at and we would just see an integrated effect of all of the fluorescent markers in this microscope shown in this cartoon here. And we would see all of these on the camera at the same time. But by using a range of different photophysical effects, we can actually force these molecules to switch on and off. And if we can make them switch on and off in a way which they are all spatially separated, then what we see is a whole sequence of images where, in effect, these molecules blink on and off in a random way. And as long as they are sufficiently separated in the image, we can use this to gain super resolution, because generally speaking, we can, if we know there's only one emitter, we can find its position with a far higher precision than the actual resolution of the microscope. Resolution is normally talking about how do we distinguish between two closely spaced emitters, whereas here we're saying we know we only have one emitter in the field of interest, and we can locate its position by simply fitting to the peak of the model. And that's exactly what we do. We would take an image, we would see this blinking molecule, and when it's blinking on, we can then try to fit the data we measure on the camera to a model of the point spread function of the microscope. And by positioning that model and minimizing the errors between the fit, we can then locate where that particular molecule was. And as long as the algorithm determines that this is a high quality fit to the data, then we can take the position estimate of that, and the position estimate will be down at the nanometer level rather than the hundreds of nanometer level, which is the fundamental resolution of the microscope. And so we can then use that to reconstruct a super resolution representation of this image. Now, aberrations will affect this because they will essentially blur out the point spread function of the microscope. So we won't have well-defined point spread functions corresponding to each one of those blinking molecules. We will have something which is blurred. And that means that when we try to fit the data, we will tend to have a poor fit. If there is a poor fit, then it will often be rejected by the algorithm, which just means we lose those data. Or if it is fitted, it may be fitted with a lower precision than we would normally expect. So the net effect of this is that we see less data in our image, and the data we have has lower precision. However, if we can correct for those aberrations, we can restore the optimum performance of these microscopes again. So we have demonstrated this using this particular microscope shown here. This is a highly simplified schematic of what we are doing here. We have lasers for the activation and the fluorescence to generate the fluorescence in the specimen. That fluorescence is imaged back. Of course, the light has to pass back through the layers of the specimen above the plane of interest. It will then be passed through the deformable mirror and onto the camera. And the deformable mirror is placed in the emission path because it's that path where the aberrations are induced, which cause problems for our imaging process. And just to give you an idea of how the effect of how these microscopes work, you can see in the bottom right, a conventional image. This will be a conventional wide field microscope image of the type you might even see through the eyepieces. And on the right-hand side there, you see a STORM image. Now, STORM is a form of single molecule localization microscopy. And you can see that the resolution of that image is far better than the fundamental resolution of the microscope because we've been able to take advantage of this localization effect. Now, this is in a two-dimensional imaging mode, but we can also extend this into the third dimension as shown on the next slide. And what we do here is we use the deformable mirror to shape the focus. We actually intentionally introduce an astigmatism into the microscope, which allows us to shape the point spread function shown on the bottom left. Depending on whether the emitter is above the focus or below the focus or in focus, the shape of the emitted light on the image tells us not only the lateral position in X, Y, where the emitter is, but also its depth along the Z direction. So we can use that to give these color-coded images shown in the center of the page, where you can see that, first of all, you can see that these microtubules we're imaging exist not only in the focal plane, but also move outside the focal plane, as shown by the color. But what you can also see is that before we do the aberration correction, we have a very grainy, very bitty image, whereas after correction, we have a lot more data points forming the image because of this effect that we've created better quality images, and therefore they're better fitted by the algorithm. And you can see that we've actually got more than 3 times as many fitted molecules in the right-hand image than the left-hand image because we've been able to do this aberration correction. I should point out that this is an image of a cell. This is only about a few micrometers into a microscope specimen. So even at these modest depths inside specimens, you can already see benefits of using adaptive optics. We've taken this further. This was shown in a microscope we might look very familiar to ones you may well have in your own labs, where with a single objective lens. But we've also taken this to more advanced microscopes, which I'll briefly explain. And the type of microscope we've been working on is called a 4-pi microscope. So instead of having the single objective lens configuration as shown here, where we have the point spread function determined by diffraction, just by the nature of the focusing procedure, the point spread function is elongated along the optical axis. That's always a feature of every microscope. But what we do now is we take 2 objective lenses and we combine the effects of these interferometrically. So the effective point spread function is now as shown schematically on the right, where we have the almost like an interference pattern superimposed upon the original shape of the point spread function. And we can use this with some very relatively simple image processing in order to extract much better 3-dimensional resolution out of this microscope. And if I show you how this is now combined into the whole system, these 2 objective lenses were shown here on the left-hand side. You see there's 2 objective lenses either side of the sample, and then there's 2 beam paths coming out of either side of this objective lens, and they are combined together in this interferometric cavity. Now, I won't go through all of the details of how this works in here, but just wanted to point out to you that because of the complexity of this beam path, we need to install 2 deformable mirrors here, one in each of those upper and lower paths, because in each of those paths, the light passes through different parts of the sample. Therefore, it suffers different aberrations, and therefore we need different deformable mirrors to correct in the 2 paths. The rest of this system, again, I won't go through all of the details, is just a way of clever way of combining the beams in order to get different phase shifts between them. And actually what we see on the image plane on the right-hand side is 4 separate images, which can then be processed in order to extract the 3-dimensional position. This method had been proposed before we'd worked on it, but what we've done is added in the adaptive optics aspects to this and used that in order to improve the imaging. And you'll be able to see this on the next video shown here. And what you'll see here is an example of the imaging procedure, where you can see this is a combination of cartoon and real data. So the white flashes you're seeing are simulating how the images actually occur. We take tens of thousands of blinking images as we go down. We change the depth, and using those images, we can extract the positions of the emitters. And what you're seeing appearing above those white blobs are the data which we've 3-dimensional data we've extracted in super resolution to show the structures within this specimen. And what we're able to do is, as we focus through the specimen, we use the adaptive optics to change the aberration correction. It needs to be changed at each individual depth in order to maintain the precision all the way through the specimen. Now, you can see here from this example that we've been able to scan over several micrometers, almost 10 micrometers throughout this specimen, this cell specimen. And this is previous versions of this microscope only worked over about half a micrometer. And the fact we've been able to do this aberration correction means we've been able to extend this so we can now do super resolution imaging throughout whole cells. And if you're interested in this type of microscope and maybe even building your own, then we've recently published this paper here in Nature Protocols, which provides all the information you need in order to implement this rather complex but highly useful microscope. And if you have the patience and resources to go through all 356 steps of this procedure, and probably about a year of an experienced researcher's time in order to do this, then you'll also be able to create a microscope which will generate similar images for you. So that's the end of the single molecule part of the talk. Let me move on to the next part, which is about stimulated emission depletion, super resolution microscopy. And in this case, I can show you the principle behind this, just briefly show you the principle of the of this method. And the idea here is that you would start off by exciting fluorescence using a focused laser beam. That would generate fluorescence in this excited molecules in the specimen. But then we would use a second beam, what's called a depletion beam, which is specially shaped to have a 0 intensity in the center of it here. And this beam is used in effect to switch off fluorescence before it can actually emit. And so this does this through the process of stimulated emission. And because there's a 0 intensity at the center of this depletion beam, you end up with an area of resulting fluorescence which is much smaller than the original excited spot. And this is the source of super resolution in this microscope. And by turning up the power in the depletion beam, you can squeeze the remaining fluorescence into a much smaller space. And so it enables us to squeeze down the resolution, theoretically unlimited, or in practice to around a few tens of nanometers. Now, the challenge here is to do with the quality of that 0 intensity, because this method only works if that spot can be maintained at 0 intensity. And if the aberrations you include are included in the microscope or introduced in the microscope are such that they can fill in that spot with non-zero, then you start losing not only the resolution of the microscope, but also the signal. You can get to a worse situation where there's simply no fluorescence at all. So I'll show you an illustration of how this works in practice. So here's a schematic of this, of one of the earlier versions of the STED microscope we used. You can see various things here. There is a deformable mirror in the common beam path. And what we have here is excitation light, which is focused down to create fluorescence in the specimen. The fluorescence in the specimen passes back through, where of course aberrated on the way back, and then passes through onto the detector. And the deformable mirror here can correct for both of those beam paths. We also have a spatial light modulator, SLM, in the illumination path where we're using for the depletion beam, and we use that spatial light modulator to do two things. One is to shape the depletion spot so it has this zero intensity in the center, and the other aspect is to also do refined aberration correction in that beam, which is much more sensitive. And so using these two, deformable mirror and spatial light modulator in a combined way, enables us to correct for specimen-induced aberrations. And here's an example of what we have there. This example is it is focusing about 15 micrometers, 15 micrometers into a Drosophila fruit fly brain, which has been where the synapses have been fluorescently labeled. And if you look at this particular example here, the XZ section is the one which goes along the optical axis, and the XY section is the lateral plane. So this is showing sections through a three-dimensional volumetric image. What you actually see here is there's no real super resolution effect in this microscope at the moment, and this is because of the effect of the aberrations. They've filled in that zero of the depletion beam, and the net effect of this is that we have reduced fluorescence but no real super resolution effect. If we then follow our procedures for correcting the aberrations, then this is what we see. It looks a lot brighter is the first thing you notice, and that's because we're now have a zero intensity in the depletion beam, but perhaps even more importantly, you can see that the super resolution, particularly if you look in the XZ section, you can see that the super resolution is the resolution is much higher there, and you can see much better three-dimensional detail in this specimen. Just another example. This is not even inside tissue. This is just a cell on a cover slip, and we're only going a few micrometers in. And even here, you can see that by correcting the aberration in this, we can get much better definition of the cell membrane in these particular images. Now, we also ambitiously took these further and combined this type of microscope with the 4π 2 objective lens configuration as well. And here's just to quickly show you the outline of this. Now, I won't go through every detail of this diagram. As you can see, it's very complicated, but you will be able to recognize that here we have the two objective lenses and creating this 4π cavity. We also have two deformable mirrors in the two paths, just as we saw on the earlier microscope. And in this particular system, we also have a spatial light modulator, which is used in order to shape the depletion beam as before. And we've also been able to extend our aberration correction strategies so that they work in this much more advanced microscope. And actually, this paper is going to be published in our next couple of days in a prominent journal, which is currently under embargo, but will be available very soon. Or you can read it already on bioRxiv. So show you some results from here. This is what we would see as the confocal equivalent. This is essentially what you'd see from the conventional resolution out of this microscope. And there's actually some microtubule structure here, but you can't resolve this at the moment with this. But if we switch to the 4π, or we call isosted mode, then you can see much more detail here. You can see that this was actually what appeared to be one fiber is actually multiple fibers here. And you can also see that this three-dimensional structure here is shown in the color coding. And this has been revealed through the fact we've been able to do this, relies upon the careful aberration correction in this system. And here's just a video showing how we can do this all the way through the cell at resolutions. If you look at the scale bar, the resolutions here are clearly much lower than the approximately half a micrometer resolution you'd normally see in this particular type of microscope without the super resolution capability. Okay, so let me move on now from the STED microscopy to structured illumination microscopy, which is the last part of the talk. So this third type of super resolution microscopy works on a different principle. The way in which this works is it's based around a conventional wide field camera-based fluorescence microscope. But it also uses structured illumination in order to extract higher, more detailed information, higher spatial frequency information from the microscope. So the way in which the microscope looks, at least schematically, is shown here, where we excite the light with a particular pattern. We project a sinusoidal illumination pattern into the specimen. That the fluorescence generated in the specimen is then imaged back out through the specimen, where of course it gets aberrated, collected by the objective lens, passes off the deformable mirror, which enables us to do aberration correction, and then onto the camera. Now in this microscope, we need to do aberration correction both in the illumination path to make sure we get a good quality structured illumination pattern, but we also need to do aberration correction in the emission path to make sure we have a good image of that on the camera. And we've developed methods perfectly tailored towards this particular system. And the key part about this is the spatial frequencies, the patterns of which we're using to generate the structured illumination. Now, the principle behind this is sort of summarized in these diagrams here, where we, by using a high spatial frequency illumination pattern, we can effectively overcome the fact that any imaging system acts like a low pass filter. And we can only see up to a certain level of detail, because using moiré effects with this high frequency structured illumination pattern, we can essentially alias high frequencies above the passband of the microscope into the imaging passband of the microscope. And through some clever collection of different images with different orientations and phases of the spatial illumination patterns, we can put in a whole sequence of different patterns, shift the positions of those patterns, and combine all of the information together to essentially build up more a wider spectrum, wider image spectrum, in order to allow us to get high resolution images. So if we can get a wider spectrum, that corresponds to having the equivalently a smaller point spread function, effective point spread function of the microscope. And so what's obviously clearly important in this microscope is that we are able to reproduce with high fidelity these high spatial frequencies. And that's what our methods have concentrated on. How do we optimize those? So just show you quickly what this microscope looks like. Then you can see here that just very quickly, this is how it looks on the table. We have lasers up at the top right. On the bottom, bottom right, we have the cameras, and then we have a spatial light modulator at the top in the center. This allows us to create rapidly the different structured illumination patterns we want. So this is imaged into the specimen. And we have a deformable mirror in the bottom left. And the deformable mirror is used to do the aberration correction. And the microscope head itself and the objective lens, you can't quite see, are up in the top left. So we've developed special schemes for controlling the deformable mirror in order to optimally correct for these aberrations. And I'll quickly show you through these now. Now, one thing we've done in this particular case here is we've used a method we call isosense, where we actually intentionally introduce a pattern purely for aberration measurements. And this is the pattern we show. It's just like a checkerboard pattern at high spatial frequency. We project that onto the specimen because we want to force the specimen to contain these important spatial frequencies, which will be used in the subsequent super resolution process. And the reason why we do this is it ensures that our image-based optimization methods are optimally correcting for those frequencies. And so we would do this here. We would impose, this is an image of an image of this of a particular biological cell with fluorescence labeling. We've illuminated with this checkerboard pattern. And if you look at the spatial frequency content of this image, you can see that the various points in the spectrum here, which show us that we forced energy, if you like, in the image into these regions. And if we optimize for the spatial frequencies in these regions, while we're doing our aberration correction, we have a perfectly optimized system for this type of microscopy. And here's an example of this in practice, where we have started off with an aberrated system. We've then gone through our image-based optimization procedures, and we've then been able to get to this stage here. And you see that it's much between the before and the after images. There's a much clearer pattern visible. And we've used this to do aberration correction. If you look at this microscope in wide field mode, so without the structured illumination things, you don't really see much difference between the uncorrected and the specimen corrected aberrations. But if we move to the super resolution mode, then you see a clear difference where the definition of the super resolution image is far better, and indeed the background level is far clearer than before we had aberration correction. We've also taken that further, looked at multiple labeled specimens with different fluorescent labels in them, and this is what you'll see on the next slide here, where we have you'll see 3 panels here. The first panel is before correction. The second panel is the same data. We've just made it brighter so you can actually see the detail in it. And then the third panel is what happens after we've done the adaptive optics correction. And you can see there's a very clear differences here in the quality of the image, even at this scale. Because if we zoom in, you'll see even further that the details were simply not resolvable in the extracted super resolution images before we'd done aberration correction, and they were a lot dimmer. So the contrast was a lot worse. And but after aberration correction, you can see this is a lot better. So I'll move on to my conclusions now. So what you've seen here is being able to use super resolution methods enabled with adaptive optics to get higher quality images deep inside aberrating specimens. And we've seen this with the 3 types of super resolution microscopy. But one thing we're also doing is we want to push further the developments of adaptive optics in microscopes. We're continuously pushing the limits. We can work at depths, we can focus, the speed we can work out, and the precision we can get out of these microscopes. And we're working a lot on tools which will enhance usability and the wider applicability of these microscopes. And if you're interested more in that, then please do check out our website here. There's a whole range of tutorials and hints and tips and tricks for people at aomicroscopy.org, where we're sharing a lot of our knowledge to help people who implement this. So please check that out. And I'd like to thank all of my collaborators, both in my group and in collaboration groups, and in particularly for the super resolution microscopy, the Department of Biochemistry in Oxford, and the group of Jörg Beversdorf in Yale University, with whom we've worked very closely on these pieces of work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Martin Both. We have 1 or 2 questions. We have a bit time. And yeah, there is one question here from Cenk Ceylan, and he's asking about, can we STID technology with the for galactic observation MEMS telescope use?
So the STED technologies, well, all of these super resolution fluorescence microscope technologies rely upon the idea that we're using fluorescence here. So when you're doing, say, astronomical imaging, you're essentially doing a passive form of imaging where you're just collecting the photons which are coming in from outer space. In the microscope, we're probing the specimen. So we're sending in a laser beam, probing the specimen, and then observing the light which comes out. So we have the ability in a microscope to do other things which you cannot do in, say, a telescope. In this case, shaping and controlling the light beams in the illumination side. And so that's these things are inherently only work with something like fluorescence, where you can actually control that side of the system as well, the illumination side. On the other hand, using the adaptive optics techniques behind this, the spatial light modulators or the deformable mirrors, then yes, that is of course used for telescopes and is in fact widely used now in ground-based telescopes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further question? Let me see the chat section. Okay, if there's no any further question, we would like to thank you again, Professor Martin, for the nice talk, and hope to see you back again in next conference, and next move to the other invited speaker. Thank you very much. Bye. Okay, now we have a third speaker, invited speaker, Dr. Christos Tizeraskis. Before I leave the microphone to him, let me give a brief information about him. He's currently working as a assistant professor at the Center of Nano-Optics and at the University of Southern Denmark. And he got his undergraduate and graduate degrees in National and Kapodistria University of Athens, Greece. And he got Marie Curie fellow, and he did his work in Spain, in San Sebastian region at the International Physics Department Center. So he's mainly works on focus on classical and quantum plasmonic materials and extreme light matter interaction and nanoscales. And he has made a publication. He is also guest editor, assistant editor, and so we are very excited to listen his recent research on quantum information plasmonic for extreme light matter interaction. I leave you the microphone. You have 30 minutes, Dr. Christos. Please go for it. Thank you very much. So I cannot hear clearly. No.
What about now?
Now it's okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. So yeah, I come from the University of Southern Denmark. This talk is going to be about mostly theory of quantum plasmonics. So before I start, let me just introduce you briefly to our university. As the name suggests, the University of Southern Denmark is scattered all over around Southern Denmark. Our main campus is here in this island, the city of Odense in Danish. And you might not have heard of it. It's the third biggest city in Denmark, and this is going to be probably funny to you coming from Ankara because the population is something like 200,000 people. Our center is located here at the Odense campus, this newest building for the Faculty of Engineering. We're hosted there, but the Center for Nano-Optics is a autonomous center run by these two gentlemen, Sergei Bozivolnik, who's an experimentalist, Oscar Mortensen, who is a theorist. I work in his group. We have in our center some fantastic experimental facilities to do nano-optics, including a near-spec scatterist gnome and also a Delmic cathodoluminescence setup. We also have some very good theory facilities. We usually call them assistant professors. So let's see what's going to be the talk today. It's going to be about what I like to call quantum-informed plasmonics, how you get some information of a quantum calculation and plug it into an otherwise classical electromagnetic calculation. So I'm going to discuss main models we use and then how we apply them in the weak coupling regime, fluorescence enhancement, and also in the strong coupling regime to see how Rabi-like splittings are affected. And finally, towards the end, some hints about recent activities on the dynamics of emitters close to such systems. So plasmonics, we more or less, I guess all of you know, it has to do with collective oscillations of free electrons in metals. So what we're interested here is particularly localized surface plasmons and small particles and external plane wave repels the electrons in the metal. There's a positive background left behind, so you set up a restoring force and you have a driven oscillation. This is how you excite them with light, but you can also excite this kind of situations, these oscillations with electron beams passing by, and this is the basis for electron spectroscopies like EELs and cathodoluminescence. Why are we interested in that? Because these kind of systems are characterized by sharp, intense resonances in the optical regime, in the visible, with very intense enhanced electromagnetic fields, and more importantly, localization of the field in an area right around the particles, so beating the diffraction limit. And then the situation becomes even more interesting when we bring two or more of those particles to interact, where plasmonic modes interact and hybridize like atomic orbitals. And we create some nano cavities where the local density of states is significantly enhanced, and also the field. And thus we can control the properties of nearby emitters placed there. So with all those fantastic properties, numerous applications have been proposed, everything from antennas to sensors. And the reason why this field has seen so much growth in the past maybe 20 years is because one of the reasons is that we can basically rely on classical electromagnetism, just the optical parameters of homogeneous bulk, medium, and Maxwell's equations, and describe things Okay, I was muted for some reason. So, and this is because the typical dimensions are basically mesoscopic to macroscopic of the order of 50 to 100 nanometers. But as nanofabrication advances, we now have available nanoparticles like this, with just a few 2-3 nanometers in size, or even gaps, separations between particles that can be of the order of a few angstrom. And then the characteristic dimensions become comparable to the Fermi wavelength of the metal, and things cannot be described classically anymore. Lots of quantum effects that become relevant. And I will not discuss about quantum confinement, the most typical, the most fundamental quantum effect, because this might be relevant only for few electrons, and that opens another can of worms. How many electrons do you need to actually have a plasma? So, but just slightly larger scales, you might have, you might experience the effect of electron spillout. So this potential barrier that the electrons are supposed to live inside, they can actually overcome it, and you can have electrons, the wave functions being extended to the outside of the boundaries of the particle. And if you have two such particles close to each other, then you might even have direct tunneling. At a larger scale still, what becomes important is the non-local optical response, the non-local the permittivity. So the fact that the induced field at one position depends on the applied field at a neighborhood of that point, not just that specific point. And that is very much related to electron screening. And then, since we have small particles, we have an enhanced possibility of collisions with the assumed boundaries of the particle, which means that there are more electrons that can get from this collision the extra momentum they need to do this jump and move to a higher energy within the band, create an electron hole, and so have the plasmon resonance damped. So let's go to discuss a little bit those models that we use to describe all these effects. And as I explained earlier, what we want to do is have an otherwise classical calculation based mostly on Maxwell's equations, but somehow implement some information of the quantum responses there. Because in fact, usually we have systems with some tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of electrons, and we cannot hope to do a calculation with density functional theory. So traditionally, what we do is the local response approximation, just Maxwell's equations, local permittivity, apply the boundary conditions, and obtain the optical response of a particle. But it has been known already since the 70s that if you make your particles smaller and smaller, eventually the damping that you observe is larger than what predicted classically. So the resonance are broader. And there was in the 70s and 80s a lot of debate about the origin of that. Regardless of that, it was corrected phenomenologically with this 1/r correction to the damping rate. Now, another effect that has been also known since the 70s, a model that has been used widely, is the hydrodynamic Derude model. Here we assume that the electrons form a fluid and this convected flow of electrons means that the induced charges have some special extent of, across the boundary. They're not just located exactly at the boundary, which means that this model mimics quite accurately screening, let's say, for example, due to the electrons in gold or silver. But this model does not capture this broadening here. So what Asker thought in our group was that, well, if we have this kind of fluid, what is the best way to introduce damping? And that's diffusion. So now we have a fluid with both convective and diffusive terms included, and you have both screening and the efficient bundling. But there's still one very crude approximation here, and this is exactly this black line, the boundary. And it has been known and has been observed experimentally that you can have the possibility of electron spill out, and you can have the possibility of tunneling in a dimer. So what they did in 2012 in Javier Espura's group in San Sebastian was to take this tunneling probability from a DFT calculation and plug it into a classical calculation for a dimer as a connecting conductive bridge here. And this is the quantum corrected model that can work really well to capture tunneling, but it cannot work in the case of a single particle. It cannot describe spill out. So what we have been working on lately is go back to surface science and use these Feibelman response functions, which describe basically where exactly the induced charge is with respect to the assumed boundary, and then you can capture both spill out or spill in, whatever quantum effect you actually have. So frequently, as a joke, I say that in nanophotonics we're so full of hot air that I can make talk a lecture about quantum plasmonics without showing a single Hamiltonian. Well, here's one. Just the hydrodynamic description of the electron gas, some interaction of this gas with the electric field, with the background core electrons or positive ions, and the most important thing, a functional of the internal energy of the electron gas as a function of the density of the gas. And the entire deal here is actually to give this function in the proper form, because once you have that, you can write an equation of motion for the electron gas. You can combine that with a continuity equation, and you can solve that to actually describe your problem. So typically, the suitable form would be to have some kinetic term and plus interactions inside the electrons that can be exchanged correlation terms. In the hydrodynamic model, the most simple model, we start just with the Thomas Fermi approximation, just kinetic energy, and from that we can obtain this hydrodynamic parameter that is proportional to the Fermi velocity of the metal. In the G-naught model, the one with the diffusion, this functional is the same, just we have a different equation of motion with the diffusion term. The current here is given by Fick's law. And then you can combine those equations to arrive to a system of two coupled electromagnetic equations, one basically driven wave equation and an equivalent to Ohm's law. So what Mark did here in his thesis, actually, starting from a Boltzmann description for the bulk, he showed that this term, the convection, and this, the diffusion, manifestations of the same response, just different frequency limits. And at optical frequencies, high frequencies, this term is practically negligible. But we have already seen that in the G-naught model, it actually does describe reality quite accurately. It agrees very well with experiments. So the only conclusion we can make is that if we want to include this, this has to do to describe diffusion, it has to describe losses at the surface. Now, you can do additional things to make this functional even more complicated to get a more accurate description, but then eventually you see that the computational costs increases a lot. So instead, what we do is go to this Feibelman formalism. So you calculate basically the centroid of induced charge and current. You have an assumed boundary and find where exactly this induced charge lies with respect to that. And this you can do then, once you have these functions, it is straightforward, and that's the most elegant part about them, to implement them to any kind of electromagnetic solver, just whatever commercial package, just by modifying the boundary conditions. So how do you calculate those functions? You can do a density functional theory calculation, and that's ideally for just a flat interface, the one-dimensional problem. You can even forget about an exact calculation like we did here in this very recent paper. Just assume that there is a smooth profile with some spill out, and still this captures a lot of the predicted with more accurate calculations response. Or if you want to be more exact, what we did in this paper with Álvaro from Javier García de Abajo's group in Barcelona. So this atomic layer potential calculation, which can include all kinds of effects due to the bulk or to the surface. And with this calculation, you can describe actually specific crystallographic surfaces. So we have here in this paper tabulated these parameters for the 111 and 100 surfaces of gold, silver, and copper. Why am I focusing so much on all this? Because actually all those different models can predict very different responses. So the dashed line is always the local response. And then here's what you get for a small sodium particle with this size-dependent broadening. You get the broadening, but without any shift of the resonance. If you do the aerodynamic model, you get a significant blue shift of the resonance due to screening, but without any damping. With GNOT, you capture both the blue shift and the damping, but in fact, if you compare with experiments, what you get is a redshift, and this is captured more accurately by the fiber-lunar formalism. So the conclusion here is basically that in gallium-like metals, like sodium, you need to take into account spill out, and these hydrodynamic models don't. They have a hard wall boundary condition. But in noble metals, where you have screening, you can still use this kind of hydrodynamic response. So with this introduction to the models, let's go and apply those to some situations of coupling with quantum emitters. And let's start with the weak coupling regime and fluorescence enhancement. So here I'm showing a picture from this classical paper by Novotny. So where they moved an emitter close to a plasmonic particle, and so that there is a maximum, an ideal position where you get the maximum enhancement, and then you start having quenching. So before that, there was a lot of debate. Do you get quenching? Do you get enhancement? You can get both. It depends on the distance, because fluorescence is a basically two-step mechanism. First, you need to excite your emitter, and the excitation comes like this, proportional to the electric field that it sees. So you need to be as close to the particle as you can, because that's where you have the most intense electric field. But at the same time, you also have to emit, and this has to do with the modified optical density of states related to the Green's function of the system. And as you go closer and closer to the surface, what you see is that the emitter basically starts seeing and coupling to all higher order multiples of the particle, not just the dipole. And higher order multiples are non-radiative, so most of the energy that is emitted by the emitter actually goes into losses. So this is the classical description. What we wanted to see, since we have now models that take this kind of additional damping into account, is what happens if we do these models. And I'm going to apply this model for the case of an emitter close to a thin silver shell. This was optimized as a structure in this paper. And we see that in the simple hydrodynamic, we get a small reduction of you can actually, in some situations, get even an enhancement of the fluorescence that you observe. And this has to do basically with the blue shift that the model of the resonance, plasmonic resonance that the model describes, because the emitter has a characteristic wavelength. So if you detune your particle from that, then you might have less good performance. But in the general model, the one with the diffusive losses with the Landau damping, then you see that there is a dramatic reduction of the enhancement. And you can see if you analyze the system in excitation, which is the blue lines here, and emission. So basically, you have to see these black lines, the quantum yield, the ratio of radiative to total losses. You can see that indeed, as you go closer and closer, because of this additional loss that we have introduced in our model, the optimum position where the radiative character of the system is better shifts towards some longer distance from the emitter. And then we wanted to try also what happens if we have this kind of plasmonic cavity, just dimer. Cavities are different because, first of all, we have this very intense enhancement of the electromagnetic field exactly at the middle. There are also very good antennas. We have very good radiative outcoupling to the environment. And all those higher order multiples that were non-radiative and were causing trouble here, they hybridized and they're actually more radiative. So we have less energy lost in ohmic losses. And doing that, the dashed lines of the classical prediction with Solidar, the Genor model, you can see that in classically, as you make this gap between the particles smaller and smaller, you get a divergence of the field. It keeps increasing until, ideally, in principle, when you get to the Tachiner regime, it would get infinite. But as soon as you introduce these additional losses, you get a tendency for this enhancement to saturate, and they saturate at some values 10 to the power 4. This is quite well comparable to experimental values, the best that you can have, you can find in literature. And I think I do not have time to discuss this. So this is just a paper where we did things similar to what Ekmelder's paper showed earlier for a spacer, using alumina as a spacer to separate from the emitter. Here, HPN is our not our emitter, but our spacer itself, and it actually seems to perform even better than alumina usually. So now, on a different topic, let's go to the strong light matter interaction. The analogy to the classical Rabi problem with no from quantum optics. We have a two-level system between two mirrors, a good cavity, and this starts exchanging reversibly energy the emitter with the cavity. So we see these oscillations in the emitter population, and we have a hybridization of the modes of the two systems in optical emission spectrum. Now, since we have these very intense plasmonic fields, there's a lot of activity in recent years, maybe last decade or so, to actually describe the same kind of problem, but using plasmonic particles as the cavity. And again, in our situation, what I want to show you here is what happens if we introduce, again, this kind of quantum corrections in the description of the metal and how this strong coupling is affected. So here I have a silver shell, and inside that there's an excitonic material, let's say an organic molecule. This has this resonance, the black line. And the shell has a resonance at the same energy. The red line is the classical prediction, the blue is the quantum corrected. So once both components are present, they are at the same energy, they interact, they hybridize, and they create these two new branches, two resonances. What we were mostly interested to see was if the width of this hybridization of this gap will change with the inclusion of our quantum corrections. And as you can see, it does not. And here I'm plotting both the results, so the energies of these peaks as a function of the energy of the dashed lines of the plasmon before the coupling. And you can see that they're completely one on top of the other. There is no significant shift, and there is also no broadening of the modes, so we can still claim that we are in the strong coupling regime. We checked the same situation also for the inverse geometry, so the organic molecule being on the outside, also for dimers, where we now tune the plasmon energy by the width of the gap, because we changed the hybridization. And we also checked that also with electron spectroscopies, what we did here with Grigoris from the Technical University of Athens. In electron spectroscopies, especially NILS, what is very interesting is that you can actually excite all those additional higher order multiples, and see here you can see dipole, quadrupole, octupole, etc. And you can, in fact, observe strong coupling even with higher order modes. On the other hand, you can do the same with cathodal luminescence, but there you basically are restricted to observing mostly the radiative modes, so just the electric dipole. But still, the main conclusion is that, you know, in both models, local and quantum informed, the shift is basically the same amount. So to understand this qualitatively, we just went to this coupled harmonic oscillator description, and you see what happens when you introduce your model. The plasmon energy blue shifts, increases, you have additional broadening. If you do a description based on just simple two-level atom in a cavity, the mode volume increases, so the coupled strength decreases, and this factor decreases. So overall, the changes tend to cancel each other out. But you have to be careful when you discuss mode volumes. And here in this paper, we actually discussed how a lot of not very accurate transfer from quantum optics to nano optics can happen, and you can have various dangerous conclusions about that. Basically, that people try to estimate how many excitons couple when in this kind of problem, when in fact you have just one collective excitonic state. But I don't think I have the time to go through all the detail. Just a couple of.
You have last minute, please.
Yes. Okay. So, okay, I will go very quickly through this. We're in collaboration with Javier Espuro's group in San Sebastian. We do calculate the Green's function because that's the first step to calculate the dynamics of the system. Early on our side calculates the Green's function with the fiber formalism. They do it with DFT. It agrees very well. And then you can take this Green's function and plug it into a quantum calculation and see the dynamics. You basically see some very interesting non-Markovian dynamics for the emitter. Here, the emitter can stay occupied, partially occupied for a very, very long time. And I will skip the conclusions, just thank the group, external collaborators funding, and you for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Christos Zerskis. If there is one question, quick question, we can leave you. Otherwise, no. Okay, there is no any question. Thank you very much for this nice talk.
Yes, thank you.
Hope to see you again during next years. And let's go to the last talk. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will go to the last talk given by Professor Canan Varlıklı. Before I leave the microphone to her, I want to give some brief information about Professor Canan Varlıklı. Canan Varlıklı is a full professor at the Department of Photonics, İzmir Institute of Technology. And actually, she's also head of the department. During her academic time, she got NATO scholarship and other some prize and grants. And she also held postdoctoral researches in Imperial London College London, Electric Materials section in the United Kingdom. Also, she did further postdoc position at the University of Patras Engineering Science Department, Patras, Greece. And nowadays she's working on mainly photonic materials and their application in heterogeneous photocatalysis, DCS, OPV, OLED, and let's go. And she has many graduate students, many publications, and the patents. So we are very excited to listen her talk on white light generation from pyridoxine derivatives frequency down conversation on and electroluminescence. Please, I leave you the microphone, Professor Canan. Go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, Mehmet Hocam. And I'd like to give a huge, large thank you to the organizing committee and especially Professor Özçelik for taking the labor of this scientific meeting and inviting me to be a part of these 3 days full of photonics. So this is going to be my outline. I would like to start with the introduction of our department and also of our institute. And then we'll give a brief information on our research group, the history of the OLEDs and the white emitting, organic light emitting diodes architectures that are usually used in literature. And in parallel with the title of the talk, I'd like to give some brief information about the parallel dyes, their problems, and the things that we've been trying to do to overcome those problems in both frequency down conversion and electroluminescence properties. And I will end with the comparison of the white OLEDs with the LEDs. So Izmir Institute of Technology is also located just like SDU, just Professor Zakaris has mentioned, in the third biggest city of Turkey. And actually, we are quite new, a young institute. And starting from the 2017, Council of Higher Education has started to announce the research universities within the 130 governmental universities of Turkey. And İSTEK, Izmir Institute of Technology, has succeeded in finding its place in this list each and every year as the first coming 5 universities. So our department is established in 2015. It's the UNESCO World Light Year. And we are offering BSc, MSc, and PhD degrees in photonics and photonics science and engineering. Our main objective is to train our students as qualified human resources for photonics industry, and as well skillful researchers who would conduct scientific research. As we all know, photonics is a multidisciplinary field of research, and it's always in touch with the other disciplines like chemistry, physics, material science and engineering, electronics, and etc. So our main research topics of the department are these four: molecular photonics and photonic devices, quantum photonics and optical spectroscopy. And recently we gained 2 new faculty members regarding the biophotonics and medical photonics and laser engineering and integrated photonic circuits. And of course, within the body of ISTEC, many other faculty members are giving support to our quite young department from bioengineering, electrical communications, physics, chemistry, material science and engineering, and we're very grateful to them. So I'd like to give a brief summary of the things that we've been doing during the last few years with the help of these young brains, our research assistants coming from different disciplines as well, and also our graduate students. So we are able to support as one month as equal as the support that we gain from the government sources. So the sum of the faculty members and the research assistants members are approximately the same with the externally supported personnel of our department. And we were able to get project supports. Almost each faculty member of our department has an externally supported project. And with the outcomes of those projects, we are able to publish more than 5 SCI papers per year per faculty member. That was the last year's score. And we are very happy to host our undergraduate students whom will add a lot value in the photonics industry and also research, not only in Turkey, but all around the world, I'm quite sure that. So this is our motto, our group motto. Don't whine, don't complain, don't make excuses, just do the best you can. Actually, it's a quote from John R. Wooden, who acted as the basketball coach for many years in UCLA. But I'd like to mention here Dr. İlker Öner, with whom we have started the first successful experiments on getting electroluminescence from organic semiconductors. He's now at Northern Cyprus at the METI campus. He's working there with Salia Öner. So in our group, we have people coming from the chemistry discipline whom mostly construct the synthetic work, from physics discipline who mostly construct the devices and make their optical and electrical characterizations. But of course, we have collaborations within our institute and outside our institute. In our institute, Serdar Özçelik is our quantum dot supplier. And we have collaboration with Mustafa Muammer Demir from material science regarding the electrospinning processes, and also Cumhur Öztekin from bioengineering department. And with İlyas Tıklatos from Patra and also Ceylan Zafer from Ege University, we're collaborating on the solar cell applications. I have to mention Andrew here, Andrew Monkman from Durham. We have collaborated with him regarding the exciton dynamics of the semiconductors, which were synthesized by Erkan Aksoy. So in this slide, as you can see, we're not whining, we're not complaining, we're not making excuses, but trying to do the best we can. I have to mention Serdar Sarıçiftçi, whom I name as the father of the organic photonics in our land. And he celebrated his 16th birthday in March this year, and hope that he will act as the supervisor, not for only us, but for our young generation for many, many years by now. So this slide summarizes the history of the OLED in connection with the white light emitting, organic light emitting diodes. So electroluminescence from organic semiconductors are known for many years, but the breakthrough inventions have happened whenever the efficiencies of the OLEDs has exceeded or reached the conventionally used lighting devices like the tungsten filament lamps and the fluorescent lamps. About a decade ago, 2 decades ago, as a result of the OLA project, which was supported by the framework program of 6, Leo Group has announced the efficiency reaching 90 lumen per watt, and by just changing the optics on it, they could exceed 120 lumen per watt of efficiency. Actually, this was the breaking point of the white organic light emitting diodes, the end of the discussion whether they're going to be able to be used in real life or not. This is the structure of their device. Sorry for that Turkish remaining, it's glass. As you can see, they have used phosphorescent materials, the organometallic complexes of iridium complexes, which has a capability of emitting red, blue, and green light. And they have used many electron transport and hole transport layers, optimize the thicknesses of them, and the device was constructed by vacuum thermal evaporation method. Those are the approaches, the general architectural approaches that one may follow if they want to obtain light or electroluminescence from an organic semiconductor. Today, as the last talk of today, Hakan from our group will present the pixelated wallet approach that we followed with a quantum dot, and he just printed those quantum dots through inkjet printing and will present his results. And tomorrow, Erkan will also give an example on the down conversion of the frequency. This is the general approach in the white LEDs as well. As you all know, you have the blue emitting LED and you coat it with phosphorus material. And with the electroluminescence and the photoluminescence, you obtain white light. The blue and the orange red will produce you white light. But Erkan is going to present us not a blue LED, but a blue OLED coated with an organic down conversion layer. And we are also following this architecture as well and trying to dope and optimize the concentrations of the dopants in the emitting layer when we try to reach the white light. As I said, the title says the parallel dyes, so I'd like to give some information on them. As the LEO's group, most of the people are working with the organometallics, which have the phosphorescent abilities and internal quantum efficiencies of 100%, as they can utilize both the singlet and the triplet excitons. But that triplet polaron and triplet quenching and annihilation processes generating from the high triplet lifetimes of the triplet excitons and high exciton diffusion lengths the probability of the energy loss mechanisms also increases. So the internal quantum efficiency of 100% is not converted to the external quantum efficiency. Recently, people and also us has raised interest in the singlet emitters, which their lifetimes are quite lower at the nanoscale region, and the exciton diffusion lengths are also quite small. So this is the structure of a parallel ring. It's a pi delocalized system, as you may see, and it's not actually soluble because it's mainly generally named as pigment, not dye. But if you functionalize them from the oxygens up here and also the Bay positions, you may obtain soluble parallel derivatives, and you may start calling them as dyes, as they are soluble. They have high molar absorption coefficients. This is not dielectric constant. This is molar absorption coefficient and fluorescence quantum yields, and relatively easy to chemically modify. Their thermal and chemical stabilities and also photostabilities are quite high as well. They're n-type semiconductors. Because of the carbonyl groups up here, they eagerly accept electrons, and the mobility of the mobility of them is announced as 0.6 in a transistor. As you all know, if you change the method of determining the mobility, the value that you will gain will change as well. But they suffer from pi-pi stacking. As I said, the pi electrons are delocalized in this core. So pi-pi stacking is a problem in parallel dyes. So we can deteriorate the ring by adding it bulky substituents. If we change the substituents at the imide positions, as you may see, the angle with the plane of the core will change, and also the intramolecular distance between the two parallel rings will be changed as well. So this can be done as a strategy, and also, as I said, the Bay functionalization. Whenever you change it to more bulky substituents, you can see that the angle from the plane is also increasing. So what we have done is we first applied it to frequency down conversion to get white light, and we have just embedded some of the parallel dyes that Erkan has synthesized in polystyrene type of optically inert environment, and optimize the thicknesses and also the placements of the fibers that we gained, and was able to reach a CRI value of higher than 90 with an adjustable CCT and the power conversion efficiency higher than 200 lumen per watt. And we think that, I don't know if you can see them clearly, but we think that the cavities on the fibers, on the polystyrene fibers up here, those values, I would say, help the increment of the external quantum efficiency through the reflections as well. As I said, tomorrow Erkan will give the details of this work, but with the TADF, thermally activated direct fluorescent device, blue emitting device, with a structure, as you can see, having hole transport and electron transport layers, we have embedded the parallel dyes in a Xenex matrix, which is also an optically inert environment, and without losing the efficiency, could obtain the white light through the device that was constructed. As I said, Erkan is going to present the details tomorrow. And yeah, utilizing the dyes in low concentrations to take electroluminescence directly from the blue, green, and orange-red components in your emissive layer. This is a part of an ongoing TÜBİTAK project that's going on in our research group. So this is the device structure. Volkan has utilized two different hosts first, PBK-PPD and PBK-OXT7, and optimized the dopant concentration in these hosts. Whenever he compared the turn-on voltages and the brightness values that he could reach, he decided to proceed with the PBK-PPD host matrix and again optimize the green component, the PTE component, the concentration of it in this host matrix as well. As you can see, with the increment of the orange-red component, it's the PDI, and the green component, the PTE, the XY coordinates were acting as expected. And then when he reached 90 value of the CRI value with the doping of the 0.18% of PDI, he decided to add the green in it, but has seen that with the applied voltage, there was a peak arising around 500. And I forgot to say, but formally, with the increment in the PDI concentration, he also has measured an increment at the 600 nanometer region as well, which was independently acting from the applied potential. So we named these peaks as the exciplex peak and the electroplex peak. Whenever he adds the green component in the PBK, PPD, and PDI containing emissive layer, he saw that he's losing the exciplex emission. And yes, with the applied voltage, he was obtaining a little bit increment at the electroplex region. That then he decided to change the ratios because the PTE was actually acting as an acceptor, as an energy acceptor towards the PDI. He then optimized again the weight percent components in the emissive layers and was able to reach CRI values higher than 90%, around 95, and adjustable CCTs with the applied potential. As you can see, with the applied potential, the green region of the electroluminescence versus wavelength curve increases, which is a strong evidence of the electroplex formation. So if I compare the OLED, white light emitting OLED, and the LED, this is the situation approximately a decade ago, and this is the situation that we are talking nowadays. The problems of the white light emitting, organic light emitting diodes are the same. They are efficiency, cost barrier, and lifetime. Regarding the cost barrier, people are trying to get rid of the vacuum evaporation systems, just like us. The results that I have shown you were all solution process devices. And those are some of the leading projects that have been done, and some are ongoing in the European Union. So the starting targets are quite high, as you can see, but from the web research, those are the outcomes that I could reach. For example, the OLED 100.EU has announced an application necessities report, but I do not know, or I couldn't reach these prices or the durability values yet. The same is valid for the solid light project. And so the cost barrier, but we have to go on working on exceeding the lifetimes durabilities of the LEDs, and also the efficiencies and the cost barrier regarding the LEDs. As far as I can see, I have some time, and yeah, those are the results of the outcomes of our group. So we are able to enlarge the active area to 21 centimeters square and have reached more than 30 lumen per watt of efficiency at 10 milliamps, and that's the electroluminescence versus wavelength curve of the device. So I'd like to take 1 minute 37 seconds of yours, and would like to celebrate the Day of Light with our video. Dünyanın varoluşuyla birlikte insanoğlunun asırlar boyunca gizemini çözmeye çalıştığı tarihin en büyük keşiflerinden biri olan ateşten önce bilim, sanat, kültür, sağlık, eğitim alanlarında elimizdeki teknolojilerde kilometrelerce uzağımızda ve yeryüzünün üzerinde hatta uzaya kadar her yerde uçuşumuzu görebiliriz. Dünya ışık gününün temelleri oluşturan ve yolumuzu aydınlatanların gelebildiği yerden devam etmek üzere işler gündüz tarafı araştırmacıları olarak gelecektir. Daha çok şey
Yeryüzünü aydınlatan ve insanlığın yaşam kaynaklarından biri olan ışığın izini ve etkisini her zaman ve her yerde görmek mümkündür. Aydınlığın ve bilgeliğin simgesi olan bu büyüleyici enerjinin yaşamımızdan hiç eksik olmaması dileğiyle 16 Mayıs Dünya Işık Günü'nü kutluyor. Işık bilimi ve mühendisliğine ilgi duyan tüm sevgili gençlerimizi fotonik bölümünün Türkiye'de ilk defa kurulduğu İzmir Yüksek Teknoloji Enstitüsü'ne bekliyorum.
So I like ending with the science history of the presentation. And I saw that this is the birthday of Wolfgang Ostwald, who discovered the rule of color dispersion in optics of colloidal systems. And both, like his father, has constructed the basics of the RGB system that we are using nowadays. So I'd like to thank you all for your attention and time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Canan Varlıklı. So let me see, is there any question? So yes, I have one question, if you can hear me. Yashar from our photonic department. He's giving first thanks. And the question, is it important the porosity of organic matter in your research? Do you consider, do you consider or engineer this issue?
Of course, interface engineering is very much important, especially when we deal with the quantum dots. But with the organics, we most of the times would like to reach the lowest RMS, but the interface interaction between the layers has a lot influence on the number of the excitons that you would produce and number of the radiatively recombining excitons, and finally your efficiency and even your durability.
Okay, any further question? Let me see. Thank you very much for your answer. So I think we have finished, but we have to take a photo all together. So please don't leave immediately. There is a message coming from chat part. So if you wait, I think we have to, let me see what's gonna be happen. My friends will help me.
Hello,
Okay.
Professor. Okay, please open your videos, our participants. Can you open?
Yeah. Everybody, please turn your videos.
Start video, please.
So what's going on?
It's okay. Start video. Can you open your video, please?
Yeah. Okay, everybody, I think turn on. Yeah, you did? Okay, good. Okay. I think they have taken. Nihan is okay. We close the session now. Yaşar, I leave the microphone to you. Yaşar, are you there? I think we have a coffee break time, isn't it? Okay. Nihan, we stop. We give a coffee break time, yeah? Okay. Time to break for coffee. See you then.
So, how was Turkey? So Turkey was... Wow. Yes.
No.
Good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we would like to give the microphone to Professor Sezai Alagöz. Professor Sezai Alagöz, do you have my voice just now? I can see the name of Professor Sezai Alagöz. Yes, just now I have your voice, I think.
Merhaba, sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor hocam, geliyor.
Tamam, yani belki başkanlar için de onu söyleyeyim. Ben açmaya çalıştım ama henüz bana kontrol verilmemişti.
Verilmiş hocam, şimdi var.
Şimdi verildi herhalde, açtım.
So, in this session, the chair of the session is Professor Sezai Alagöz from Aselsan, the Vice President of R&D Management in Turkey. Professor Sezai Alagöz, please.
Thank you. The first invited speaker is Manijah Rezegi, but I don't see her. I don't know if she joined us now.
Yes,
or maybe a video.
Alagöz, yes, she is not online just now because she asked us to share her video just now. Then after 20 minutes, he will be online here.
Okay. So should I do the introduction talk?
If you
and then we start the video. Okay, let me just do the introduction talk. Professor Rezegi is well known in our community of epitaxial growth and voice fabrication. She has received her doctorate in 1980 from University of Paris, France, and she was was the head of the exploratory material laboratory at Thomson CSF, France, and during 80s, she was the head of the exploratory material laboratory at Thomson CSF, and where she was working on vapor deposition. And actually, those who know her know the title that she was known as the Queen of MOCVD. And then she worked on vapor phase epitaxy, molecular beam epitaxy, and gas molecular beam epitaxy, and metal organic molecular beam epitaxy for entire compositional ranges of 3-5s. And she worked from deep UV to terahertz region. She has authored or co-authored more than 1,000 papers, more than 34 book chapters, and 20 books, including the textbook of Technology of Quantum Devices. And two of her books, very well-known books, MOCD Challenge Volume 1 and Volume 2, where she has the pioneering work of gallium arsenide and indium phosphide with gallium indium arsenic phosphide material. Now this 2 volume also abridged to a 1 volume edition. She also has some textbook, and she has several patents. Now I depart from the standard text to say something more about her from memoir. Many might not know that she has had the startup of the epitaxial growth works in Turkey. The second MB used in 3-5s and 2-6 MBs in Turkey was used by Professor Beşikçi, who was her PhD student. And of course, I have to mention that first MB in 3-5s was used by and established by Professor Özçelik, who is the organizer of this meeting, as you all know. And similarly, the first QCL structure growth studies were done by PhD student İlkay Demir, who spent his last year under Professor Rezegi's supervisor. Dolayısıyla she has helped us in this manner as well. So it is seen that all the people who has done some work on epitaxial growth and quantum devices, some way or another, were into contact with Professor Rezegi. Without taking more time, maybe we should start video. Thank you.
My name is Manijah Rezegi, Walter P. Murphy Professor of Electrical Engineering at Northwestern University. Ziggy, Walter P. Murphy Professor of Electrical Engineering at Northwestern University and the Director of Center for Quantum Device. The Center for Quantum Device is dedicated to conducting cutting-edge atomic and gap engineering of T5 semiconductor for electronic and photonic quantum devices from deep UV to terahertz. One of the key research areas of the center is enabling human beings to see beyond their innate capability. Vision is one of the most developed human sense, but unfortunately nature allows human vision only a very small window. And since the discovery of infrared radiation in the 1800s, scientists have been trying to develop methods to see this signal. However, current material systems and technologies have not met the increasing demand for higher performance. Top 2 endomastoid gallium antimonide superlattice are a transformative material system being developed for the next generation of infrared detection and imaging. This synthetic structure, consisting of multi-quantum wells with a broken gap that are put next to each other and interact to create a small effective gap suitable for infrared detection from 1 micron all the way to the terahertz. Being a synthetic quantum structure allows additional degree of freedom in tailoring the material properties. In this review paper, we will describe historical development and current status of top 2 superlattice for advanced detection and imaging. Making a top 2 superlattice camera is extremely complex and requires hundreds of different steps. The security is unique in that we have all of the facilities and know-how vertically integrated within a single center under my direction. We do everything from the theory, design, growth, characterization, processing, measurement, and even the final system fabrication. We have developed ETBM simulation to guide our design of superlattice. The material growth is done via molecular beam epitaxy. We then characterize the material and even test devices before moving on to processing focal planaries. Focal planaries or artificial eyes are fabricated from 2 components. An array of hundreds of thousands, even millions of individual detectors that convert the infrared photons into electrons, similar to the eyes, and an array of millions of silicon-based transistors that is readout integrated circuit which acts like the brain. The finished FPA is then tested and put in a camera system such as this one. In 2003, my group at Northwestern demonstrated the world's first focal planaries camera based on top 2 superlattice. And for the last 10 years, the development of top 2 superlattice has been skyrocketing, reaching a technology level that mercury cadmium telluride took 50 years to reach. We have demonstrated a small, mid, and even megapixel camera based on top 2 superlattice. We have demonstrated camera operating in the short, mid, long, and very long wavelength infrared. And more importantly, we have demonstrated 2-color combination of these wavelengths. This video shows hot water being poured into a cup of cold water using a short mid camera. This video shows a student holding a bandpass filter of a flame using a mid-long camera. This video shows the same filter in front of a mid-format long camera. This is just a small part of the development of top 2 superlattice camera. And I encourage you to read our paper. I would also like to encourage everyone to go to our website. We are not just pioneering in top 2 superlattice camera, but using T5 semiconductors to make quantum devices spanning from the deep UV all the way up to terahertz. Finally, these results would not have been possible without the support and encouragement of the great scientists of the DoD, NASA, DHS, NSF, as well as the great students. I would like to thank the IOP for giving me the opportunity to share these results with you. Thank you.
Iranian-born physicist Manisha Rezegi has already changed the world with the laser that carries the internet under the sea and the new tech inside airport body scanners. But she's not finished.
He said, my gosh, please, wait, don't kill me. Let me to finish to see the result before to go home.
The unique forms of light created in Rezegi's world-class quantum devices lab at Northwestern University are about to power two more world-changing technologies: a super-speed wireless internet and a laser that can make explosives shine through luggage and clothes.
So I get married at the age of 15 years old. I got my high school with the 3 children, but at the same time, continuing exactly and never missing even 1 hour, neither from school nor from my duty as a mother.
Rezegi never gave up on education, and by her early 20s, against unbelievable odds, the mother of 3 was studying nuclear physics at Tehran University, on a path to change the world with laser light.
What's the difference between a radio wave, a microwave, and sunshine? Believe it or not, it's all the same stuff: light, photons moving through space. But here's the difference. Notice this photon oscillating as it travels. The faster the oscillation, the higher the frequency. That's it. Radio waves, visible light, X-rays, and beyond, everything on the electromagnetic spectrum from left to right is just light moving at increasing frequencies. We use different frequencies of light to transmit wireless data. Now here's a key point. Higher frequencies generally mean faster wireless data speeds.
So how fast can we go? Gamma waves have the highest frequency. They could allow downloading of thousands of full-length movies a second. But whoops, all light rays from gamma down to UV damage our bodies and don't travel well in the atmosphere. So what's left? Well, forget visible light, that's the sun's territory. And we're already broadcasting on these slower frequencies, so transmitting faster than we transmit today leaves us here, below infrared, but above microwaves, in a section called the terahertz spectrum. In the 1980s, producing terahertz light signals could only be done with an ultra-cold temperature laser, impractical for communications outside of a research facility. Many scientists thought this was the end of the line for terahertz communication. Working at the Exploratory Materials Lab at defense contractor Thomson CFS in Orsay, France, Rezegi thought otherwise.
Is all of the secret of the science is in the periodic table.
And that's exactly where she turned. Using a semiconductor called indium phosphide, she eliminated the need for cold temperatures, shocking her colleagues with a room temperature laser that made terahertz transmission practical for the first time.
They said that in 1 year you are going to become famous in the world. Everywhere they wanted to have me, especially in United States, for this technique because it was changing everything.
Currently, a German laser system based on Rezegi's work operates at a speed capable of transmitting roughly 13 HD feature films in a second. But there's more.
Just as X-ray light penetrates most soft tissue and bounces off hard bone, some terahertz frequency light penetrates suitcases and makes explosives shine.
Pioneered in Rezegi's lab, devices smaller than a shoebox can see bombs and other volatile chemicals in luggage and beneath clothes. These devices can be made cheaply and are easily installable at airports, on buses and subways, and at stadium turnstiles. After more than 30 years of engineering groundbreaking quantum devices, Rezegi is still riding the waves toward future discoveries, propelled by the same sources of energy that have fueled one of the most impressive careers in communications physics.
Curiosity, passion. That's it. To have really, again, passion to understand something and the curiosity. That's the 2 elements, nothing else. The future of semiconductor science and technology for the infrared emitter and receiver. The outline of my talk will be a little introduction, infrared lasers and infrared detector, and future and conclusion. The past, present, and future of lasers and detector is in the difference atom in periodic table. If I take the atom of hydrogen, thanks to quantum mechanics, we know that electron can absorb the photon, go to the higher energy level, and emit the photon to come to the initial energy level. That is the basic of the absorption and detection and emission. The wavelength of this photon is proportional to the Planck's constant, speed of light, and the energy between the initial and final level. By changing the difference atom in the periodic table, I can make the lasers and detector from deep UV up to terahertz. So if I take only the part of the periodic table 3-5 semiconductor, the column 3 and column 5, by atomic and gap engineering of this element, I can make from the interband, inter-subband, to make all of the difference lasers from, again, deep UV up to terahertz. And important of these 3-5 are, they are covalent bonding, they have direct energy gap, and at the same time, they have most of them zinc blende structure. So it's excellent for the semiconductor, lasers, and at the same time, detector. So in the past, we had bulk material. And with the bulk of these 3-5 semiconductor, we couldn't go far from having the infrared laser and detector. In present time, we are using the quantum mechanic, superlattice, very advanced epitaxial growth, and we can make the lasers and detector, again, from the deep UV up to terahertz, and still there are some gap that we need to fill up for the future. What is the future at this time is if we use quantum mechanics and to go to the low dimensional, 2-dimensional confinement, 3-dimensional confinement, quantum wire, quantum dots. In this case, we can make the quantum infrared lasers and detector much more efficient and independent, again, of the temperature. So for that, again, if I come from the periodic table, going first to the difference element of the aluminum, gallium, indium, and nitrogen, and we can see here that from this material, I can go from the deep UV up to terahertz, and with the inter-subband up to terahertz. So what is the problem here? One of the problem is the substrate. So that's the future that we have to solve it. And on the other hand, again, with this material, I can come the allophonon in this material is more than 90 milli-electron volt, opposite to the indium astronaut, gallium astronaut that we are using at the present time for the infrared detector in infrared lasers. So if we use the trinitride, we can solve some of the problem that we cannot solve with the other 3-5. It means that we can come up with the room temperature at the same time, not only the laser, but to have to fill up some of the gap that we cannot fill with the indium phosphate or gallium astronaut by using the gallium aluminum nitride, gallium nitride inter-subband. And here we demonstrated that we can have up to 5 micron, and we can go at the same time to have up to the 50, 60 micron, and even up to terahertz. So for that, there are 2 elements that we have to solve because we have not the substrate. One is we have to have the resonance tunneling and the transport. That is the basic of again, to have the infrared laser and detector. So we did some demonstration here, but need, again, that's the future for to continue. Now, we tried to demonstrate it from the 1993, all of with the world first demonstration of some of the devices that is possible with the trinitride, and but at the same time, that is the time for the continuation, for the improvement up to terahertz. Now, if I come to the visible part, because the eyes can see only from the 400 to 700 nanometers, or more than 700, it becomes infrared. So if I come for the 808, 980, that is very important, again, for the difference application, especially telecommunication, that we had gallium astronaut, gallium aluminum astronaut, MBE. We change it to the quaternary aluminum free with the MOCVD, And that we demonstrated that, yes, that can revolutionize to have much higher power, much cheaper, much better performance, but is not finished at this time. We need to use this material again for the monolithic integration with the silicon and with the difference, again, the active and passive devices. So that's the future. Now, if we come to the 1.3, 1.5 micron again, gallium indium oxide phosphate, indium phosphate for the telecommunication, that again, we demonstrated that LPE is not a best solution. MOCVD, and at the same time demonstrated that now we have for the future, the things that we need, again, we have to come much better, again, performance of the, not only the reactor, that the precursor. We have to be very careful with the indium phosphate, because for the phosphorus, as an example, we have only one source of the phosphine in the world at this time. So all of the, from the material, from the source, from the reactor has to be optimize. And now that we demonstrated on the silicon, and that is, again, that's the future, that we need to have the integration of the all of the passive active device based on the 1.3, 1.5 on silicon substrate. So that is the future again. Now we are coming to the longer wavelength infrared from the 2 micron up to, again, terahertz, up to terahertz. Again, we have here, I put 3 micron because there is a gap again at this time from the 1.7 to 3 micron that needs to be filled up with the high power, high performance continuous wave, again, the lasers. And at the same time, application, they are numerous, so there is a huge need for the future. So what we can do, we know that already, that we have interband, and at the same time, for to go to the higher, we have inter-subband. That again, that is started by in 1970 by Leozaki and Su, that they gave the ideas of the superlattice and negative diffraction resistance, and they demonstrated mini-band, a sequential tunneling transport, and after that it was Kazarinov and Suri that they took again the ideas and to demonstrate that it's possible to use it for the by photon assisted tunneling, to use it for the infrared laser, and it took long time to demonstrate, yes, that is possible to have the infrared high power at the same time the lasers by doing the molecular gas source molecular epitaxy and controlling the material. We demonstrated, yes, it's possible to use that and to have high power continuous wave from the 3 to 12 micron. We demonstrated, and after that it comes, now the difference group is coming, but again there are still the gap that has to be filled up to terahertz. And now we need at the same time high power, high ballpark efficiency, continuous wave, room temperature for the different wavelength, for the different application. So for that, we already demonstrated for the first time the 40-watt photonic crystal distributed feedback at 4.4 micron. That still is the unique, still is the highest, and the record, but unfortunately it's very difficult to make. But we came with another solution to show that they brought the beta DFP with the design, that very simple way, we try to demonstrate we can have up to 203 watts with the single mode far field, single mode electric at room temperature, but with the high performance. But that is, again, is a demonstration, needs not to follow up, and this difference group can go and to go at the same time to the continuous wave. So we need the monolithic widely tunable the infrared. The things that we did in the telecom part, now we need in the infrared from the short wavelength, mid, long wavelength. And for that, we try to come with the monolithic widely tunable crucial between 6 to 10 micron. And we demonstrate at the same time a kind of the friendly, compact and user-friendly system around this source that can go very,
scan, the rapid scan up to 1 kilohertz, but for the random wavelength. But that is the demonstration. We need now a lot of effort for the continuation, but for the continuation for the different kind of application. So that is again is the future trend. Now we need photonic integrated circuit, similar to the electronic. We need the monolithic steering with the surface emitting in the QCL for the different wavelength. So we again for the first time, we demonstrated that it's possible to put all of the different components in the same chip and to demonstrate very high, about the 17.9 degree the tuning, and we demonstrated that is very fast with the 3 dB bandwidth of 7.75 kilohertz, and the output beam is a very, very narrow. But again, all of that is the demonstration, not it needs to be followed and to continue for the future. Now we need silicon photonic. We need that everything again on the same substrate and to have the much higher power again. That we demonstrated here. That is the world's highest long wavelength infrared continuous wave power phase lock arrays that we have 8.2 watts with the wall plug efficiency of 9.5% at room temperature 1.8 kiloampere, and the very nice again performance at the same time. That is the spectral width that very, very narrow 1.2 nanometer, and at the same time the far field peak is a 0.25 and is the limit of the system, and the very no. So all of that, that's a demonstration now is going for the future for the different application. So now for the terrorists, we know that application of the terrorists for the different health, security, the remote sensing, communication, everything. But what is missing? Is missing is the diode lasers that we can use it similar to one that we use in the infrared or in the visible. So for that, again, we came to demonstrate there is a possibility with the DFG to have the performance, the room temperature terahertz emitter with we demonstrate up to 1.2 to 2 milliwatt with a very nice far field, and at the same time the continuous wave, and we demonstrated with the tuning. But unfortunately, again, that is only the demonstration, needs not to be continue and for to make it high power, high continuous wave at room temperature for the different application. Now for the frequency comb, again, we know the application of the frequency comb, and we got the Nobel Prize, and we know that the problem of the now to have the frequency comb at infrared up to terahertz. For that, again, we demonstrated even that at the terahertz, we can have room temperature the frequency comb that is working. So all of that is the demonstration and needs again to continue for the future. Now, coming in the case of the lasers, starting from 1997, we demonstrated up to now many different applications, many different record, and many different spheres. So that all of that it was the demonstration, now needs to continue now. Now, coming to the detector part. In the detector part, application of the infrared detector is very, very important because human wants to see infrared that we cannot see. Nature didn't give us to do that. So for that, here we have the semiconductor, again, the photodetector research from deep UV up to terahertz coming from the again, intrinsic material coming from the quantum well, quantum dots, and at the same time, that is narrowband, and the top two, that is the broadband. So for that, again, for that, I would like to come first to use the quantum dots. Exactly as I mentioned, that is the future. Quantum dots, quantum fire. But what has that? We did that. At this present time, we have the quantum well infrared photodetector. But unfortunately, if we go to the quantum dots and quantum wire that we demonstrated, we can have much better performance, much higher focal the energy, the quantum efficiency, and at the same time, we can have much better independent of the temperature coming to the higher the operating temperature. But unfortunately, UV, that is narrowband. In order to go to the broadband again, we came with the solution of the 3.5 semiconductor, because mercury cadmium telluride, it was the thing everybody was working. But when I came again to US, I started by the 3.5 from the indium antimonide. Here we have energy gap as function of lattice parameter, indium antimonide base, and all of that you can see is changed again, revolutionized the world of the infrared imaging that I can see, showed you here, that aluminum antimonide, gallium antimonide, indium oxide, this material and this band gap energy is again studied by Leo Ezaki and Tsu 1917, but up to 2003, nobody in the world could make the focal planaries with. And that, if you can see here, the ETBM theory show that is the gamma is a center of brilliant zone. By using the indium oxide gallium antimonide wide band gap material, by doing atomic and gap engineering, one monolayer chain, as you can see, you can change the gap, and by that again you can see that here by ETBM you can have the difference again, the parameter to optimize and to have any wavelength that you want with the excellent performance of the lasers, and that we did, and we tried to demonstrate for the first time in the world, yes, that is possible in mid wavelength, in long wavelength, and that after that they came to say that on the two color. Why? Because if you have only one band, you can see only that. The second band, you can see only that. But if you have the two together, you can see much better performance. So we tried to demonstrate, yes, it's possible to have the two color again. And we did that, the world first demonstration again, long, in 13 micron, 9.5 micron, with the excellent performance. And everything is done at university in the inside with the student, that each student transferred the technology at this time in US, and they are doing great. And now coming today, again, the short, mid, long, because you said that, look at the difference. Here you have 13 micron, 5.3 micron in the same device, and look at the difference that you can see. So now, coming to have, again, with the same material, we need to go broadband. It goes even into the short wavelength. That is important for the NASA. So about atomic and gap engineering, you can see that we can change the gap by 1-2 monolayer aluminum antimonide to increase, and by that to have the active passive, and to have the world first again to color the active and passive. Passive, it means that is a thermal, and active, you need light. So that you can see again for the first time is demonstrated. And that now we are going to have one of the problem that we have is the following, because the material for the production, they had the problem to say that is very hard in order to make this system. So we came with another system. It means that indium oxide antimonide, exactly as you can see here. And by changing again with the gap engineering, we can have again not only to come with the different wavelength, but at the same time to come with the barrier to have the material that can go from the 0.5 the micron visible the UV up to the terahertz with the excellent performance. And exactly as you can see here, how by doing the atomic gap engineering of the 3.5, we can again change the gap for as an example for the 9 micron. By putting a little barrier, we can go to the 1.8 micron or even less than that. So now another thing, again, the three color. Why? Because our eyes has the three colors. We know that if you have only one band, it's not, and two band again, and if you have the three, you can have much better performance. That is for the different application. And we demonstrated, yes, that is possible again with this material to go from deep UV up to choice for the multicolor. So conclusion here again, 1970 is demonstrated by Leo Ezaki, this material, and it took up to 2003 that for the first time in my group, we demonstrated the focal planaries, because nobody could do that. But we did. And after that, we demonstrated all of that one after each other. And we educated the student that they came and they learned and they tried and transferred the technology to the industry. Now, if I come here at the same time, what was the revolution of the talk too? That is changed again in the space lab, and at this time is started to use in the space. And you have to know that when at the same time, at the beginning, when I started, when I was telling, everybody was fond of me, and nobody wanted to believe that exactly at the result came out, and at the same time, the technology transferred through the excellent student. That is that. So in conclusion, for the detector part again, I came for the first 1993, starting by the 3-5 of the indium antimonide, indium thallium antimonide, bismuth antimonide, and up to now, and all of that they are one demonstration that did most of them only in my group, and that's the future that we have to continue, and I hope that NSF can help in order that that can be continue for the future. So what does the future hold? Again, inspiration comes from nature. Fundamentally, nature operates in quantum level and is full of wondrous use of the quantum technology. We have studied quantum well, that nature is not limited to a single degree of confinement. Going forward, we can go more quantum, go to the quantum wire, quantum dots, two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and at the same time to put everything like the VLSI on the same paper, same as an example, silicon, and to use. So we need again, exactly as I mentioned, for the infrared lasers and detector, the 3-5 semiconductor, that is the best. Again, that we need a lot to work on that to make it again much better and much efficient. Okay.
Evet, Profesör Razagi, thank you for the nice talk. Bu arada Profesör Razagi aramıza katıldı. Erzurum Profesör Manager Razagi is now with us. If you have any questions, do write. Hello, welcome to our meeting, Professor Razagi.
Yes, okay. Good morning. Do you hear me? To put that in a Polish.
Yes, we do.
Okay, do you hear me? Okay, I'm sorry, there is the problem of the time, because the timing between here and Turkey, unfortunately, is not. I am very sorry, because at this time, I am, as you can see here, I am in the exam of my student. That is very, very important. So please, you hear my talk. There are a lot that I have to explain about the result that I explained to you. The reason that I send this result to you, because most of them, they are new, and unfortunately, I could only to give by this way, because that some of them, they are ITAR or export, but all of that is important. So please, managing at this time, I will tell you at 10, here is 9:11 at this time. In 50 minutes, I will come back to you and I will give much more explanation. And after that, you can ask any question that you have and we can discuss. So I am very sorry for that, but that is the timing problem. All right. I hope that everything is all right. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Razagi. We understand that. Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Yeah.
We listened to the talk. It was very nice talk. If there are any questions, we will let them know.
Excuse me, repeat.
If there is any question, we will get the answers from you. Okay.
Perfect. Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for joining.
One minute, Professor Sezai and Professor Razagi. We will start the next talk here. Then you, if possible for you, join us after 30 minutes. Yeah, okay?
Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to join you absolutely after 50 minutes. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. We are waiting.
Okay, thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Sorry. Okay.
O zaman zaman kaybetmeden acaba Doktor Shastri geldi mi?
Evet hocam, bence Doktor Shastri'ni siz davet edin. Sonra menajer gelecek, bir 15 dakika sonra olacak.
Okay.
Tamam.
Our next invited speaker is Dr. Shastri. Let me just briefly introduce him. He is an assistant professor of engineering physics at Queen's University, Canada. He earned his honors Bachelor Engineering with distinction and Master Engineering and PhD degrees in Electrical Engineering from McGill University, Canada in 2005, 2007, and 2012, respectively. He was an NS, ERC, and Bentix postdoctoral fellow between the years 2012 and 16. and an associate research scholar at Princeton University in 2016 and 18, with research interests in silicon photonics, photonics integrated circuits, neuromorphic computer, and machine learning. He has published more than 65 articles and 80 conference proceedings, 4 book chapters, and given over 40 invited talks and lecturing, including 2 keynotes. He is co-author of the book Neuromorphic Photonics. Without further delay, I'd like to leave the floor for him for the title Silicon Photonics for Machine Learning and Neuromorphic Computing.
Well, thank
you. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay,
we hear you.
And I hope you can also see my slides right now.
Yes, we see it now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak today. I'll be talking about how we can implement neural networks in hardware using silicon photonics, and how that can potentially enable new applications in machine learning and neuromorphic or brain-inspired computing. A lot of this work that I'll be presenting started in Professor Paul Prusnell's lab at Princeton University, where I was there as a postdoc for many years. And I'd also like to acknowledge our collaborators whose work that I'll also be presenting, including many of the co-authors. I'd also like to give a shout out to all the fabrication support that we end up getting for making this type of chips that I'll be highlighting as well. And of course, I wouldn't be here without my students and my postdocs whose work that I'll be presenting. So they're the ones who do all the work, and I get to be a spokesperson, and I'm very grateful for that. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll start off with a brief introduction on artificial intelligence and neural networks, and talk about why it might be necessary to implement neural networks in hardware rather than in software. I'll talk about some of the work we've done in implementing these neural networks using silicon photonics technology, and then highlight some of the applications depending on how much time that we have, and then conclude the presentation. So artificial intelligence has been around for a very long time, but over the last maybe 10 years or so, we see a number of applications from natural language processing to facial recognition to autonomous vehicles, to now computers also playing games like Go and beating human world champions. And artificial intelligence currently is enabled by what are called deep neural networks. These are inspired by the brain, and I'll explain, how they work from a very high level without going into too much details. So in a neural network, you have what are called neurons, and these are represented by these orange dots here. And data is processed as vectors in a neural network. So I'll explain what exactly a neuron is later, but this is just to give an idea of how, for example, an image would be processed. You would take this image and you'd vectorize it, and you'd input it to this neural network. It goes to the next layer of neurons, but before it does that, it gets multiplied by a weight matrix here, which ends up connecting these neurons. And this is called a synaptic connection. So you multiply this vector with a matrix, and the result is another vector, which is input to the next layer. Now, when you're multiplying this vector with a matrix, what happens, you're doing a useful operation. For example, in the first case, you might train your network, you might train your matrix here to identify between light and dark valued pixels. The next layer could be trained to then identify edges, and the next layer could be trained to identify a combination of edges. So you keep doing this linear algebra until you can come up with enough features where you can then combine them to make a classification with a relative high probability of who that maybe that person was, for example, in the facial recognition system. What you might see from here is that you need to do a lot of vector matrix multiplications, and this memory here, this data needs to be fetched from memory, and this takes a lot of time. So to put this more sort of qualitatively, what you can see from this plot here is on the y-axis, we have plotted the computational power, which is in petaflops of floating point operations per second for the number of days you need to train an AI system to be able to do this type of computations to recognize, for example, someone. And on the x-axis is the number of years, and this different data points are different AI systems. And what you can see is that this AI computational power was doubling every 2 years. And this was fine because our laptops and our computers, our computational power was also doubling every 2 years, essentially increasing with Moore's law-like trend. But since the last 10 years or so, based on these applications, the computational power required for AI systems has been doubling every 3.5 months. So even if Moore's law were to keep up, the challenge is that we need hardware that can actually support this type of computational power, not just general digital computers. Just to give you an idea, the computer that was able to beat, the AI system that was able to beat a human world champion in the game of Go required almost 2,000 CPUs and hundreds of GPUs just working in parallel to harness all that computational power. So there's clearly a move to go from software-based neural networks on digital computers to neural networks that can be implemented using what's called neuromorphic hardware. Now, we are doing this with optics, but I just wanted to highlight here that there was a very nice article back in the 80s where Robert Keyes, for example, gave a very nice criticism of why optics might not be good for computing. And here, just to clarify, we're not doing any digital optical computing. We're doing analog processing. And so, but still the same arguments hold. For example, what was before and even what holds true today, how do you implement things like nonlinearity, memory, gain in optics, which is very difficult to do. So if you compare this with neuromorphic hardware, we see that with electronics, it's relatively easy to implement things like nonlinearity, memory, gain, for example. But there's a penalty you need to pay when you're doing communication or when you're fanning out, which means that you have one gate that's driving many other gates, and that is a capacitive penalty one would need to pay. Doing linear algebra, for example, doing a vector matrix multiplication is very hard in digital electronics. You need thousands and thousands of transistors to be able to implement that type of processing. You compare this with photonics, and what we find is that computing is very hard with photonics, However, with optics right now, you can use silicon photonics and go into the optics to electrical, back to the optical domain, and things like nonlinearity and memory and gain are becoming something of a reality. Communication is free in optics, right? Using you don't pay any penalty at all. Doing linear algebra to linear optics is also very easy, and this can be done also, in a passive configuration. What also you can do with photonics is you can, go from the optics to the electronics back to the optical domain with very little power dissipation. So we wrote a review article that came out in Nature Photonics just a couple months ago, and if you want to, of course, learn a lot more about some of the historical perspectives and a survey of hardware-based neural networks, I would encourage you to check this article out. And there are some other articles that as well came out. If you're looking at more at free space type of optics for doing computing, there's a nice article that came out in Nature just late last year in December. Our article focuses more on integrated photonics, while this article focuses more on free space. And then there's also some other related work, which is using programmable photonic circuits for things like signal processing and computing. So I would say that these three papers give a very nice overview. But let me now explain what are some of the applications that we might be interested in using ultra-fast neural networks. We don't want to target the same applications that digital electronics anyway does. We want to be able to target those applications where latency and bandwidth become extremely important. So, for example, in things like nonlinear programming, where you might want to solve optimization problems, for example, in robotics or in autonomous vehicles, where you might want to do predictive control, you might want to intercept a path of a given moving object, and you might want to, and this boils down to an optimization problem because you need to look a few steps ahead in time. And here you need nanosecond latencies, which is potentially possible to do with optics. Solving partial differential equations is another area that people are very interested in, for obvious reasons, because partial differential equation solving can be used in many scientific computing applications. There's a big push for high performance computing and machine learning for speeding up vector matrix multiplications, for doing, for example, doing classification to inference, and also the learning process that I've explained just earlier. There's lots of interest in physics experiments, for example, using neuromorphic processes as co-processes in quantum-based systems, or also in particle physics experiments. You need very fast neural networks. And also in terms of, for example, in optical communication systems, where you might need to do intelligent signal processing or radio signals, which are in the analog domain. These are very fast signals and they have high bandwidth. So these are the areas where photonic neural networks can have applications. Now let me explain how we implement these neural networks in photonic hardware. So if I was to look at this neural network and zoom into one of these neurons, this is what the neuron is essentially doing. It is taking a vector from a previous layer, which is represented here as x, and it's multiplying it by a weight, and it sums up everything together. So this essentially is a linear part of the neuron where you have a dot product of two vectors, x times w. And then after that, once you've done that linear pattern matching, you need to be able to do a decision making, and that is done with a nonlinearity. So you compare the value of this summation that you have with some threshold, and you say whether this signal is going to go through or it's going to get suppressed. And you need to implement some type of nonlinear, what's called a nonlinear activation function. This vector matrix multiplier is called a multiply accumulate operation, which is called a MAC, and I'll talk a bit more about this later on. So how do we implement this with photonics? Well, the approach that we have taken is that we can encode this vector x on different wavelengths of light. For example, here red, yellow, green, and blue for illustrative purposes that represent different frequencies of light. And you can multiplex all this on a single waveguide using wavelength multiplexing in optics. After that, what we do is we use what are called microring resonators. These are tunable filters where they can be tuned to each specific wavelength of light, and you can tune them such that you can for them to emit for them to pass just a certain percentage of light. So this essentially is how we implement the weighting part. For those who are not too familiar with silicon, with this microring resonators, you can think of them as tuning knobs in a radio. For example, you're tuning to particular frequencies on those old radios. This is essentially what it is. So you will have different microring resonators that can be tuned to very specific frequencies of light, and you can tune their refractive index to then control the amount of light that comes out of them. All these wavelengths of light, when they come out, we can sum up everything together using a balanced photodetector. So for example, if I wanted to implement a weight of 0.8, for example, what I would do is put 90% of my signal on top, 10% at the bottom by principle of conservation, and this balanced photodetector subtracts the two currents from the top photodetector and the bottom photodetector, and I get a weight of 0.8. So if I wanted to multiply with a negative value, what I simply do is put 10% of my light on top, and I put 90% at the bottom, and now I get a weight of negative 0.8, which corresponds to a current moving in the opposite direction. So by using this O to E conversion, I've been able to not only add up all the signals together to get this dot product of two vectors, but also get this positive and negative weighting. And this is something now that's been adopted quite widely in the optics community. Then you can drive this with this current, you can then drive a modulator that implements this nonlinearity. And I'll talk a bit more about this. So the first part, this linear part, we implemented all this with silicon photonics. We use microring resonators, and you can use different types of modulation techniques. For example, here, for a quick demonstration, we used heaters for exploiting the thermo-optic effect, but you can also use, for example, carrier depletion or plasma dispersion effect. The idea is that each of these resonators is tuned to a specific wavelength of light. As you can see here, these are the 4 microring resonators. And you can tune each of these microring resonators to emit a certain percentage of light. So if I'm on resonance here, shown here in the blue curve, I'll be emitting 100% of my light out because I'm fully on resonance. If I then tune this transmission profile slightly off resonance, you can see the transmission profile shifts here. Then I'll be transmitting now maybe 50% of the light out. Right? And I can control any value between 0 and 1 here. And I can essentially multiply the signal by any value between 0 and 1. And by putting into the right photodetector, I can get both positive and negative weighting. The question becomes, how well can we control this this multiplicative process between 0 and 1? And without going into a lot of details, I've highlighted some papers here at the bottom, but we have been able to get almost 7 bits, and we actually posted a paper on archive just a few weeks ago. We've almost gotten 9 bits of control precision plus the sign bit. Now, this is a scalable approach. So people have shown that you can take this type of microring resonators and create large arrays of them. This is done by our collaborators at University of British Columbia, by Krastowski and Shaker's group, where they've taken this microring resonators and created a 16 by 16 array of them for applications, for example, in switching and routing. But this can, of course, be used in neuromorphic hardware. And I've highlighted this paper in case if you're interested in finding more about this. The final part is implementing this nonlinearity. And the way we implement the nonlinearity is again using this microring resonators, but this time we exploit the plasma dispersion effect. So here what we end up doing is doping this piece of silicon with a p-type and n-type material on both sides. That creates a depletion region. And by using first order nonlinearities in silicon, what you can do is modulate the width of this depletion region, which then can be used to change the number of free carriers that you have within this depletion region, which then based on the imaginary and the real part of your it can then change the refractive index and your free carrier absorption that you'd have. These are called the SORF equations. So here, by now modulating this refractive index and the amount of absorption that we have, we can generate different types of nonlinearities that you would have in your system. So this is a chip that we fabricated with photodetectors driving a modulator, and with this, by now controlling the amount of free carrier dispersion and the free carrier absorption that we have, we can generate different types of transfer functions using the same device. And this type of transfer functions can then be used in different types of neural networks. So we have been able to take this silicon photonic, this photonic neuron, implement everything monolithically on the same platform, both all the linear operations, the nonlinear operations, and we can do this at very high speeds, potentially in gigahertz operation. We're doing parallel processing using wavelength multiplexed approaches, and all this is compatible with standard silicon photonic foundries. The efficiency that we get today is 500 femtojoules for doing this multiply accumulate operation, but people have shown that you can actually get almost in the 1.1 femtojoules of operation as well. So this is a quick highlight of what our chips look like. So our students end up designing these chips, laying them out using procedural-based layouts. This is all in photonic hardware. We implement this neural networks. This is the fabricated chip. So we have this optical micrograph that is superimposed on this CAD layout that you can see. These are microring resonator weight banks driving our photodetectors and then driving our modulator. And then we do transmission line engineering, for example, to have inductors and capacitance to get the right bandwidth, so as to speak. This is what our chip looks like once it's fabricated. We wire bond it, and then we have optical coupling in and out of the chip. And then finally, we design PCBs where we can then program this optical neural networks using standard machine learning libraries, for example, TensorFlow. And I'll show you now one example how we are using this in a real application in the next 5 minutes. So one of the areas that we're very interested in looking at, this is not my area of research in optical communications, but clearly there's a need for using this type of very fast neural networks in optical communications. So for example, what happens today in optical communications, you have a transmitter and receiver and a very, very long piece of fiber, tens of thousands of kilometers. And because of that, you'll have non-linearities like four-wave mixing and cross-phase modulation and so on and so forth, chromatic dispersion. You need to compensate for that. And this is all being done with DSP-based techniques, digital signal processing. For that, you need very, very fast analog to digital converters because you're going from the analog domain into the digital domain. And these chips are available, for example, Sienna, which is just 2 hours away from where I am right now, they make these chips for 200 gig and 800 gig systems on a 7 nanometer CMOS process. And this is a beast of a chip. But they can only do a fraction or, some of the compensations, nonlinear compensations. And of course, as I mentioned, as the speeds are increasing, this is placing a lot of constraints on this DSP hardware. So what our collaborators ended up doing was that instead of, can we implement a neural network instead and compensate for some of these nonlinearities? And what they found was that indeed, by implementing simple neural networks, you can get performance close to or equal to, if not better, than the DSP-based techniques. For example, the DSP-based techniques use this something called digital back propagation, where you need to take your signal and back propagate it and do Fourier transforms and inverse Fourier transforms to then compensate for the nonlinearities. Or you can simply implement a very simple neural network, which is a 2x8x2 neural network, and get performance that is equal to what can be done with this DSP hardware. So our proposition is, why can't we just use an optical neural network before all this DSP, before going into the digital domain, and alleviate these constraints on the analog to digital converters and process the optical signals directly. So this is the work that we ended up doing with Princeton and NEC labs. I'll show some experimental results, but in the next 2-3 minutes, I'll just start wrapping up. So we implemented a very simple neural network, which is just a 2x8x2 neural network, where we trained it using what are called interchannel triplets, where we have the horizontal and vertical polarization and all the interchannel interference and the symbols that we would have. We used a standard simulation. We created a lot of training symbols using VPI transmission maker, and characteristics of our transmission systems are highlighted right here. It is a 32 gigabaud polarization multiplex 16 QAM or quadrature amplitude modulated system. And as I mentioned, it is 2x8x2 neural network, and we're using a regression problem. What that means is that we estimate the amount of nonlinearity that you would have after the neural network, and then we subtract that nonlinearity from the received symbols, and then compare those received symbols with the symbols that were originally transmitted, and then measure the bit error rate or the quality factor. So we train our systems, and we see we continue training our systems until we get a good quality factor with this nonlinear compensation. As you can see here, it stabilizes here. These are the weights and biases that we have our neurons. So we program these weights and biases with our neural network that I'd shown earlier. And this would be the weights for our microring resonators. These are the currents that we would be, equivalent currents that we'll be putting for each of these microring resonators. And this would be the voltages that we'll be putting on each of the modulators for implementing the nonlinear activation functions. We implemented in this particular case a single layer of neurons. This paper is currently under review, but it should be coming out very soon. But if you want to check the reference for this, I believe it was published as a post-deadline paper in OFC last year. So these are the experimental results. We compared our experimental results with what you would be able to get with software-based techniques. And we saw that our results are actually quite comparable with what you can get experimentally. So this is actually a promising start. We've done a number of other experiments where we have, and I'll just start concluding now, but I'm highlighting the papers here at the bottom where we use the silicon photonics technology for implementing convolution-based operations for accelerating things like deep learning and using them for doing image classification. We did this all with simulations, and we did some benchmark tests, and this paper at the bottom here highlights a lot of that work. But this was also demonstrated experimentally by Harish Bhaskaran's group and Wolfram Pernis's group, where they implemented this a similar approach using wavelength multiplexed approach for implementing convolution operations, and it was published in Nature just a few months ago. So again, I encourage you to check out this article in case you're interested. So just to now wrap up in the next 1 minute, this is what our vision looks like for what a neuromorphic processor might be in the future. Depending on whether we're using optical I/O or whether we're going to be dealing with RF signals. For that case, you might need very fast modulators that can be directly implemented on a silicon photonics platform. For example, lithium niobate based modulators on an SOI platform, and very fast photodetectors. If you're going to be interfacing with digital signals like image processing, for example, then you need very fast analog to digital analog converters. You need wavelength source, comb sources that were shown in the Nature paper that I just highlighted 2 slides ago. And that can all be integrated using photonic wire bonds on the same silicon platform. We need memories, for example, digital memory that can be volatile, but also analog memory that can be non-volatile, that can be implemented with optics. So there's a lot of work that's going on phase change materials. And finally, integrating electronics on the same platform as silicon photonics, and this can potentially be done with monolithic integration on a zero change CMOS platform. So lots of work going on in that area. Again, if you're interested in getting a review of some of this, some of the things that I've just talked about and the roadmaps and challenges, then I would again direct you to our article that was published in Nature Photonics just 2 months ago. This is just not an academic venture, but there are lots of startup companies, for example, that have come out and are investigating this type of technology with real products that you can actually buy right now for applications in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So some of these companies, you can also check them out in case you might be curious. So on that note, I would just like to say that we are doing everything using this wavelength multiplex approaches to get this massive interconnections on a standard silicon photonics platform that can be, that is foundry compatible. And we're looking at some very specific applications that we believe where photonic neural networks might have an impact. We have a book that came out a few years ago that talks a lot about the history of optical computing and neuromorphic photonics and some of the challenges. So if you're interested, you can please check the book out. And on that note, I would like to just conclude. And I believe I'm at the 27 minute mark. So we have some time for questions, and I'll be happy to take on any questions.
Thank you, Professor Shastri, for nice presentation. Okay, now floor is open for questions. Do you have a question?
I'm just looking at my, there's a question which says, can photonic device be used in a quantum computer? So maybe I'll rephrase the question asking, if the question is asking whether we can use this type of processes in a quantum-based system. So of course, yes, I would say. I mean, of course, people have been working on using silicon photonics for enabling quantum computing, and that's a whole other area of work. But in general, people are looking at using neuromorphic processes in combination with quantum-based systems for what is an area called quantum machine learning. So they are there's lots of work that's going on in that area. And the reason for that is currently what happens with quantum-based systems, or, for example, quantum-based photonic systems, is that they are inherently noisy. And so you can compensate for some of those fabrication variations or some environmental effects by using predictive based approaches. And photonic neural networks can be used as co-processors with quantum processes. So, you know, the answer to your question is yes. It depends on the application. Other questions, you know, someone wants to ask? I'd be very interested in answering.
Thank you, Professor Shastin. It seems there is no more question. Oh, okay, there's one now.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, what is the limiting factor for silicon photonics? I think there are a couple, right? Number one is just in general, I think with integrated optics is how large can you make these systems? I have not talked about the scalability of this platforms in this talk. There's a lot of work that's gone in this area. If you're using free space optics, it's not integrated, but you can scale this up, arbitrarily large. If you're using integrated approaches, you're limited by things like wavelength multiplexed approaches and interconnects that, especially when you want to interface with CMOS hardware. So I would say scalability is one of the factors that would be a limiting factor for silicon photonics. Number two would also be the number of, and that of course leads to the number of wavelengths that you can potentially utilize, right? Because right now we're saying each neuron has a particular wavelength of light. Well, how many wavelengths of light can you have? And if you're using silicon photonics, you're limited to the 1550 nanometer band. Now, if you move on to other materials like silicon nitride, for example, then you can increase that band. So those would be the two limiting factors, I would say, for silicon photonics in terms of the scalability. I hope that answers your question, but I'll be happy to elaborate more. Any other questions?
Is there any other questions? Okay, it seems there is no more question. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Dr. Shastri.
Thank you very much once again for having me and for the opportunity to share our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so how do we proceed? We have still time for the next talk, and I don't see him here.
Yes, Professor Eloygus, we have 10 minutes for Professor Manize Razali. If she is online just now, she can join us and continue her conversation, and then we will continue with the Professor Leonid Galavan.
Okay, so we should wait for some questions. There's no question as I see.
Yes, but she said she'd like to talk a little more online. We are waiting for herself just now.
Okay.
Professor Razali, can you hear me? Oh.
Okay, she's now in.
She's online just now.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Professor Razali.
Good afternoon, everybody. But I am going to speak only if I can see the face of everybody. I do not, absolutely, I have to see the face of everybody.
Okay, please open
okay,
all
let's turn on all the cameras, please.
Okay, if not, I'm not going to speak. Yes, I have to see everybody, because I hate when they put only the name and because that if we are in the meeting, open meeting has to be open. Beautiful, because I can see at the same time the lady. Yes, so if everybody please, because I have to see everybody if they are there.
It seems there's some problem with the program. I cannot turn it on. Could you help me, guys?
No, Professor Alagus. We don't have your.
Yes. Says permission is not granted.
Okay. Then before starting your talk, Professor Razeghi, you opened all the cameras here. I use this opportunity to take a group photo just now, if you permit us.
Yes, good. Absolutely. Yes, please. I see that all of my ladies, they are the best from Turkey because they are there.
How about the guys?
Yes, okay, now I can see that. Exactly. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Exact. All right. So please, I hope that everybody listen to my talk of the 20 minutes because the talk that I gave to you for the 20 minutes, it was a lot of information, a lot of material inside of that unfortunately I couldn't speak and to give you if it was not with the way that I prepared, because just at the present time, you have to know that after pandemic in United States, especially NSF, try to put different workshop in the different area and to ask at the same time the expert to speak about the future direction. So the material that I gave to you, because this program that you have is light and the light applications. So the material that I gave to you, it was exactly the material that unfortunately I cannot give you in the open way because most of them, they are hard and I cannot at the same time speak, but at the time I could because it was not yet in the hand of the public. So I did that. So now I will only explain to you one thing. I am going to put my talk, and the talk that I'm going to give you is only 3 view graph I'm giving to you. Only 3 view graph. Because I would like to explain to you only one thing. I am here in US and you are in Turkey. I am in the morning, you are in the afternoon. And at the same time, you can see all of the detail about my office and at the same time, everything. Only I would like each of you to think that how is possible? What is the secret? And each of you, as a great scientist, even with the Nobel Prize, thinking about how it's possible. So I am going only to show you 2 view graph and to explain and to bring you in the world of the quantum mechanics and the world of the problem of the atom and the world of the secret of how it's possible that we can have all of this of information. What is the secret? So that is the things that I'm going to say. So please wait. Okay, so you put my talk.
Yeah. So we have just 10 minutes, Professor Alagos, for the next session. Professor Razaki, we don't have your voice just now, but it is muted.
Okay, now do you hear me?
And yes, I hear you clearly, but we share this video for everyone. This is
No, absolutely. But I want only those that they are present and to see that. All right,
Okay.
because I'm speaking for those that they are present. And again, I hate when I see that is only the name and no face.
Okay. I opened
Right.
my.
Now, everybody, if not, because
everybody, please open your.
Because if not, I'm not going to speak because I spoke and I gave the.
Okay, everybody, but maybe everybody have some problem with their camera.
No. There is no problem. Those that they have the problem anyway. Okay. Yes. So I believe that the best thing is that you saw my talk, light and the light technology. I gave it to you, and at the same time, what is the light? That is the history of light, and the most important part. I'm not going to the detail, only very fast. Only if you have any question, please prepare your question, because the things that only I want to explain to you is one thing, that everything that you can see, that is the secret of light, the secret of the science is in periodic table, and understanding really the structure of atom. And the structure of the atom, it was thanks last century, thanks to the quantum mechanics, that we try to understand. And at the same time, that the voice is very bad. And at the same time, as Neil Bohr mentioned, anyone who is not shocked by the quantum theory has not understood it. We try to understand what is the. Okay.
Professor Razaki, actually, we haven't received any questions yet. But if we do receive them, we will send you in writing if it's okay for you. Because to keep up the schedule, we will have the next talk about to begin.
Absolutely. Only I want that is, I'm stopping here, that I want that everybody only to understand one thing, that is that the the things that we understood for the light, it means that when this atom of the hydrogen, the electron is come up and down, and the light is coming out, and what is that is the photon, and the basic of the photon is the everything. And when we understand that, we can understand everything. And now the talk that I gave to you, that is the conclusion of that. Now, if you have any question, please let me know, because in 5 minutes I have now another meeting. So please, I'm ready to answer to any question that you have.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes,
Professor Razek.
it's a great pleasure, but I'm sorry for the all of this the management of the time. So is there any question? If not, I wish all the best for everybody.
Thank you very much.
Is there any question?
Not at the moment. But
Okay,
if we receive any, we will let you know.
Okay, perfect, perfect. And all the best, please keep going, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, our next invited speaker is Professor Leonid Golovan. He is online. Let me briefly introduce him. He is from the Department of Physics, Moscow State University, Russia. He studied physics at Moscow State University in nonlinear optical properties of porous materials. He has published more than 8 journal papers in the field of optical properties of porous system, basic nanocomposite, nonlinear optics, and photonic bandgap materials. Now I invite him to give the talk, Effective Light Cutting and Nanowire Orientation. Floor is yours, Professor Leonid Golovan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing my talk. And let me begin by expressing my thanks for the conference organizer for kindly inviting me to the conference. Could you see the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. And now, in my talk, I'd like to discuss the results obtained by researchers from Moscow State University, from Physics Department. And these results are connected with nonlinear optical effects in silicon nanostructure. Well, in fact, we can say about the nanowires of about 100 nanometers in diameter. Well, why silicon nanowires? Why is this material, this medium interesting? Well, first of all, silicon is main material for electronics, and it's also a very important material for photonics. It has a high refractive index, and this results in the field concentration inside silicon particles, including nanoparticles, and it is transparent in near infrared region, and it has rather high cubic nonlinear optical susceptibility, and silicon nanowire array could have very large specific surfaces, so it's a way to form sensors. And I mentioned that the diameter of the structure is about 100 nanometers, and together with reflective with high refractive index, this means that such a structure is very good scattering medium, and it's very it scatters lights strongly, and invisible region it absorbs light, and so it's a way to form the so-called black silicon, and which opens up new promises for photovoltaic applications. And here you can see the typical sample, a cross-section of silicon nanowires formed by means of the so-called metal-assisted chemical etching. You can see the wires of about 100 nanometers. The wires are closely packed, and here is the substrate, silicon substrate. So, and in my talk, I'd like to discuss ways of silicon nanowire arrays formation and their optical properties. And the most interesting thing, I believe, for these media is a very interesting interplay of collective effects and local field effects. First of all, collective effects results in strong scattering, and the strong scattering in its turn results in such effects as light trapping and so on. On the other hand, due to high reflective index of the nanowire, there is a kind of field concentration, and we can talk about the modern photonic trends in such medium. Well, it is strictly speaking, it is not resonant for infrared wavelengths, but the effect of field enhancement also could be detected. So this interplay is, I guess, the most this interplay is the main topic of my talk, and I try to show how scattering works and how local fields works, and finally I can demonstrate that nonlinear optical process can reveal secular anisotropy or in these arrays, of straight nanowires. And one more thing I'd like to draw your attention. I will talk about nonlinear optical, and third harmonic generation is, I guess, the simplest nonlinear optical effects in crystalline silicon. Second harmonic is extremely weak, and the third harmonic signal is sensitive to the local field. Very simple idea is that intensity of the third harmonic is proportional to the squared local field at the third harmonic frequency, and the sixth power of the incident local field, a fundamental local field. So now let me talk few words about the way how this structure could be formed. Well, in principle, Formation of silicon nanowires is well known, I guess, almost 60 years. But the technique called metal-assisted chemical etching is known much less, about maybe 15 years, and it is very simple and very robust, and not expensive. So, and moreover, it allows to form arrays of closely packed silicon nanowires. Well, it has two main stages. First, we can take a bulk silicon wafer, and we can put it into nitric acid and in hydrofluoric acid, and we can add solution of silver nitride, and as a result of chemical reaction, silver nanoparticles are deposited at the silicon surfaces. And then the second stage of the formation, these surfaces is immersed in solution of hydrofluoric and acid and hydrogen peroxide, and in this mixture, the silver nanoparticles act as catalysts, and in the place where they are deposited at the surface, there is a whole transport into the silicon, and it starts the reaction. And as a result, in the place where the silver nanoparticles was in touch with silicon, there is a kind of well or pore, and the sizes of nanowire and the sizes of this pore are determined by the size of silver nanoparticles, and in fact, it varies from typically it varies from 60 to 150 nanometers. And if you don't like to have silver nanoparticles at the bottom of this structure, you can rinse this array in nitric acid, and it can remove all silver out of the structure. So you can see a very simple and very reliable procedure. And now, optical properties of these structures. You can see the spectra of total reflectance for silicon nanowire arrays of different thickness. What's interesting here is that about 1100 nanometers, there is a band gap for silicon, and region with wavelengths higher than 1120 is the region of transparency, and on the other side, for wavelengths less than 1100 nanometers, there is an absorption, and here the dashed line is for crystalline silicon. You can see that for silicon nanowire array in transmission region, the reflectance, total reflectance, I mean, which introduces both specular and diffuse reflection. So total reflection is a little bit higher than for crystalline silicon. On the other hand, in absorption region, the reflection is much more or less than in crystalline silicon. That's a result of light trapping, and during the light, during the dwelling into the silicon nanowire array is easily absorbed, and you can see the simple photo of silicon nanowire array, and you can compare it with crystalline silicon, the wafer, which the nanowire array formed at. So high reflectance for crystalline silicon, and absolutely black region of silicon nanowires. The total reflectance could be reached up to 1% in silicon nanowire. And of course, the total reflectance depends on thickness of the sample, and you can compare the reflectance, total reflectance, and diffuse reflectance that was obtained in integrated sphere. And just compare left panel and the right panel, and we can, as a result, we can conclude that there is some specific length of the silicon nanowire, thickness of the silicon nanowire layer. It's about 1 or 2 micrometer, and if the thickness is higher than 2 micrometer, all optical properties are determined by arrays of the silicon nanowire, and there is absolutely no effect of the substrate. And again, if the thickness increases, the reflectance, both total reflectance and diffuse reflectance, increases too. And again, absorption in a visible region. For instance, for blue light, the reflectance is rather low. What we can do is measuring of photon dwelling time in the silicon nanowire array, and for this purpose we can make cross-correlation interferometer, which consists of well, in fact, it's a typical, a well-known Michelson interferometer, and we employ femtosecond laser pulses, infrared femtosecond laser pulses. Beam splitter divides it and directs part of the laser beam to the sample, and another part to the mirror, and the mirror is oscillating, and photodiode detects the reflected the signals reflected, the sum of signals reflected by both sample and oscillating mirror. Of course, there is a kind of phase shift between both wavelengths, both beams. So what is detected is nothing than it's nothing but cross correlation function, where here is A is for mirror and S is for the sample, and tau is the period of laser pulses, and so we can obtain the function of delay between two waves. A typical cross correlation function for mirror, not for sample, but if we put a mirror instead of sample, that would be autocorrelation, and this allows us to detect pulse duration, and for scattering medium such as silicon nanowire, the typical cross correlation function looks like this. So again the peak, but the peak is stretched, and it has some it is not zero for a long time, and if we could look at less time scale, we can see that in fact this signal is oscillating, and this period corresponds to optical cycle duration. In our case, it was about 4 femtosecond. Well, so that's a very simple thing, and surprisingly, when you detect the short laser pulses, you can use slowly oscillating mirror, and you need no fast oscilloscope. Another thing I'd like to say is that for analysis of pulse and for scattering, we can detect the power of the signal, the power at oscillating frequency, and here is this power depending on delay for autocorrelation function, and it allows us to measure pulse duration, and for scattering signal, we can see that the signal has two regions. First, it is a strong peak corresponding to photons which were scattered back in immediately by the first interaction with the matter, with the scattering matter, and another part is kind of decaying signal usually this decay is exponential. Please see that that's logarithmic scale, and this corresponds to multiple photon scattering and exponential decay, and this is for a diffuse light propagation into the scattering medium. And this signal strongly depends on thickness of the layer, and the photon lifetime also depends on the substructure of the nanowire. For instance, if the nanowire formed from porous silicon, so it's possible when you use a highly doped silicon substrate, the photon lifetime is much less than if the nanowire is non-porous, just compared to these two panels. Well, as a result of such enhanced photon dwelling time, both photoluminescence and here is interband photoluminescence in silicon. It is not very effective, but you can compare this for silicon nanowires and for crystalline silicon, black and red, and also the Raman peak. Compare these two peaks. Both they are enhanced, and moreover, for crystalline silicon, Raman signal has some four-fold symmetry, and for silicon nanowire, there is no four-fold symmetry, just isotropic signal. The increase in silicon nanowire layer thickness results in a variation of the third harmonic signal, and you can see that the orientational dependencies, that is dependencies obtained for variation of polarization incident and detected. You can make it you can rotate half-wave waveplate and analyzer, and again we can see that for a length of 2 nanometers and below, the four-fold symmetry is conserved. Four-fold symmetry typical for crystalline silicon. On the other hand, if the thickness is higher than 2 micrometer, the symmetry is broken, and there are some other factors that determine the orientation dependencies of the signal. And here is the magnitude of Raman signal. It is increased with the thickness with the thickness rise, and third harmonic signal it is non-monotonic, and for thickness about for the thickness less than 2 micrometers, again this this length, the signal falls. Well, it's kind of result of decreased specular reflection from the substrate signal, and again for the thickness above 2 micrometers, there's the third harmonic signal increased, and you can see that the photon lifetime into photon lifetime into the structure is increased. Just compare
Dr. Golaban, let's wrap it up. We have 2 minutes left, please.
Okay. And it results in another structure is tilted silicon nanowires, and we can see that instead of strong scattering in this nanowire, in this structure, the third harmonic orientation dependence are very rather oriented, and so the dependence is strongly differs from the crystalline silicon, and the dependencies determined by orientation of the nanowires. Moreover, such structure allows us to detect the so-called photon spin Hall effect. First of all, if the light incident at this silicon nanowires at some angle, about well, for example, at 35 degrees, the silicon nanowire maintains a guided-like helical state of the surface, so the wave can propagate along the nanowires, and it can rotate its field vector, and for the structure, the effect we employed ansatz structure consisted of 13 nanowire. The effect is remained, and the simulations shows that for both for single nanowires and for arrays of 13 nanowires, that's a simulation, the third harmonic, the scattering diagram has some petals and some directions of preferable scattering. That's for fundamental radiation, and this one for third harmonic. So when the light incident at this the structure, it has some preferable scattering direction in far field, and as a result, the third harmonic signal obtained by rotation of the quarter wave plate demonstrate the third harmonic anisotropy of the demonstrate anisotropy of the third harmonic generation. Now I think I have to finish.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. If there is any question, we will have them and send it back to you, so we can have written accept questions to send it to you. If you receive the questions, we will deliver the answers. And to keep up the schedule, I will invite the last talker for tonight, last session for Professor Nahida Musayeva from Azerbaijan National Academy of Sciences.
I am here. Can you listen me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Just one problem with my camera of the computer. Therefore, you will see me from my phone. But I hope that demonstration of the screen is it will be not a problem. Just I try to open it.
We have 15 minutes, so
okay.
Please let's make the presentation accordingly. Thank you. Yeah, we see the presentation now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening for everybody. And first of all, I would like to thank two organizers, and especially my friend, Professor Süleyman Özçelik, for such interesting conference. And thanks to all participants for interesting talks. Today, my talk will be about sensor based on functionalized carbon nanotubes. First, I'd like to show you my institute and its rich laboratories with equipments for technology, different technology, and characterization equipments. What about I will talk about the sensors. The sensor, what is the sensor? The sensor are electrical, optoelectrical, or electronic devices, composed or specialty electronics, or otherwise sensitive materials for determining if there is a presence of particular object or function. Different type of sensors is produced till now: temperature, infrared, humidity, pressure, magnetic, chemical, color, light, and so on. Therefore, in almost in every area of our lives, we can see with sensors. That's why many companies, producer companies, are interested to produce different type of sensors. Our interest in this work to prepare more effective, simple work, small, lightweight, portable sensors for detection, in particular, neutral-aromatic explosives, toxic gases, and different dangerous gases for leaves. The most important parameters which characterize sensor performance are sensitivity, stability, detection limit, response time, recovery time, selectivity of the sensor, and of course, working temperature. Our present activity now is a portable sensor for explosive detection. This work supported by NATO SPS program, cooperation with Italian scientists. We know that explosives, most common class are nitroaromatic explosives, like trinitrotoluene, RDX, PETN, HEMIX, and so on, which has special characteristics, rather low vapor pressure at room temperature. That's why from many many explosives, as you see here, are produced by using these such of explosive materials that are very much quantity in our Karabakh freed regions. Last month I was there, and I have seen such a type of explosives very much on the ground and on the ground in our freed regions. Unfortunately, very much effort needed for clean all these parts. Sensors for explosive detection are producing by different technology, using by these different technologies, especially spectroscopical methods, mass spectroscopy, infrared spectroscopy, Raman spectroscopy, terahertz spectroscopy, ion mobility spectroscopy. That and other technological. That these technological based explosive detectors are have very high sensitivities and selectivity, but they are the problem is that they are very expensive and require laboratory-based equipment. But much current work is addressed to reducing size and cost of such equipment. There are another methods, natural methods using to determine the detection of the explosives are already know is that trained dog and bee using for it, but not always. This method also not stable, not every time can have a success. Some other, on the basis of technologies, some producers are already produced some portable devices. And these devices are detecting track amounts of explosives, sampled from in form of particles or as vapor. And all these you see here in the picture that all the among with the advantages of such devices, there are also disadvantages. That is, there are the complex working, I mean, complex in the function, time of analyzing not always fast, required expandable materials, and the problem, the main problem is that they are using human presence in during the detection process. And the very important part is very important problem is that they are still very expensive. There are also metal oxide and semiconductor silicon-based sensors for explosive detection. Also, there are the metal oxide sensors several years using, and especially zinc oxide-based sensors are useful for explosive detection, and it has a good performance. But the problem in general problem in metal oxide sensors, there are not there are sensitive, good sensitive, but the selectivity is not so good in performance. What in this case we need? In the previous slides, you have seen that all used equipments and even they are portable. It was not possible to remote detection of explosives. We tried in our project. You will next slides see such a solution of this question: remote detection of the explosive. For it is necessary to have a more effective, high sensitive, simple work, small, lightweight, high selective, portable, and low energy consumption equipment, and of course, very important, cost effective. Our main object is carbon nanotubes. We use the carbon nanotubes as sensor element to our detectors for explosives. Why carbon nanotubes such interested us using for this problem? There are very good electronic properties and unique properties with the chemical and thermal stability. They can also be depending from chirality. They can also be metal and semi-metal and semiconductors. And also among with these, there are also good absorbent material. Some experiments and researches show that for sensor application point of view, the absorbing properties for carbon nanotubes is not enough. It's necessary manipulation of carbon nanotubes. That is the way is functionalization. Functionalization can be different, covalent functionalization, no covalent, and endohedral functionalization, and external decoration with inorganic nanomaterials. The work principle in our work is to have
please, we ran out of time.
What?
Can we wrap it up? Finish the presentation, please.
Please repeat what do you mean?
Okay, we are out of time.
Oh, but I have time. Just I finish. Okay. The work principle of the sensor is to have an amino group electron-rich aromatic ring, interaction with the electron pool aromatic ring, in particular TNT molecule, that leads to the formation of charge transfer complexes, and it become changes of conductivity of nanotubes after interacting with explosive materials. We have synthesized carbon nanotubes and analyzed it with different methods, scanning electron microscope. Raman, I will be very fast. Analyze it with different methods. And then we have observed also TEM analysis that show that in our carbon nanotubes, it is very smooth and inside ferrum nanoparticles. We did the functionalization of carbon nanotubes. The two-step functionalization procedure was used: oxidation, carboxylate, and aminated by 3 ways. Details of the chemical process will be published in near future. Then we characterize it by infrared characterization, and we have seen the in the position aminated amino groups. And we confirmed our results with elemental analysis, and elemental analysis show the nitrogen present with the nitrogen XPS graphs with the nitrogen presence. And then we measure it. It's important part of this presentation, the successful detection of TNT gas at 10-8 atmosphere. In TNT, we use TNT and DNT in 1 ppb with this structure with the special program. We have detected TNT. And our work results is compared with the, for example, silicon nanowire explosive array for detector. That's our result is expected sensitivity in 1 ppb. In 1 ppb, rise time few seconds, and recovery time some 10 seconds. And we have prepared. We have we made explosive sensor portable device for on the basis of this functionalized carbon nanotube material, and this is the second generated portable device from us, and it is advantages that the details of this the device is that this is can be remote detected of explosives, real-time observed by screen of mobile, sensor response can be recorded by SD card for after analyzing. And the conclusion, developed by us carbon nanotube-based sensor has possibility detecting TNT directly by air by vapor pressure 10 minus 8 atmosphere and room temperature. Expect the sensitivity around 1 ppb. This is one of the best in the literature. Selectivity not excellent, but much better than metal oxide-based sensors. Fast rise time, rapid recovery time. No need of high temperatures such as for metal oxide-based sensor. Low consumption, very compact and lightweight sensor device. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have questions, please let's be quick because she was the last talk of the session. I'd like to thank all the speakers for this session. Next session will start at 19 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon for you. So, just now, I would like to invite Dr. Associate Professor İlkay Demir from the Department of Nanotechnology Engineering, Sivas Cumhuriyet University, Sivas, Turkey, for managing this session. İlkay, do you have my voice? Can you hear me, İlkay? The chair of this session is Associate Professor İlkay Demir from Sivas Cumhuriyet University. We are waiting for you. So, I want to start this session in this session we have as the first speaker Professor Sabino Chavez from Mexico.
I am just talking with İlkay. He could not turn on the speaker.
Yes, İlkay. Professor Sezai Elagöz. Then.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. İlkay? Yes, I hear you. Please open your video, your camera. Your voice is clear. Yeah.
Yeah, but I cannot start my video.
Okay, no problem.
It says the host has stopped it.
Okay, thank you very much. Please talk loudly if possible. Your voice is little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you for introducing. Hello, everybody, and good evening. So my name is İlkay Demir from Sivas Cumhuriyet University, and I'm very pleased to be chair of this great session. Also, I would like to thank the organizer for this great conference. And this is the 5th and the last session of today, and we have 5 talks. So the first presentation is gonna given by Professor Sabina Chavez Cerda from Mexico, and I wanna just give you brief information about him. So Professor Sabina Chavez Cerda, he received his PhD in optics from the Imperial College England, and he is presently a distinguished professor within the National Institute of Astrophysics, Optics, and Electronics in Mexico. So since 2013, Sabina is fellow of the Optical Society of America for his contributions to the physics of optical beams with new families of optical non-diffracted beams. He is also a member of the Mexican Academy of Sciences and fellow of the National Research System in Mexico. He has won several awards, among them with experimental collaborators of the University of St. Andrews. In 2003, obtained the European Optics Prize. His research focus is on the mathematical physics of beams propagation in linear, inhomogeneous, and nonlinear media. So the title of his talk, In Pursuit of Understanding the Physical Nature of Scalar Structured Beam. So, Professor, please, I'm leaving the microphone for your talk.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you listen to me? It's okay. Is the sound?
Yeah,
okay, great.
We can hear you.
So I will share now my screen. That's it. Then, okay. So here we are. It's the presentation on the screen, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I will try to talk about some of the things that I have been doing and researching on the optical beams, and in particular, now that is some trend, the structural beams. But in this case, what I'm going to do is to talk about something sideways. That is the one that I can say that I discovered helps me to find the physics of structured beams. Many years ago, in 1998, the group of Bauschal in in Czech Republic, he discovered that Bessel beams had this property of self-healing. And well, what he did was to put a Bessel beam, put an obstruction in front of it, and then later on he realized that beam appeared again. So this is the actual pictures of his paper, of the experiment. So he puts an obstacle. After some distance in between, it starts to reconstruct the beam, and then at the very end, again, the beam appears completely. And then this phenomenon was called self-healing. And for many, many years, and maybe still now, many people think that self-healing is only proper to Bessel beams, but we will see that it is not. It can be for something more general. So this is something that at the beginning on, maybe you can read in some papers that the beam, what it does is go around the obstacles. So people try to explain this kind of situation. So the beam goes around obstacle, and they say, oh, well, this is not quite right. But anyway, so they think, oh, the beam comes here, because this was once explained to me that this way, goes around the obstacle and then appears again. So something very, very strange. But however, what people thought at the beginning also was that, well, but we had this basically something like the Arago spot, yes, in which what we know that we have a plane wave, we have an obstacle, a circle obstacle, and then let's say that this is my detector, so I will follow this path, and then what I will see will be something like this. So at some point, it will appear a very tiny spot, and then this spot will propagate. So somehow, we know that this spot is due to the wavelets at the edge of the obstruction, and these are those who really contribute to this spot at the center. So this is going to be an animation of it. Oh, well, I am very sad. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, anyway, so if we continue the propagation for many, many, many distances, where the diffraction length we know that is basically is dependent on the area of the obstruction. So if we travel very, very long, we can see that we still have this effect of diffraction. Yes, something that is not quite a self-reconstruction. We have light here, but it's not basically what we had at the beginning, that it was a plane wave. So what would happen if we have a tilted plane wave? Well, it will happen the same thing. It will travel in that direction. We will have some effects due to diffraction at the edges. Yes, but we have some area in which the beam is almost undisturbed. And we do the same downward, so it will have the same effect. So no problem at all. But what happened if we put both of them together? Well, what happens when we put them together? They interfere. And we know that the interference of two plane waves will produce a cos pattern. And sometimes this is called the cosine beam. And in this region in which both beams interfere, the definition of the cos pattern is very, very well done. It's observed very, very well. So this whole part is just remaining of the diffraction. This is also the remaining of the diffraction, but this is the real part in which we have these two plane waves interfering. So the field within this triangle is propagation invariant. So basically, it doesn't change at all the structure along the longitudinal axis. So the simplest scalar, oh, sorry, S is missing, structural wave field basically is composed of two plane waves. So we have two train of plane waves. They interfere at some point, and we have seen that they travel for some distance without change at all. And one of the characteristics of a structural wave field, a scalar structural wave fields, is that they have these stripes, yes, but the phase between each stripe, bright and dark, so it produces changes of phase of pi. So at the center is phase 0, and the next bright stripe is going to be, or the next fringe is going to be a difference of phase of pi, and the same thing to the next one and the next one and so on. Yeah, so this is what we will call the simplest scalar structural wave field. We had seen also, for instance, Forbes introduced a structural wave field with vector fields. This is something different. In this case, we don't take we don't take into account the polarization, or maybe we consider only linear polarization. So both of them are linearly polarized in the same direction in such a way that they can interfere. So in this case, we will not talk anything about polarization. So I am very sad because my animation doesn't work. If I have these two plane waves in different, I am watching at them from the front. So I place an obstruction, and what I will see is basically that the cosine part continues in this direction, but in this region, what we see is the shadow of the obstruction, because the beam, the plane wave, is traveling tilted upwards, and the other plane wave is traveling tilted downwards, as I showed before. Yep. So let me see if I can try to do the animation just only in the. Okay, that's it. Yes, here it works. Maybe it's a communication with my screen. So did you see the animation? So I hope you have seen the animation, in which basically we see that the two plane waves are traveling in opposite direction. One is upwards and the other one is going downwards. So at the very end, all of the light that it doesn't see at all the obstruction travels in this direction and then interferes again, yes, with the other one that coming upwards and interferes again. And so this is what we have here again, the self-healing or self-reconstruction of the beams. Let me just try to go back. Maybe each animation I will do that. Okay. So if we rotate the cosine pattern, so yes, we have these two plane waves, we rotate them, see, in to a 2 pi angle. So what we will have is what is called the cone of wave vectors. But almost nobody talks about the wavefronts associated to these cone of wave vectors for Bessel beam, for instance. Yes, we know that this is a Whittaker integral or reduced Whittaker integral. If this term is a constant, so basically we will have this expression. That is, this expression is the expression for the integral representation of a Bessel function. So, for instance, think about this wave vector. So this wave vector will have an orthogonal, yes, an orthogonal plane wave. And if we rotate all of these wave vectors, what we will have is these two cones. So inside the Whittaker integral, or inside the representation of, or integral representation of the Bessel function, we have the two conical wavefronts. So basically, what this is telling me is that the Bessel beam is going to be the interference of two plane waves once again. So in the similar case as we had the cosine beam as interference two plane waves, now we have the Bessel beam as interference of two conical waves. So this is a very nice physical interpretation of the Bessel function. So now let's go back again to Bauschall experiment. Yes, so we have this experiment. So this is, let me see if it works here. Oh yes, it seems it's going to work. So in this case, I have the self-healing, but also if I look at it, I will observe, similar to what I saw for the two plane waves, that it's going to be one shadow is going to travel upwards, one other shadow is going to travel downwards. But remember that we have cylindrical symmetry. So in this case, basically, this is a kind of conical shadow. So in that sense, the light, the light actually, the pointing vector is traveling in the direction orthogonal to the plane waves or to the conical waves. And when they interfere, they manage to reconstruct the Bessel beam. So we are using the self-healing in order to understand that at the end, I will have again here the interference of the two conical waves. So the part of the, once again, the part of the conical wave that is here and is not obstructed by the obstruction or the obstacle, so it will travel downwards in this direction, and the other one going upwards. And again, when they interfere according to their integral, they will again construct the Bessel beam. So many people think that Bessel beams travel longitudinally, and the light, in fact, does not. Yes, so basically, this is something that is very important to understand and to see and to use Bessel beams. So these are some very nice animations that usually everybody places the obstacle in the set. In this case, if I put the obstacle at one side, we can see how they, let me see, Control L. I will repeat. Oh, I see now how it doesn't work. It's when you put the lasers at. Okay, if I repeat animation, so I have an obstacle here, a square obstacle. So I remove any symmetry. Notice, observe what happens. The shadow will travel upwards. Yes, there is another shadow going downwards, but we cannot see it because of the small size of the animation. So you can see that it's coming here. It goes through the axis and then travel upwards. Yes, what we're seeing is the evolution of the beam. And this, in this case, it will happen the same thing. It is diagonally, and diagonally we will have the perturbation traveling along this line, and we'll have the shadow here. So what we are trying to say is that when we understood that the Bessel beams basically travel in this direction, they basically solve all of the myths or intriguing feature of Bessel beams. Many people say they're not diffracting. Well, basically, it is not that they are not diffracting. It is that you have a continuous interference of these conical waves. Infinite extension, this is completely wrong. Also, again, because it's a diffraction phenomenon. When you put an aperture, then there's not going to be this infinite extension. And many other things that, well, I don't have the time here to explain now, but all of this is solved using this conical waves approach. Yep. So in this way, we also proposed and demonstrated the parabolic beams, the transverse parabolic beams, in which we have again the two conical waves. The only thing that changes is the modulation inside the integral. In this case, we have this kind of modulation. Yes. Here I have the intensity of this modulation, and the red line would be the phase. And the resulting thing is going to be what we call the parabolic beams. So this is the theory, this is experiment, again, theory, and this is the experiment, so you see that very nice. But now the question is, how do they travel? Well, in fact, they travel along parabola, because the phase follows this parabolic pattern due to the amplitude function inside the integral. So this is the experimental. What we're looking at is the evolution, longitudinal evolution of the obstructed beam. In this case, it's going to be the same. Yes, so the light travels along the parabola. Yes, so at some point, we can see, for instance, if I stop this one here, we can see that in this region, the beam has completely self-healed, or and I can say the same thing here. I move the animation. Oh, I'm sorry. That's it. Okay, well, maybe a little bit further. So one thing, so you're notice that the beam is reconstructed here, but also notice that the shadow now travels along the movement, the parabolic evolution. So the shadow, we start with the shadow here, and now we have the shadow here, and then it will continue traveling along the parabola, because it also is a conical wave, so it's going to be upwards. So this is very interesting, because now with this, we can understand what happens, for instance, for what they call necklace beams or for petal beams. This is this kind of beams. We have here an obstruction, but we know that the cosine function basically is this phase plus the opposite direction phase. So we have one phase rotating in one direction, let's say clockwise, and the other one's anti-clockwise. If we superpose these two, what I will have it azimuthally, is going to be a cosine modulation. So if I put this into a Bessel beam, so I will have two wavefronts. One that is the two components of the wavefronts. One are the conical waves, and the other one are these two azimuthal waves. So this is an structured wave field. Yes, and notice how very clearly, so how the light comes from the sides inside where the obstruction was. So I will repeat the simulation. So there are two things happening. So one thing is going outwards and the other one is downwards. Yes, that's why we can see this tilted thing, because the light is coming downwards. And also the light is coming in one direction and the opposite direction due to these two phase fronts. So once again, self-healing helps me to understand what's happening in this case. So we move towards the Laguerre-Gauss beams. Laguerre-Gauss beams, they were proposed and discovered in the 60s, early 60s. So this is the first paper. On top is the theoretical prediction, and the one on the bottom is experimental demonstration. Here are the beams. So we have donut beams, And also we have petal beams, as the one that I showed before. So basically, as I demonstrated, so this one has a phase rotating in one direction and a phase rotating in the opposite direction. Also, this was mentioned as well by Forbes. But these wavefronts are the responsible for the reconstruction. So when you look at the literature, you will see that they try to do many cumbersome explanations of why it's happening. But the thing is very, very simple, as simple as when we had the two tilted plane waves interfering. So we have here the self-healing Laguerre-Gauss beam. So because Laguerre-Gauss beams have this same feature that I mentioned at the beginning. So you have lines, or intensity lines. In this case are intensity rings, and the phase between each ring changes by pi. So if I place an obstruction in here, so what will happen is I will have a self-healing in the center. Yes, and of course the shadow is coming outwards, and maybe another part of the shadow is in this direction. So one thing, if this is happening experimentally, so basically they have to be, the Laguerre-Gaussian beams, they have to be similar to Bessel beams, and that is really the case, because when you look at the mathematics, here in the bottom, what we see is the expression for the Laguerre-Gauss beam. But asymptotically for a large n, let's say, when we have many rings, this can happen after 4 or 5 rings, we have this asymptotic expansion that the Laguerre beam resembles a Bessel beam, but the Bessel beam is a superposition of two conical waves. So in that sense, these Laguerre-Gauss beams, they have also to be the superposition of two conical waves in order to make the structured wave field that we have been mentioning, that they have the structured wave fields are due to interference of traveling waves. So here is the case. So I have a simulation here again. So notice the evolution of the shadow here. One is coming downwards, the other one is upwards. It can be clearly seen in this evolution. One of the shadows is in this direction, another one is coming down. It is here. You can see it very clearly here at the bottom. Here at the bottom, you can see very clear one of the shadows, and this is another of the shadows. This one is coming upwards, the other one is coming downwards, and removes part of the ring that you can see comparing the top part with the bottom part, that there's a big difference. So we have here one of the shadows. So in fact, Laguerre-Gauss beams, they are also the interference of two conical-like waves. And well, we endeavored to the quest of finding the solutions, and we managed to do that. And it happens, well, Laguerre-Gauss beams, they can be written as a hypergeometric function, like the one that we have here at top. And also, well, we managed to construct this function using another of the hypergeometric functions, the confluent hypergeometric functions, and we call it the X function. There are two reasons. One of them, because we try to call this thing like exotic. Yes, and when I got the OSA fellowship, they say because I construct exotic beams, but no, the real reason is that X, it was the only letter not used in the Grashstein tables of special functions. So we constructed these Hankel-like functions, the Laguerre-Gauss, with my new function, and we managed to get precisely these two conical wavefronts. Yes, and well, this would be the conical wavefronts, this would be the intensity, and interestingly enough, they are singular as well as this function is singular in the same way as Hankel functions, or the Neumann functions are singular. So we managed to understand and demonstrate that the structural nature of the Laguerre-Gauss beams are due to interference of two conical wavefronts, well, almost conical. You can see that here the side of the cone is not really straight line, the same as at the bottom one. So that's why I mentioned this conical-like, in the sense that it's not straight cone. Yes, well, then we also move towards the ID beams. ID beams, they also have this property of self-healing, as we'll show later on. But it happened that, well, the ID function, I don't know if many of you know this, the ID function as such is nothing else but a Bessel function of order 1/3. Yes, so in that case, there is a function I call the ID Hankel function. It's built like this. Yes, and when we add the two of them and we look at them asymptotically, we can see the traveling wave feature. So e to the I, the phase height is the x to the 3/2, so semi-cubic in one direction and semi-cubic in the other direction. So I'm trying to represent this thing in this region. So at the left, when we have these phases, it is where the ID beam occurs, the interference occurs. At the right is simply flat. Yes, but still, one thing that is we have to understand that both of them coexist in this region and they are interfering in some way as well. So here we have an example of the self-healing of a ID beam, and we notice very clearly again that the evolution or the creation of two shadows is one going upwards due to this wavefront, to the red one, and the other one going downwards due to the blue wavefront. So basically, once again, the structural nature of ID beams is due to the interference of two traveling waves, traveling in a tilted way in the opposite direction. One is upwards and the other one is downwards. And well, we can continue. We can do this thing even for the two-dimensional.
Professor Sabino, excuse
yes?
me, so you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I almost there. Yep. So I have an animation, and then you can see the beautiful self-healing of this pattern. Yes, due to these wavefronts. This is just an evolution of a continuous self-healing. I showed this similar to our colleagues at Dolakia many years ago for vessel beams, and they used this for a very nice Nature paper. Yep. This also happens for caustic beams when you have self-healing. Yes, we have here a caustic beam. So we put an obstacle in front of it. This is with no obstacle. You have a very nice caustic. And when you place an obstacle in the center, you can see, well, we have removed a little bit of the wings. And why is that? Well, if we look at the phase fronts after the experimental thing, just look at it. So we have here a plane wave, cylindrical wave, and then an axicon. And this will produce a wavefront of this shape. So we have all, again, conical-like wavefronts that are responsible for the self-healing. This is not obstructed. This is obstruction at one side, and we can see that the pattern is similar. And because we have here one outgoing wave, we have the shadow going out. The one is going in this direction, because you can see this small, tiny bit of the beam. Okay, and then almost finally, the Hermat-Gauss beams. This has been published recently, but well, we had this idea many years ago. Again, the paraxial beams have a big problem. Yes, I'm just going to mention one of them. It happens that, well, the paraxial beam, they have a parabolic wavefront, but the width, it travels along hyperbola. But it happens that if you have hyperbola, what is orthogonal to hyperbola are ellipses. And if you have parabola lines or curves, what are orthogonal are again parabolas. And then in that sense, Gaussian or Hermat-Gaussian beams or Laguerre-Gaussian, they have a problem. The wavefront, they are not orthogonal to the rays, because otherwise they should satisfy this thing. We solved that problem in using elliptic coordinates in this case, as in here, making this connection of the Gaussian beam parameters. And then we play a little bit with this. We make this very nice approximation, and it happens that we get this expression, and this expression gives me, yes, what they are called the parabolic cylinder functions that are nothing else but the Hermat-Gauss functions. And the solution to this equation are basically the CE periodic Mathieu function and the SE periodic Mathieu function. And we will call this function D and this ND in resembling of Neumann. Then looking at the pictures, well, we have seen the same thing. So we have here the Hermat-Gauss. This is the other solution, and we managed to get this wavefront. And then what we get, basically, in order to understand that they are going to be traveling waves, we have a cosine. It's like a cosine beam. So in that sense, it has to be built with two interfering traveling waves. And the sine was nothing else but just the same thing, but shifted by over two. So Hermat-Gaussian beams can be expressed as a supervision of traveling waves. So we managed to construct the corresponding waves using again hypergeometric functions. Some are very complicated. I'm not going to put it in here because I want to show you the picture. And these composing the two-dimensional Hermite Gaussian beams, they travel tilted, yes, in that direction. And well, you can see here that in fact, once again, they have this self-healing phenomenon. Yes, again, this other one. It doesn't matter how much you block. Or moreover, if you block it even at one side, removing the whole thing around here, I like very much this picture because this is almost the spot Arago traveling in the tilted direction. So if we look at this, we see that it has the self-healing. And well, one would wonder what happened here. Well, remember that my traveling wave travels a tilted wave, so that's why it managed to interfere. The one that's coming in this direction, the one that's coming in this direction, they interfere and then they reconstruct the beam. So just almost finished here. Many years ago, in 2015, Paget and his group and collaborators, they demonstrated that the spatially structured wave photons travel is lower than the speed of light. And this is a little bit odd because many you can find many papers saying that Bessel beam, they travel superluminal. And well, when Paget, he was interviewed, he explained this in this way. Basically, that he thinks that well, the light or in a structured beam is moving in the wrong direction, meaning that it's not traveling axially or longitudinally. So it's traveling, in fact, sideways rather than forwards. So this is, he says...
Professor Sabino, excuse me.
It's just the last one. Yes. So in order to understand this thing, consider two planes, one here, the other here. So he did it in a single photon, and then, because this one is longer, so it seems to travel slower. So once again, Bessel beam, they don't travel longitudinally. And I will finish with this one in order to understand the self-healing. I will demonstrate the self-healing of a tilted plane wave. So I have here my plane wave, an obstruction. I add a small term to make it tilted. And then this is going to be my detector. My detector is moving that way. And what will happen will be this. Yes. So at the end, the detector will end up with a self-healed plane wave. That basically it is wrong. It's not nothing that self-healing. What happens is that the light's traveling sideways, and then that's going to be it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your great talk. So we almost finished our time, but there's just a question. He's asking how we can engineer the structured beams. One way is superposition. Are there any methods? Are there other methods?
Basically, it have to be superposition of traveling waves. Basically, it's the way, yes, to construct this thing. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again for the great talk.
Sorry, if you do that with an SLM, basically what you're doing, you are constructing a diffractive pattern with the plane wave traveling sideways. So it's the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you again for your great talk. Our next talk is going to be given by Dr. Anna Predajovic, and she's from Department of Physics, Stockholm University, Sweden. And I want to give you just brief information about Dr. Anna. Her research fields are quantum communication and quantum sensing, quantum optics and quantum information with quantum dots, and generation of entangled photon pairs, hybrid quantum interfaces, interaction of non-classical light with quantum memories. She has also many awards and prizes. So she got Alice Richter Research Fellowship of the Australian Science Fund in 2014. Also in the same year, she got Canada Prize, University of Innsbruck. In 2013, she got Young Researcher Award from University of Innsbruck. And also 2010, she got Lisa Meitner Research Fellowship of Australian Science Fund. So title of Dr. Anna's talk is Entanglement Generation in Semiconductor Nanostructures. So Dr. Anna, please.
Thank you. Let me see if I get to share the... Okay, sorry. Let's start from the first slide. You can see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So good evening. I would thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me. I wish it was not in digital form. Analog would have been much better. I will indeed be talking today about the generation of quantum light using quantum dots, specifically bipartite entanglement. And before I get there, let me remind you of two very important unique properties of quantum dots. And these both properties, they come from the discrete energy level structure of quantum dots. First one is that one can generate the photons, single photons and photon pairs in a nearly deterministic manner. And this is because quantum dots, they have atom-like structure, and it's possible to induce Rabi oscillations. If we induce Rabi oscillations, then by an appropriate choice of a laser pulse area, we can bring the emission probability to be near unity. To back this claim, I can show you here the Rabi oscillation that are obtained using a biexciton, measured on a biexciton photon of a resonantly excited quantum dot. And the repetition rate of the excitation laser at that time was 80 megahertz, which means that if we have a 90% probability per pulse, we're talking here about something like 72 million photon pairs, and that is a lot. Another important property of quantum dots is related also with the atom-like structure, and it affects the photon statistics, because photon statistics is sub-Poissonian and anti-bunched. And to back also this claim, I can show you here an autocorrelation measurement performed on biexciton photons of a resonantly excited quantum dot. And as you can see, at the zero delay, there is almost no signal, meaning this is probably the closest you can get to an ideal single photon source. Talking about entanglement, there are two ways how one can observe entanglement in quantum dots. There are two different degrees of freedom, the polarization and the time bin. But both ways are related to what we call a biexciton-exciton cascade. If quantum dot traps two electron hole pairs and its potential, then these two electron hole pairs then recombine to an emission of a cascade. So a cascade that goes via exciton to the ground state. And this is also called the biexciton-exciton cascade. It's a temporally ordered cascade. And what is also important that the way to the ground state are two decay paths. And these two decay paths, they have orthogonal polarizations. If this splitting of the bright exciton states is equal to 0, or the fine structure splitting, how it's also called, which means S is equal to 0, then these two decay paths become indistinguishable, and we by default get a polarization. This is one way. The other way, which we follow in our experiments, is to explore the time bin entanglement. The idea for the time bin entanglement can be traced back to the seminal paper by Franson. And Franson said that if you have a system that decays, as for example, a cascade or gives a simultaneous photon pairs, and then there is a certain probability for a pair to be generated at a specific time, then we can have different emission times, and between them there's going to be interference of probability amplitudes. And this interference of the probability amplitude can be used to observe the violation of Bell inequality. So this is what Franson say, but this proposal didn't stay only on the words. And I have to say that today, the time bin entanglement is the record breaker when it comes to the long distance distribution of entanglement using optical fibers. Another use for time bin entanglement is for quantum computing, for linear optical quantum computing. Let me stay here a moment on the state preparation. So when I joined the field some some many years ago. The only way how one was able to observe the emission from a quantum dot was this above band excitation. What is done here is that one uses a laser that has the energy which is much, much, much higher than any of the transitions of the quantum dots. Meaning if this is the ground state, the laser is somewhere very, very far off the slide and generates the carriers in the material surrounding the quantum dot. It generates electrons and holes. And then these carriers, they can be trapped in the quantum dot potential. What we can see here is a photoluminescence in a bulk excitation. You can see the exciton and the bi-exciton photons. And what is interesting about this approach is that there is no problem with the excess laser scattering because laser has an energy which is much, much far away from these transitions. And another thing is that there is unfortunately no phase information, not possible to resonant excitation, and this whole system is fully governed by the rate equations. So what we did is we have noticed that one can exploit the so-called exciton bi-exciton binding energy. As you can see, this cascade gives us two photons with two different energies, and this bi-exciton binding energy comes from the Coulomb interaction between two electron-hole pairs that are trapped in quantum dot potential. And we've seen that it would be then possible to go from the ground to the bi-exciton state, exploiting a virtual virtual level and a real two-photon resonance that would then bring the system directly from ground to the bi-exciton state, while the laser scattering stays halfway between exciton and the bi-exciton, and therefore does not destroy, so it doesn't go directly into the measurement apparatus. What you can see here is the emission spectrum of a resonantly excited quantum dot, two-photon resonantly excited quantum dot. Let me stay one moment more on this method because this is like our signature method. So here is a simple phenomenological model of what we're doing. So you have here a Hamiltonian that shows you that we bring the system from the ground to the excited state in two steps, from the omega 1 and omega 2. Delta E is energy difference between the laser and the exciton, and the delta B is a possible detuning from the two-photon resonance. Of course, in order to describe the Rabi oscillations, aside from Hamiltonian, one also has to pay attention to the Lindblad terms, which are going to be four. Two for lifetimes for exciton and bi-exciton, and two for the dephasing of the two levels for bi-exciton and the exciton. What we have observed is that in order to get good Rabi oscillation, one needs to pay attention to the bandwidth, spectral bandwidth of this laser, or shall I say that the length of the pulse. And what we have observed that if this laser is very broadband, then what can happen is that apart from the two-photon resonant excitation, which is a resonant process with a phase information that you would like to achieve, one could also achieve an off-resonant driving of the exciton photon. This is also a resonant process, but with a completely different phase. And therefore, we have looked how a pulse length or the spectral bandwidth affect these two processes. And what you can see in this curve is the ratio of, shall I call it, good bi-excitons, so the process that we would like to drive, and undesired excitons, the process that we would not like to see. As I said before, if we have a short pulse, for example, here is 4 picoseconds pulse, then there's going to be unfavorable ratio because there's going to be a large number of excitons that we produce. And if we have a shorter pulse, which is narrower, of course, then we're going to have a better ratio. Of course, one has to have in mind that you cannot go to an infinitely narrow pulse, because in such case, you're going to have a pulse length that starts to be comparable with the lifetime of the emitter. And before I go into the results, let me tell you a little bit about the time-bin entanglement. So the way how to generate the time-bin entanglement is using a laser. For example, an 80 megahertz TISAF laser is just fine. And then you send it down an unbalanced interferometer. From each pulse, you will get 2 pulses, the so-called early and the late pulse. the rules of the game are that the unbalance in an interferometer has to be longer than any coherence that you might have in your quantum system, because otherwise you're just going to end up measuring Q1. And the second thing is, following the first implementation of time-bin entanglement that was made using spontaneous parametric down conversion, you keep the excitation probability low, so that on average your system is excited by either early or the late pulse. The way to observe the time-bin entanglement is also related to interferometers. So this is the pump interferometer, the one that we also have in this picture with the phase of the pump. And here, per qubit, we have one interferometer. There's one for the bi-exciton and one for the exciton photon. When I say it is related, the analysis, to the interferometers, but also to post-selection. So what happens is that if the quantum dot is excited by the early pulse, and then the photons, the bi-exciton and the exciton photon, they travel down the long arm of the analysis interferometer. This situation is indistinguishable from the following situation, where the late pulse, so this here, is exciting the quantum dot, and then the photons are traveling down the short arms of the interferometers. At the detector, you will have 3 different times at which photons can arrive, and these are the interesting one, the so-called short, long, long, short, where you cannot distinguish in the arrival time, was it the early or the late pulse that excited the quantum dot. If you can extract this information, only these arrival times, then you would be able to reconstruct an entangled state of this form. Luckily, with today's technology, this is not a big problem. So let me show you also a few results on the topic. So at time-bin entanglement and we go quite a long way. So we had several results on this topic, but I have chosen one set of results to show to you, which, for example, shows this dependence on the pulse length. So we use different pulse length to excite the quantum dot, going from 4 to 20 picoseconds, and we measured the entanglement. As you can see, the concurrence is quite poor for short pulses, so for spectrally broad pulses. However, it improves at the place where we have a good trade-off between the bi-exciton binding energy and the lifetime of a quantum dot. And again, it drops. The same thing happens with the fidelity. And what you can see here on the right side is the real and imaginary part of the density matrix of the, I would say, 12 picosecond result. You do not need to stop here. So you can go for more complex states. So for example, you can also measure hyperentanglement. If you have a quantum dot that has a 0 fine structure splitting, you can produce their polarization entanglement. And at the same time, if you drive it, as I explained how to generate the time-bin entanglement, the quantum dot with 2 pulses, early and late, then you can also generate the time-bin entanglement. The resulting density matrix, the resulting state, is this 16 by 16 state. Here you can see the ideal, so theoretical value which we expect, and you can see here and here the real and the imaginary part of the measured density matrix. What we've observed is the concurrence of something of 0.7, 0.76 for polarization and the time-bin entanglement. This specific type of states is very important for the quantum communication because it allows for a full bell measurement in an optical bell measurement. However, I'm going to stop here also to warn you about certain feature that we have observed here. So this is a large entangled state. So it needed 256 projective measurements to be reconstructed. And if you have an emitter that doesn't give you a lot of light, this can be quite an interesting task. And now you might wonder yourself, say, why do you say you had very little light? Because you just showed us at the beginning something about 72 million photon pairs. Well, what is important to know is that quantum dots, when they are just grown in the material as just bare emitter without any photonic structure that helps them give us the light, they are going to give us approximately 1% of the photons that are generated. And so now what we are working on is to find new ways to get that this is not anymore 1%, but as much as possible. So one possible way to do this is exploiting cavity quantum electrodynamics to get the directionality of the emission and the Purcell enhancement. I have to say that this is a common way to get a lot of photons from quantum dots if you work with single photon transitions. However, we are talking here about collection of photon pairs, and I showed you 3 slides before that there's quite a different distance in energy between the exciton and the bi-exciton. Therefore, if we want to collect these 2 lines, we need to have a broadband cavity. And this is not so easy to achieve. So one solution I can show you here, and this is a so-called self-aligned cavity. This is a very interesting solution because from the fabrication point of view, it's fully scalable. And this is very important because you do not need to have very expensive steps of fabrications. It's rather easy to achieve compared to other methods that people are trying. And the trick here is that if you are growing a planar microcavity, so DBRs at the bottom, DBRs on the top, and a quantum dot, at the point of formation of quantum dot, what will also form is a defect in the lattice. And this defect will propagate in vertical direction. And with propagation of this defect, you will get that the top DBR bends, it curves. And then what you get as a system is a bottom mirror and something up there, dome-like. We also call them dimples, self-aligned cavities or dimples, which then allow for a cavity mode to be formed despite of the fact that what you were growing is a planar microcavity. We wanted to know how such dimples or self-aligned cavities should behave, and we have started from a little bit different model than having a dome. This is a step-like model. This is for our collaborators, it was easier to calculate in this way, where we look at the diameter here and the height of this propagating defect and how big is this now the head covering the quantum dot and forming the cavity. What we observe is that in such system we should get Purcell enhancement. So first of all, what you can see here, and it's going to be at a different level depending on how high is the defect. And another thing is we have seen that we should also get high efficiency, nearly up to 0.5%, which is rather broadband. We looked at how's the situation with the experimental implementation of such a system, and what we have observed that indeed we do get a Purcell enhancement. So you can see here for bi-exciton and for exciton, the dots that are spectrally not in a cavity and the dots that are spectrally in the cavity. I have to mention here that all of the quantum dots are physically in the cavity because this dimple forms at every place. So the Purcell enhancement that we have observed was ranging between 1.2 and 1.7, and the observed collection efficiency was 0.70. You might wonder that you have noticed that I said that it can go up to 0.5, but that of course depends on the size and on the height of the defect. What you see here is an image of how such defects look on our camera. So you can see they are formed everywhere where you have a quantum dot, and you just have an enhanced emission because this is some sort of it's like a cavity and an antenna at the same time. An important element here is that placing a quantum dot in a cavity does not change the photon statistics. I mean, it should not change. However, if you do the clumsy job, you can get unwanted emission in the direction of your detection system. So here again are the exciton and the bi-exciton, and these are the autocorrelation measurement. And you can observe that there is almost no contribution at the zero delay. In addition to this, we also use these self-aligned cavities to measure time in entanglement, where we could get a concurrence of 0.7 and fidelity 0.84, and this is the real and an imaginary part of the density matrix. However, we didn't stop here. So I'll show you another structure. This structure is achieved by taking the planar cavities and etching low Q factor pillars. So why do I say low Q factor? Low Q factor because, as I said before, we need to collect both the exciton and the biexciton, and therefore the cavity has to be broadband. It is common in the field of people that work with quantum dots that are focused on high Q cavities in order to get a very strong Purcell enhancement in directionality. However, we wanted to explore the path of low Q design because we believe that we're still going to get a sufficiently good response of the system and have still a system that can collect both exciton and a biexciton. Therefore, we have a cavity with a small number of mirror pairs on the top, so to have this low Q design. And on average, then the cavities have the line width of something like 4.5 nanometers. The pillars that have been etched, we've tried various diameters of a pillar ranging from 1.6 to 8 micrometers. And what you can see here is that we do observe, first of all, Purcell enhancement. So here are the excitons and the biexcitons that are on the cavity. So I have to, sorry, I forgot to mention that these micropillars, they are deterministically placed, which means that first an imaging is done to determine where is the quantum dot, and then the pillar is placed directly at the point of the quantum dot. Therefore, again, each and every quantum dot is in the center of the pillar. Or if there is a mismatch between the quantum dot and the cavity, then it is a spectral mismatch. So when we say here on and off cavity, we are here considering quantum dots that are spectrally overlapping with the cavity and the ones that are not spectrally overlapping. And you can see whatever is spectrally not overlapping with the cavity is slower. In addition to this, let me show you what is the Purcell enhancement that we get. So again, this is for exciton and for a biexciton, and we get a Purcell enhancement of something like 2, while at the same time, we can still keep very clean photon emission. As you can see, there is absolutely nothing at the 0. And now I'll show you probably the most beautiful feature of this system. So on the left side, you can see the resonantly excited quantum dot emission spectrum. So biexciton, exciton, this is leftovers of the laser. And you can see here, this is the line to guide the eye, where is our cavity. Pay attention, please, to this number. This is the number of counts that we can see on our CCD. And here we have another quantum dot that is also spatially placed in a micropillar. However, it has an energy that is very far away from the cavity emission. So this is the cavity emission, the photoluminescence of the cavity emission. And this is a quantum dot. So we needed to get here an inset, a zoom, to show you the result of the 2 photon resonant excitation. As you can see, comparing the counts that we get when the quantum dot is not resonant to cavity and when it's resonant to the cavity, there is a significant difference. So apart from the Purcell enhancement that I have already mentioned.
So Dr. Anna, you have
yes?
5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll finish in time. Okay. So apart from the Purcell enhancement, that I said it's a range around 2. What we see here is an extraordinary collection efficiency. So 69.4 in such a numerical is probably the world record at the moment, which makes me very, very happy. So let me then conclude after this, because I wanted to show you the star result. And what we have found, so we have a simple and reproducible way to enhance the collection of photon pairs. And we have shown that this self-aligned cavities, which are really, really simple and really scalable from the point of view of fabrication, because every place there's a dot, there's going to be a cavity. So you can cut your sample as many pieces as you want. We can get the time-bin entanglement from such sources. And this collection efficiency of something like 17% is actually a 4-fold increase compared to any result that was shown before regarding time-bin entanglement and quantum dots. Another system that I showed here are deterministic pillars with a low Q factor cavity. They have a per cell factor around 2, but this is really an important parameter of the system, that you have this collection efficiency of nearly 70%. So where this can go? Well, what we have also shown before, for the first time, is that one can also place micropillars on a piezo actuators, which allows the closing of the fine structure splitting. In that way, we can easily go from such a deterministic pillars to the sources of time-bin entanglement, polarization entanglement, IR entanglement with a very, very high collection efficiency. And at the end, just to mention, I really haven't done all of this single-handedly, so I would like to thank all the money givers, and of course my group in this pandemic prison, and all the people that have helped us. And thank you, the audience, for listening. And I'm happy now to take questions.
Dr. Anna, thank you for your great talk. So we can get questions if you have. Do we have any question? I think we don't have. So thank you again for your great talk.
Thank you.
So
enjoy your evening.
Yeah, you too, thank you. So our next invited speaker is Professor Sezai Lagos from Aselsan Vice President, R&D Management, Turkey. And I want to give you some brief information about him. He completed his Master of Science and PhD at the Rackham Graduate School of Condensed Matter Physics at the University of Michigan in 1993. He is the founder of our research center, which is Cumhuriyet University Nanophotonic Application and Research Center, also Cumhuriyet University Optical Research and Application Center and Advanced Technology Application and Research Centers. He also has served as Dean of the Faculty of Science and Faculty of Technology of Cumhuriyet University. He has served as an advisor of many doctoral and master thesis programs. He published many national and international articles. And he worked as a publication editor and served in several national and international projects. He had served as the microelectronics, guidance, and electro-optics business sector president and the vice president at Aselsan between 2018 and 2020. He was appointed as the vice president and president of R&D management at the same company, starting from the beginning of 2021. Last but not least, he is my PhD advisor, and it's a great honor for me to introduce him for his talk. His title of his talk, Optics That Touches Our Lives. So, Hocam, please.
Thank you, Professor Demir. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organization committee for inviting me. So far, it's a great organization. Hopefully soon the pandemic ends and we again meet face to face, because that was the best thing about the scientific meeting. We meet with the people we really miss.
Yeah.
Let me share it. Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Is it full page?
Not full page.
Okay, let me try that. Okay, before going into details of our studies and their results, I would like to give short information about the company. When you are working on a corporation, this is something you have to do. But due to our company's policy, I cannot really give much details. Whatever you can find on our website. we have a latest change, so let me talk about it. It used to be such that we have 5 sectors. They are the business sectors you see on the bottom. They are the blue color ones. 4 of them, the first 4, are the military-based sectors. But the last one, that's transportation, security, energy, automation, and healthcare system, are civil engineering-oriented sector. So before this, we had research department for each sector, and also we had a research department at the Technology and Strategy Management Vice Presidency. Now we have separated those 2. Now we have separate research and department management of Vice Presidency, and it's a good thing that I have to introduce this, because the main idea is to do research, basic research, up to the level, technology readiness level 4 or 5. So basically, we will have projects. Okay. Efendim Nikay.
Hocam biz sadece ilk slaytı görüyoruz şu anda.
İkinciye geçtim ama görünmüyor mu sizde?
Ben göremiyorum.
Allah Allah. Ne yapsam, herhangi bir suggestion var mı?
Evet. Now we can see.
Okay. Is it full screen?
No. It's not full screen.
When it's full screen, please let me know. Okay, I think I managed it. Can you see it?
Yeah,
I am on the third page.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so basically the structure of our new vice presidency is such that we have the departments here, and then we have a major directorate of it. We have opened 3 new departments. The color here shows that we have different physical location for the departments. Those with the orange color are in Istanbul. The one with the green are in Cyprus. The remaining are in the Ankara Macunköy campus.
Hocam, we see just first slide again.
Allah Allah. Şu anda 4. sayım. Hala göremiyorsunuz değil mi?
Yok.
Nasıl yapsak, sizden şehretsem, sizden biri mi şehretsin acaba?
Belki organizatörlerden.
Şöyle yapalım. Aslında slide bizim ekipte var. Mustafa Bey, siz paylaşmaya çalışsanız. Mustafa Yorulmaz'a eğer şey verirseniz. Bilmiyorum o müsait mi şu anda. Yani bu sıkıntı biraz da herhalde şeyden kaynaklanıyor. Aslında firewall'lar bayağı sıkı. O yüzden belki oradan kaynaklanıyor.
Evet, olabilir hocam.
Okay. Dear Mustafa Yorulmaz is active.
Okay.
Okay.
If he can share, I can continue from here.
Yes, please. Can you share it?
Mustafa, duyuyor musunuz?
Yes, I'm hearing. And
Okay. I'm stopping sharing.
excuse me, I'll just try to open it and share the screen now. And sorry for making you wait. I'm just making it ready.
We wait you. It's no problem.
Sure. And actually, I'm now sharing my screen, and can you see it?
Okay, I see it. Can you?
Is this full screen now?
Yeah. Okay. Can you go to slide 3, please?
Sure.
Okay. So basically, these are the colors. These orange ones in Istanbul, the green one in Cyprus, and the remaining one in Macunköy, Ankara. Can we go to the next slides, please? Okay, so these are the main areas of research. We can go to the next slide, just to record the time we have already lost. So what is the difference, since I said that we have research center in sectors? The main difference is this: in the research centers that are in sectors, they are doing research that's with the ongoing business. Since they are producing something, they are doing research that is related to those. So the main reason that we have opened a new research organization, since we have want to do the basic research. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, these are the main categories of research. Next one, please. Now, specifically, we will talk about this presentation, the optical microscopy for our research studies on biosensors. This is not my area, so actually people who did the research are on the online. When you have questions, they will help. Thank you. Next slide. So, custom-made optical microscope. We develop home building imaging system and use them for biosensor applications. Moreover, we study on improving the imaging performance of our system. Since we have lots of experience with the software enhancement from other sectors, we are using those results here. So you see the first picture, when we use the enhancement, we see the second picture. Okay, next please. The most common scatter-based microscopy techniques utilized in the literature are bright field microscopy, dark field microscopy, and differential interference microscopy. I will not go into detail of these techniques. However, we can say in short that each of them gives access to different level and detail of the measure system. So basically, we will be using difference microscopy in this work. Okay, next slide, please. So if you look at the intensity measured by the microscopy, we see the measure signal that compose of the background signal, direct scattering signal, their summation, and then we have the last term, interference of these two terms. So basically, this term, we think that carries more information, and because of that, it's a sensitive term. So we will be using it. Next slide, please. Because of that, this method is more sensitive, and it's sensitive to electric nanoparticles, custom built and cost effective. So to be used this, we specially design a substrate which can be used to measure the interference signal sensitively. On this project, we collaborate with Professor Dr. Selim Ünlü from Boston University, USA. If we focus on the technique, we use a layered substrate on which nanoparticles are immobilized. We send the excitation light to our substrate and we record the signal. While the large particles are easily detectable, small particles are imagined by the interference signal. So interference signal is much more sensitive to the small particles. Here you see the schematic of our wide field interference microscopy, where the image size is about 250 microns. We use LED source of 530 nanometer for illumination. We collimate it first and then focus it on the back aperture of the microscope objective in order to create the wide field illumination. After illuminating the sample, the signal is collected by the microscope objective and then sent towards the camera to record the image. On the right, you see a photo of microscope. It is very compact, easily formed. At the same time, it is very sensitive. So, as I said, this was done research with the Professor Selim Ünlü's group between the years 2016 and 2018. Next, please. We initially check the performance of our system using gold nanoparticles of different size. We prepare samples using 60 nanometers, 40 nanometers, 20 nanometers, and 10 nanometers gold nanoparticles. We were able to go below 60 nanometer for imaging, and we were able to detect nanoparticles down to 10 nanometer in different diameter. Next, please. We see from our results that we can use gold nanoparticles as small as 10 nanometers as labeled in our label detection experiment. However, in order to detect the performance of our system on detecting the biological nanoparticles, we need to use the electric monitors because the optical properties of light scattering efficiency is similar that to viruses or cells. So we basically want to measure viruses or cells, and to do that, we have to check whether we can observe the dielectric nanoparticles. Okay, next slide, please. Here, we test the sensitivity of our technique on polystyrene nanoparticles. We can detect non-resonant dielectric polystyrene particles. This test is very important since we are interested in detection of pathogens. When we perform measurements of 100 nanometer polystyrene nanoparticles, we were able to record the optical image with high contrast. The signal shown in red on the right side is largely separated from background on the image. Each bright spot corresponds to an individual nanoparticle. We can tell this based on the homogeneous distribution of the signal. There are a few spots. I don't know if you can see it here. For larger signal, which can correspond to some doublets or triplets of nanoparticles. Next slide, please. We also performed imaging experiment of smaller nanoparticles. We were able to detect 10 nanometer polystyrene nanoparticles. The results suggest that we can perform label-free imaging of sizes down to 100 nanometers. We also checked resolution of our microscope and find that it's about 400 nanometers, which is the diffraction limit set by the Rayleigh diffraction limit. Next, please. At our research center, using this wide field interference microscopy, we performed studies on biosensor design for molecular detection and multiplex detection. In order to create a biosensor, we also developed microfluid cartridges and bioactivated surfaces. Next, please. Biosensor, we aim to create a biosensor that can be used with minimum training, that gives results fast and accurate, that allows multiplex detection that's portable and cheap, that provides quantitative results. For this aim, we developed our sensor chips. We use lithography tools to create masks on the surface of our chip. We functionalize on the surface of the chips using antibodies to create the biologically activated surface for sensing experiments. We then insert our active chips in the microfluid cartridge we developed for the following the sample of our chip. After the incubation, we perform microscopy experiments. We image the sample to check if antibodies catch the pathogen, and by analyzing the image, we acquire qualitative results. Next, please. If we need to look into details of the detection mechanism, for instance, antigen detection, we record the image of the biosensor before incubation, and then we incubate the sample with the antigen of interest. In this case, it was hepatitis B antigen. We then incubate the sample with the antibodies conjugated with gold nanoparticles, which are shown with the yellow color. If antigen of interest was present, the gold label is bound, and we can imagine it. We then count to capture nanoparticles image. Here we use gold nanoparticles as labels because antigen is too small to detect using optical microscope. In this method, the invisible is made visible. Next, please. During the pandemic, we applied our knowledge to the detection of SARS-CoV-2 detection. This system can be used for detection of different viruses. So obviously, to make it more economical, not only one kind of detection mechanism, we need to use a cartridge that we can detect several types of viruses or bacteria, so that we can obtain the antibodies. We developed a cassette and prototype for detection of SARS-CoV-2 virus antigen. We also created an analysis program which we use for recording and analyzing images in order to obtain the qualitative results. Next, please. We used generic algorithms in order to enhance resolution and contrast of images of 100 nanometer and 150 nanometer size polystyrene particles. We see that we were able to improve the resolution and contrast of the recorded optical images, which with better resolved imaging, we can better discriminate the particles which are immobilized too close to each other. We believe that this technique is very important because, as you all know, the PCR test that's widely used nowadays is not very convincing people. Moreover, with the improved image contrasting, we can detect smaller particles. Today, in short, I showed that we developed an optical imaging-based biosensor platform, and we can use it for detection of antigens and viruses. We also developed algorithm in order to enhance the resolution and the contrast of optical images. So basically, the prototype is already finished. We are doing the last test with the hospitals, and then we will transfer this result to our sector, business sector, that's UGES. So in the near future, we plan to validate our biosensor at hospital settings. We also plan to perform studies on multiplex detection, so we can perform detection on several pathogens on a single chip. Moreover, we aim to use artificial intelligence in order to fully automate our optical image-based biosensor, and we constantly search for new biosensor tools that we can develop. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, we would like to answer my team.
So we thank to Professor Alagos for his great talk.
Thank you.
If you have question, we have 2 minutes. Do we have any question?
Great. That means everybody did understand it, or nobody really get interested in it. I don't know which one.
Okay, thank you again for your great talk.
Thank you, Professor Demir.
So our next invited speaker is Professor Deepa Venkatesh from Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India. So Professor Deepa Venkatesh received the degree of Master of Science in Physics, University of Kerala, India, and the PhD degree from Department of Physics, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. And then she joined Indian Institute of Technology, Madras from 2020. She got many awards and honors. One of them is university rank in BS and Master of Science degrees. She got Best Paper Award from ICLLT, and she got Best Thesis Award by Indian Laser Association. Also, she is the senior member of Optical Society. So the title of Professor Deepa's talk is Phase Manipulations with Semiconductor Optical Amplifiers. So Professor, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. Let me start by asking you, are my slides visible? Am I audible?
Yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me thank Yashir for inviting me to this wonderful conference workshop. I see that there's a very nice series of talks that are as a part of the conference organization. Congratulations for that. My talk is going to be on the use of semiconductor optical amplifiers for phase manipulations. And this is primarily the work done by two of my PhD scholars, Anish and Lakshmi. And this is also in collaboration with Professors David Koil-Pillai and Liam Barry from IIT Madras and also from Ireland. Just to give a bit of introduction to tell you where I am from. I'm from India. in a place called Chennai, which used to be called as Madras before, which is why our institute is called IIT Madras. And zooming in, we are located in the eastern part of the peninsular India. And if you land in Chennai, if you drive about 10 kilometers down south, you hit our campus, which is actually part of a forest carved out from a national reserve. So what you see inside the white outline is our campus. It's a fully residential campus, and this is the residential zone, and this is the residential zone for the students. This is hidden under the trees is all our departments, and here is where I'm sitting and talking to you right now. And the reason I'm able to talk to you this way is because of this nice internet connectivity that we have established across the continents with the help of optical fiber, which is undersea submarine fiber. So my motto over the lockdown is make use of this fiber connectivity. Let's establish connections and enable better creation. The outline of today's talk is I'm going to tell you a bit about the status of optical coherent communication. What are the challenges going forward? How can phase manipulation, for instance, phase conjugation, be used as a mitigation strategy for overcoming some of these challenges? And some details of the experimental demonstration. And if we have time, we will talk about phase sensitive amplification. So to give you a capacity trend in optical communication, you see that on the x-axis we have the year, and on the y-axis we have the data rates that are accessible in terms of products and in terms of research. So by 2019, 2020, we have already reached a terabit per second and so on for a single channel. And for wavelength division multiplex system, we are already reaching several terabits per second, and we are seem to be limited by the fundamental Shannon limits of channel capacity. And how is this capacity scaling possible? It's been possible with multiplexing schemes. So if you take the electric field, the fundamental, the carrier frequency, you could have multiple frequencies. You could have information modulated in polarization, leading to polarization division multiplexing. We could modulate information in phase and amplitude, leading to in-phase quadrature amplitude modulation. So for example, this is QPSK modulation, and this is 16 quadrature amplitude, 16 QAM modulation. And of late, what is being done is space division multiplexing, where you would either use a multi-core fiber or a multi-mode fiber for increasing the capacity. So this is in the world scene, and where are we in terms of this in this context in India, in our lab? We probably have the highest speed transmission laboratory setup in India, where over the last 4-5 years, we have scaled to 1 terabit per second. We also have the ability to do coherent OFDM transmission, PM64 instead of 16 QAM, we have polarization multiplex 64 QAM transmission established over hundreds of kilometers of fiber. We also have a program on few mode fiber transmission, where we are using multiple modes of the fiber to increase the capacity. So it's all going very nice. We have nice ways of increasing capacity. What is the challenge? The challenge with coherent communication. Now, when you say coherent communication, it means that you're using phase as a way to modulate the information. The challenges are classified into challenges that happen due to the transmitter or the receiver lasers, or because of the channel. Now consider a QPSK transmission where you are trying to transmit these 4 constellation points. So these are the bits which are mapped into symbols, and you're trying to transmit these 4 symbols through your channel. The different impairments that affect this the constellation as it is being transmitted is frequency offset between the transmitter and the receiver, the phase noise of the transmitter and the receiver. So the consequence of each of these impairment is what I'm showing below. The other channel impairment is chromatic dispersion, where the different colors, the different frequency components start propagating with different speeds, and hence you would have intersymbol interference. And then you have, if you're transmitting information into orthogonal polarizations, you will have the polarizations mixed, and the constellation start of a 4-point constellation will start appearing like this. And in addition, you have polarization mode dispersion, where the two polarizations, orthogonal polarizations, now start walking with different speeds. And last but not the least, we have nonlinear effects, because of which the constellation starts getting smeared. Now, there are specific digital signal processing algorithms which can correct all these impairments, because we exactly know how these impairments happen. Of these digital signal processing algorithms, the ones which compensate for dispersion and nonlinearity, they are computationally expensive. I'll tell you why. So for example, if you take chromatic dispersion, it's a very well-known effect that happens in the fibers. For example, if you start with a QPSK modulation 25 gigabaud, this is a standard symbol rate for modern communication systems. This will enable you to do 100 gigabits per second transmission. But as this constellation is propagated, or as this information is propagated through, let's say after 30 or even one span, which is about 100 kilometers of fiber, what you get is a smeared constellation, simply because the ones and the zeros, especially the ones, start spreading. So you will have all the amplitude levels filled here, which is filling up this entire constellation space. Now, the model that represents this dispersion is very well known, and the transfer function, if you convert this into the frequency domain, it's a very well known transfer function. And so all what we need to do is to create an equalizer which inverts this transfer function, which is also a very straightforward process to do. So what we need to do is, once we receive the symbols, you do an FFT, apply this equalizer in the frequency domain, to an IFFT process, so you get back your original symbols. So the process looks very simple, but the moment you talk about FFT and IFFT, fast Fourier transform operations, they become computationally expensive. So the longer the length of the fiber, more is the number of symbols that it will spread into, and hence the computational process becomes more and more complex. The other issue with the other impairment which introduces more complexity is the nonlinear effect. For example, if I want to scale the capacity from 100 gigabits per second to 400 gigabits per second, I can very easily think of using, instead of 4 constellation points, I can group 4 symbols, 4 bits into one symbol, and transmit as a 16 QAM constellation. But the problem with using higher order constellation is that you will need larger and larger signal to noise ratio to achieve the same bit error rate or the same signal quality. So if you want to increase the signal to noise ratio, it means that you have to transmit more power. And when you transmit more power, you know that optical fiber is an excellent nonlinear medium, and it will start showing nonlinear impairment. In fact, there is something called as nonlinear Shannon limit. Shannon's capacity theorem was written for a linear channel, but optical fiber, unfortunately, is not a linear channel for slightly higher power levels. And hence, as you increase the signal to noise ratio, the signal power increases, and that leads to, beyond a point, a decrease in capacity because of the nonlinear effects. So again, there are complex algorithms these days with machine learning algorithms and to actually compensate for these nonlinear effects. But the question is, can we completely avoid digital signal processing and compensate for dispersion and nonlinearity in an all optical manner? And the solution is quite simple. What we need to do is to transmit the signal through the fiber, which is our intended transmission. And in the mid-span, you introduce what is called as an optical phase conjugation stage. Somehow, let's say if you're able to create a conjugate of the phase of your signal and then transmit through the remaining length of the fiber, it means that through 1/2 of the propagation, it is satisfying this equation, and the second half of the fiber, it is going to satisfy, the propagation is going to satisfy the conjugated equation. And it turns out that you can completely optically compensate for the phase introduced because of the dispersion and the phase introduced because of nonlinearity, provided you satisfy these conditions. Now, beta 2 quantifies the dispersion, length is L1, and here the length is L2. And similarly, gamma quantifies a nonlinear parameter, and P quantifies the power launched. So if you're able to satisfy this condition, you can completely compensate for the dispersion and the nonlinear impairments in a completely all optical manner. And how do you generate this conjugation? It is possible in a nonlinear medium. So if I send a pump and a signal through a nonlinear medium, it's very well known for the last 50 years that you can introduce four-way mixing in a chi-3 nonlinear medium. And if you have an omega p and an omega s, the four-way mixing product will generate a conjugate which is at a frequency 2 omega p minus omega s at a phase minus phi s. And if we can extract the conjugate frequency and transmit through the second half of the fiber, all the impairments, the phase distortions that got accumulated in the first half will get automatically compensated in the second half. So that is the idea. The question is, what should be an ideal phase conjugator? The ideal phase conjugator, you want to keep it in an optical communication link. So it has to be compact, it has to be energy efficient, it has to be independent of the modulation format that you're using. It should be polarization insensitive. It has to be wideband because you're using multiple channels in your WDM, and it should not degrade the performance, right? So what are the solutions we have for nonlinear media which can be commercially deployed? You could have periodically poled lithium niobate chi-2 medium that also generates conjugation. You could have nano waveguides, silicon waveguides, nanomaterials. You could also have highly nonlinear fibers. You could also have nonlinear SOAs. Now, we choose to pick nonlinear SOAs for all our optical signal processing simply because they are compact. The power required to initiate nonlinearity is very low, and you can very easily integrate it into a photonic integrated circuit. So these are semiconductor amplifier structures, which could be quantum dot structures or quantum well structures, which exhibit high nonlinearity. So the structure is just like a PN junction. I don't have to explain to this audience about a semiconductor amplifier. It has a wide band. So these are all measured spectra from the semiconductor optical amplifier we have in the lab. The beauty is that as you increase the power, the optical power into this semiconductor optical amplifier, it starts showing a nonlinear behavior. The gain saturates. And so if you're able to send in a power of 0 dBm kind of power into the semiconductor optical amplifier, you can initiate the nonlinearity. So the power required to initiate nonlinearity is comparatively very less when compared to other nonlinear media. Now, how does four-way mixing work in this kind of semiconductor media? So you imagine that you have a signal frequency, pump frequency, propagating through this structure. So you have two closely spaced frequencies propagating. So that would mean that there is a beat generated, and the beat, the difference frequency is omega p minus omega s. And this carrier density starts oscillating at the difference frequency, which means that the phase starts oscillating at this frequency, which means that this omega p and omega s are actually experiencing a phase modulation as it propagates through the semiconductor optical amplifier. And the consequence of phase modulation is the generation of sidebands. So that is the mechanism of four-way mixing in semiconductor optical amplifiers. And turns out that, which we have published earlier, that it is bitrate and modulation format independent. So here is the problem there. We want to really see if it is suitable. We want to know whether there is any noise transfer in the whole conjugation process. So it turns out that we run this experiment where here is a pump which represents this line. Here's a signal, which is a modulated signal, which is at 10 gigabaud QPSK transmission. We add some noise to look at its performance at different signal to noise ratio conditions, initiate nonlinearity in the semiconductor optical amplifiers, and filter out the conjugate. and the signal and look at its performance. And the simple math which measures the statistics of noise will tell you that if you have a pump with a certain delta f as the line width, signal has a certain delta f, signal has a certain line width delta fs, the conjugate which is generated at 2 omega p minus omega s will have a line width which is 4 delta f plus delta s, which means we are not really claiming that it is a noise-free process. You will have some degradation in OSNR, but the question is whether that is tolerable or not. So here is the experimental result. You see this orange line shows the conversion efficiency as you detune the signal from the pump, as you keep the pump away from the signal. You see that the conversion efficiency starts dropping. So you can find out an operating range of detuning where the conversion efficiency is above 0 dB, which means you get more conjugate than the signal that you gave at the input. And this blue line is actually showing you the signal gain, right? So the gain falls, and here is where you do have the conversion efficiency, right? And here is the output when you have modulated input. So here is this dashed line shows the input, and this bold line shows the output. You go in with a signal and with a pump, you generate your conjugate. You filter out this conjugate, and if you look at the performance of the output signal to noise ratio versus input signal to noise ratio, it's more or less retained for low OSNR conditions, and this is where the optical communication systems work. But when you have high input signal OSNR conditions, because of the phase noise, you will have a large deviation here. Now, in terms of BER performance, bit error rate as a function of OSNR, you see that the signal and the conjugate have a 1 dB penalty, but that is good enough for demonstrating phase noise. That's good enough for demonstrating dispersion compensation. Now, does it work across the C band in communication link? Yes. So this is the difference between input and output OSNR as a function of different channel center frequencies. You see that it's almost flat, and the penalty that we measure here is also almost independent of the wavelength of operation. Now, real test is to actually see if this experiment works for a DSP free digital signal processing compensation. So you send in